Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. So in April of this year, I just hit 300 platinum trophies, and so I wanted to take some time and put all of these platinums into a massive tier list. Now as you can see, over the past almost 17 years, I've had some years where I earned a lot of platinums, and then I've had some years where I didn't earn as many. And while I've never been big on milestones, 300 felt like a big mark, so I wanted to take some time and do a review of all of them. Now even though a lot of my videos focus on hard platinums, the truth of the matter is I've only been focusing on hard platinums for about 2 years now, so it doesn't really make sense to rank all these based on difficulty, so instead I'm going to rank them based on the platinum experience. Now that's going to be based on a handful of different factors. Obviously the quality of the game is going to come into play. Is it a good game or is it a bad game? The platinum time and difficulty is also going to come into consideration. Now that's not to say that time consuming or difficult platinums are automatically going to get rated low, but if the game has collectibles that are missable or RNG, or there's an insane amount of them, or if the game requires hours of mindless grinding or weeks of boosting online trophies, then it's going to get rated lower. Likewise, on the difficulty side of things, challenging games aren't necessarily going to be penalized, but if a game is unfairly difficult or just so brutal that it takes me weeks to beat, then I'm probably going to dock it some points because that's just not as enjoyable of an experience. And then I'm also going to try and factor in how closely the trophy list resembles the in-game 100%. As a completionist who's been trying to complete games well before trophies ever existed, I like to complete games to the fullest extent possible. So games that don't really require you to do much in order to earn the platinum might get penalized for that. This isn't an exact science. Many of these games I played many years ago, and I don't remember every single detail about every single game on this list. I generally remember if I enjoyed a game or if there was something particularly difficult or grindy about it. And it's also important to note that games that get rated lower in this list aren't necessarily worse games. There are going to be some masterpiece games that are in the lower tiers, but it's because the platinum was either brutally hard or extremely grindy and just not a pleasant experience. With this many games, it's going to be hard to put these in a perfect order, so the order within a tier may not be perfect, but I'm going to do my best to at least get them in an appropriate tier. Now, due to the sheer number of games, I can't spend a ton of time on every single game, but I'll try and mention some notable trophies and my overall thoughts on the game. With that, let's get right into it. Now, in terms of the tiers, most of these are going to be pretty standard. S tier is going to be basically the best platinum experience possible, all the way to D, which is going to be just not as enjoyable. And then I've got two separate tiers here at the bottom. One for hot garbage platinums. This is just games that were bad, games that I really have nothing positive to say about. And then the bottom tier is shovelware and auto pops. I do have maybe, I would guess, 4 to 5 games that could be considered shovelware. And then I have maybe like 8, I want to say, 8 to 10 auto pops. So those are going to go in their own tiers. It doesn't seem fair to put those in any other tier, especially for the auto pops, because you're not really doing anything for them. You're just literally booting up the game and getting a free double platinum. So that's why I've got those in their own tier. Okay, starting off with my first ever platinum, Resident Evil 5 on PS3. I earned this one all the way back in 2009. I think this is a really fun game. I think it's a fun action shooter. Is it the best survival horror game ever made? No. Is it the best Resident Evil game ever made? No. But it's my first ever platinum. I feel a lot of nostalgia for this game. It got me into trophy hunting. I also played it in co-op with a friend, so he kind of carried me through, most of the platinum. He got me a lot of the treasures, the BCAA emblems. I think this is a really fun game to play co-op. And so for me personally, I'm going to put this one in A tier. Maybe the first hot take of the video, but that's where it is for me. I have a lot of love for this game, and that's where that one's gonna sit. The Saboteur, this is a great game. I hear this game talked about a lot in like underrated game conversations. Really slept on. It's an open world. It's got like elements of Assassin's Creed where you're kind of stealthing through areas. Most of the game you're fighting Nazis, and most of the game is in black and white. And as you clear out a different area of the world map, you bring color to that area. So it's got a lot of unique mechanics, a lot of stealth mechanics. You're trying to stealthily take out Nazi generals. And then it also has like some Just Cause style destruction where you can destroy objects in the environment, and all around really good game. I would love to see a remake or a remaster. Very good game. I'm going to put this one in A tier as well. We're going to see a trend. A lot of these early games I'm going to be putting in a high tier because at the start I just wasn't going out of my way to earn platinums in games I didn't enjoy. I was pretty much only getting the platinums in games I was already playing a lot anyway. So we're going to see a lot of high tiers in these early games. Dead Space. What can I really say about this game that it hasn't already been said? One of the best survival horror games ever made. Terrifying, really fun. You have to beat the game on the hardest difficulty, which I do remember struggling a bit. I want to say I used an exploit to duplicate credits, but fantastic game, amazing atmosphere, scary, definitely A tier for me. Assassin's Creed 2, I think this is going to be my first S tier. This is a open world game. Assassin's Creed games, you're basically killing high value targets. This is the first game on my list that was featured in my video covering the best platinums on PlayStation. Check that video out if you haven't seen it. But Assassin's Creed 2, the first Assassin's Creed game I ever played, it's fantastic, and it's not overly bloated like a lot of the newer Assassin's Creed games. You have to collect 100 feathers, but pull up a map online and it's really not that bad. It's a very linear story. The story's interesting, and like a lot of open world games, you're just completing everything on the map and completing the main story. Fantastic game, great story. Red Dead 1. Now this one, definitely one of my favorite games of all time. The problem with the PS3 Platinum is that it does have some multiplayer trophies, and they could be kind of tricky. There's one to take first place in 3 consecutive multiplayer matches. I just got kind of lucky. I was playing a match against like a very small number of people, and I was able to win a couple matches very easily because I just wasn't playing against big groups of people. So I managed to get this one with a little bit of luck. It's also pretty grindy to reach max rank. You have to spend a lot of time in the multiplayer. I do think the main story is like one of the best single player games ever that I've ever played. But I am going to dock it a little bit for the multiplayer. I didn't love the multiplayer. Like it's not a multiplayer mode that I put a ton of hours into because I was having fun with it. A lot of it was grinding for the max rank and grinding for all the things you need to do for the platinum. So I think I'm gonna put this one high B for now. Infamous, fantastic open world game from the early PS3 days. The PS3, especially early on in its life cycle, had a lot of open world action games, and Infamous was one of the best ones. This one for me is easy A tier. The one downside of this platinum is the blast shards don't show up on the map, and there's no way to keep track in game, so you don't know unless you're keeping track. So you basically have to follow a map and cross them off a map as you collect them. Otherwise you could run into a spot where you miss one and then you have to go through the entire map again and try to find it. So can be kind of tedious, but fantastic game overall. Definitely craving a new Infamous game. Madden 11. So this one, it's not a particularly memorable Madden. When I think about my favorite Madden games of all time, this isn't one that comes to mind. This trophy list in particular though does require you to complete a lot of Madden moments. So Madden moments are basically recreations of real life NFL games. A game that happened in history where a team was down by 3 scores with 2 minutes left and came back to win. So you start off the Madden moment and it puts you in that position. You're down 3 scores with 2 minutes left. You got to find a way to win the game. So you don't have to play the entire game, you just have to play the moment, but you have to do a lot of them. I think it's like 45 of them. There's also a trophy for winning a fight for a fumble in the end zone. So basically a fumble is when the ball, for my non-American viewers, a fumble is when the ball, comes out of the player's hands and it's on the ground and it's free grabs. Well, you have to dive on the ball and so does the other team, and there was a mechanic in this Madden where you had to fight for it and you have to win that fight, and it has to be in the end zone. So it either requires 2 controllers or it just requires a ton of lucky RNG. Not the easiest trophy in the world, so I'm going to put that one in C tier. Again, not a super memorable Madden from memory. That's another reason why it's not going to get rated super high. God of War 1, iconic game, one of the best hack and slash games ever made. I was blown away by this game. I played it nonstop on PS2, so of course when it came to PS3 I had to play it as well. There's the Challenge of the Titans, I think it is, or maybe it's Challenge of the Gods, I can't remember. That could be kind of tricky, but compared to some modern games, it's really not that hard. For me, this is an A tier, purely because it's such an amazing game. And the platinum is reasonable, it's not too time consuming. I'm gonna maybe put this one right here. Killzone 2. This one, I played this game a lot in college. It was the first online first-person shooter that I really spent a lot of time playing. I had fun with it, but the online trophies are just kind of ridiculous. There's a trophy where you have to be in the top 1% of all players in the world for a week. And so to earn this trophy, I was basically waking up, playing the game online for 12 hours a day, going back to bed, waking up and doing the same thing for like a week straight in order to reach the top 1%. I was playing it so much that I basically knew every single map. I knew where all the spawns were. I was spawn camping enemy teams. I was really good at the game for a while because I was just playing it so much. So that's really tough. You also have to beat the game on Elite, which is not easy. I remember struggling a lot with this game. This game was actually in my video when I covered my top 10 hardest platinums back in November 2024. This I think was in the top 5 purely because you had to beat the game on Elite, and especially like the last couple missions are just really tough. The enemies in this game are smart, the AIs will flank you, and they're bullet sponges, so definitely not an easy campaign to beat on the hardest difficulty. Again, I got a lot of love for this game, but those 2 trophies in particular made this a really grueling platinum. At the time, this was probably, well, not probably, this was definitely the hardest platinum I had gotten by that point. Modern Warfare 2, for me, this is easy A tier. I'm gonna actually put it above Dead Space and Resident Evil 5. When this game came out, I was also in college when this came out. I didn't play anything else for like a year straight. I was playing this online every single day. I was skipping classes to play it. This one is also in my video covering the best platinum trophies on PlayStation. Fantastic campaign, amazing multiplayer. There's no multiplayer trophies except for the Spec Ops mode, which is also really fun. If you can get a partner to play those missions are actually really fun. They are a bit challenging, but with some practice, they're entirely doable. Just, in my opinion, one of the best Call of Duty games ever made. So for me, that's easy A tier. Borderlands, one of the most fun co-op games ever. The entire series is great. I've not played every single Borderlands game. This was my first one, of course. I had a ton of fun with this one. Really fun boss fights. This game kind of exposed me to the concept of loot. Like, this was the first looter shooter I ever played. For me, this is an easy A tier. I had a ton of fun with this one. I've got a couple Borderlands games on this list. That first Borderlands, I don't think it's my favorite Borderlands game, but it was unique, different for the time. The cel-shaded graphics was something I had never seen before, and it totally worked for that type of kind of cartoonish humor style. So fantastic game, super fun. Platinum takes some time, but it's nothing that's unreasonable. Uncharted, another fantastic game. When this game came out, it was kind of mind-blowing. I mean, if you had played Tomb Raider games back in the day, it's very similar. You're searching for ancient relics in tombs in other countries. There's some mystique involved. There's a little bit of the supernatural, some nice gunplay. The first Uncharted is a bit outdated, obviously. This is also the first game to ever have a platinum trophy, so it's kind of iconic in that respect, all on its own. Great game. I think it is surpassed by some Uncharted games that came out since then, but I remember playing this one and just loving every second of it. I want to say like a third of the trophies are just collecting all the treasures, and then a good chunk of the trophies are getting like 20-30 kills with each weapon. So really the only notable thing is beating the game on crushing, which can be tricky in some spots, but it's nothing compared to some modern games. Dante's Inferno, this was a very good hack and slash. It was kind of like a God of War clone, to be honest. Loosely based on Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, as you can probably tell from the name. It's got a lot of biblical Christian themes. Very good hack and slash game. Interesting story, cool boss fights. Not incredibly difficult or grindy. I put it right up there with God of War. I don't think it's as good as God of War, but it's a very similar type of game, and it's actually really good. I think this is a very good game made by Visceral Games, who made the Dead Space games. Fantastic game. I'm gonna also put this one in A tier. Heavy Rain. This one is also in my video on the best Platinum trophies on PlayStation. Very narrative focused game made by Quantic Dream. They make a lot of games where most of the game is dialogue and making choices and finding clues and, you know, learning things about characters. There's a lot of character development. This one in particular, you have to unlock 17 different endings, so you don't have to play the game 17 times, but you do have to do a full playthrough followed by quite a few partial playthroughs. So it does get repetitive, admittedly, and I will say that this game isn't for everybody. It's old, obviously. It's from the early PS3 days. There's a lot of QTEs and a lot of sections where you have to like move your controller. I'm gonna put this one in B tier. Like I said, this one is in my video on best platinums on PlayStation, but I could see how this one would be tedious for a lot of people. If you're not interested in story-driven games, and even me, like I really like this game, but playing the game, even for partial playthroughs 7 times, does get a little tedious. Infamous 2, this was the much anticipated sequel to the first Infamous game, another great open world game. The story didn't captivate me the same way as the first one, but for some reason I remember the collectibles being easier to get in this one, so I feel like the platinum was maybe just a hair easier, but I do think the first Infamous game is just so iconic and great. I'm gonna keep it just a hair above Infamous 2. They're both great games. Dead to Rights Retribution. This is a really cool series that I used to play a lot on PS2. I wish this series would make a comeback. You play as a cop and you have a dog named Shadow, and you can kind of order the dog to go places, pick up guns, and attack enemies. And there's also some like execution style kills, so you can weaken an enemy and then send the dog to execute it. It's kind of brutal, but super fun, awesome game. The platinum isn't too difficult or grindy. It's not like the greatest shooter story ever made, but super fun game. I'll probably put this one in B tier. Just Cause 2, I had a ton of fun with this one. You get a ton of freedom in this game. The thing about the Just Cause games is that they have massive open worlds, but a lot of those open worlds are kind of empty. Now, Just Cause 2 did have a lot of Easter eggs. Like, I remember it has a couple Easter eggs from the show Lost, which was really cool because I was huge into that show at this time. A lot of the trophy list involves just clearing the map, and I think there's one trophy in particular where you have to clear like 75% of all chaos objects, which I think are just like, I think that's what they're called. Basically like destroying 75% of all enemy objects. And 75% doesn't sound like a lot, but there are a lot of them in the entire game. Thankfully, you don't have to do all of them, but this is still like a 40 to 60 hour platinum, and a lot of it is just going around the map and blowing things up. So it does get kind of tedious. Again, super fun game. The story is kind of generic. The main character is not particularly memorable, but just a fun kind of casual game where you get to blow stuff up, and just a bit grindy in my opinion. I'm gonna maybe put this one right here. Killzone 3. Now this one also had some multiplayer trophies, but nothing nearly as demanding as Killzone 2. You didn't have to be the best in the world for a week or anything like that. I love the Killzone series. Again, it's another series that I wish could make a comeback somehow. I was really hyped for this game. I'm gonna probably put this one in B tier. Battlefield 3, one of my favorite shooters of all time. I think it even exceeded Modern Warfare 2 in the sense of just being one of my most played and most enjoyable online FPS games ever. The campaign is great. The one thing I will say about the trophy list is that there are some trophies that require some co-op, and you have to be really coordinated. So you probably need to have mic comms. I'm gonna put it here for now. There's a trophy where you have to complete a certain part of a mission without setting off any alerts or alarms. And I think it's called Ninja. Basically, you're in a building across the street from another building, and you're viewing enemies through windows. And it's you and your teammate, and you both have to shoot your target at the same time. So you basically have to, over the mic, count down 3, 2, 1, shoot. And you have to do that like 2, 3, maybe 4 times in order to kill all these targets without alerting anybody. So it's very tough to do just naturally or with random people. You have to like have somebody that knows what they're doing, and you have to have really good coordination for it. But great game. The trophy list, like I said, it's tough, but it's kind of unique in that sense. It requires you to coordinate with a teammate, and this is just a fantastic first-person shooter through and through. The online multiplayer trophies are pretty easy. I'm gonna keep this one here for now, right below Modern Warfare 2. Skyrim on PS3. Now this is a tough one. This is in my video of the best platinum trophies on PlayStation. When this game came out on PS3, I was obsessed with it. I was playing it every single day. It was all I could think about, just playing more and more Skyrim. But like a lot of Bethesda RPGs, especially on the PS3 console, they run like absolute garbage, especially as your save file gets bigger and bigger. So there came a point while playing this game, the frame rate drops were so bad that my character would only take a step like every 20 to 30 seconds. It was basically unplayable. Now, a lot of that happened when I was already in the DLC, so I had already long gotten the platinum. So this wasn't really an issue for me while going for the platinum. So I don't really want to hold it against the game for that particular reason. But it is one of the buggiest games ever, notoriously. And even though I have this on my list of best platinums, I am going to put the PS3 version a little bit lower just because of the performance issues. The load times are crazy long. Even a fresh save file, you're going to spend a lot of time in loading screens. I do have 4 versions of Skyrim to go through, and some of those versions are going to get rated higher. So this is where I'm going to put the PS3 version for now. It's easy to criticize it in hindsight. At the time, I absolutely loved it, but it's hard to ignore some of those performance issues. The original Crysis, so I played this. I obviously never played it on PC. I played it when it was ported to PS3. It's a very linear, short first-person shooter. It's got some interesting mechanics. You know, the super suit is kind of cool. Visually, it looks very good. I mean, that's kind of the whole meme. Can it run Crysis? The whole idea behind Crysis is that it's a very visually stunning game. It's a good game. I mean, it's not like the greatest shooter ever. I wouldn't put it in anywhere close to Modern Warfare 2 or Battlefield 3 territory, but it's fine. It was a fun game. I've heard that the ports that were ported to PS4 recently are pretty bad, but based on this PS3 version, I had fun with it. I'm gonna probably put this one in B tier here somewhere. The original Dead Island. I had a ton of fun with this game. Now, I will admit that based on that iconic Dead Island trailer that came out, I think a lot of people were disappointed with this one, but I had a ton of fun with this game. I think it's a great co-op experience. It's super fun to just kind of craft odd weapons, you know, putting a giant battery on the end of a sledgehammer and just whacking zombies and watching them go fly. Super fun game to play with others. The platinum it does take some time. I think you have to beat every mission in co-op, but this was a super fun game. I had a lot of fun with this one. I'm gonna maybe put this one in mid B tier. Modern Warfare 3, the original on PS3. I was super hyped for this game. Obviously, I had loved Modern Warfare 2. For some reason, I just didn't love this game. I didn't love the story the same way I loved the campaign in the first one. It's still fine. It's not a terrible game. It's not my least favorite Call of Duty. The multiplayer trophies do take some time to get through. You have to spend quite a bit of time playing Exo Survival. You got to reach like a certain rank. So the multiplayer trophies take a little while to get through. The Spec Ops mode also returns. Not my favorite Call of Duty, but also it's probably somewhere in the middle. I'm gonna maybe put this one low B tier. I might put it here. Battlefield Bad Company 2. This one might be my favorite online first-person shooter of all time. I started playing this a lot after Battlefield 3 actually, and I just think it's fantastic. One of my favorite games of all time. Older, obviously. The one thing I would say is that the online trophies are a bit tough. They do take some time and a little bit of luck. There's one trophy in particular where you have to get like 20 demolition kills, which basically requires you to blow up a building and have somebody on the other team die from the destruction. It's a tough trophy to get. I remember this one taking me a very long time to get. I spent a lot of time playing this for fun, so like I said, it is one of my all-time favorite online FPS games ever, but I am going to dock it a little bit because of that trophy. Saints Row 3, this was kind of the first GTA clone I ever played. I had a ton of fun with this one. I know the Saints Row series has kind of fallen off recently, but I had a lot of fun with this one. It's very kind of whimsical. It's kind of like a caricature of GTA. It's very over the top and ridiculous. The story is very unbelievable, especially when you get into Saints Row 4. But for what it was, I had a ton of fun with this one. I'm going to actually rate this one fairly high. I'm going to probably put this right here in high B. Mass Effect 2, this is easy S tier for me. Like I mentioned in my video covering the best platinum trophies on PlayStation, this is maybe my favorite game of all time. Fantastic RPG. You can import your character from Mass Effect 1 into Mass Effect 2 and then import into Mass Effect 3. So it's very continuous. Each game builds on itself. It's a very narrative-focused game where your choices matter. Side quests, you know, what decisions you make in side quests matter. And it all kind of builds this ultimate climax at the end of the story. The squad-based combat is great. You can explore planets and mine them for resources. Just a fantastic game. You have to beat the game on the hardest difficulty, which can be tricky in some spots if you don't have the right build or loadout or squad mates. And then there's also a trophy where you have to kind of plan. You have to keep all of your teammates alive through the final mission. So there's a lot of squad mates in the game. You have to do all of their loyalty missions to get their full loyalty. And then during that final mission, you have to select the right characters for the right tasks. So if you need a tech specialist, you have to select the correct character for that role. And if you don't plan it perfectly, one of your teammates could die, so it could void this trophy. So it does take some planning, but again, like I said, it's maybe my favorite game of all time. I've done it twice now, and I would gladly do it a third time if it was re-released on PS5 or later. Sleeping Dogs, this was another one that was in my must-have platinum trophies on PlayStation video. Another great GTA clone. This one's set in Hong Kong, so it's more like an oriental theme. Very, very fun open world. It's easy, relatively straightforward platinum. Very good game. This was a definite A tier for me. I'm gonna maybe put this one right above the Saboteur. Fantastic game. This is a game that I really wish we got a sequel for. I'm not sure why we didn't, but fantastic, great game. The original Killzone, so I played this after Killzone 2 and 3. It's pretty dated. I want to say this came out originally. I don't know if this was on PS2. I never played Killzone, the original, like the first version of it. So I didn't play it until it was ported to PS3. You have to do a full playthrough plus 3 additional partial playthroughs, so it does get kind of tedious to get the platinum. It's also not the best Killzone in my opinion. It's kind of dated, even on PS3, so this one, I'm going to probably put this in C tier. Far Cry 3, again, another one that was in my video on the best platinums on PlayStation video. Just a fantastic open world. This was my first Far Cry game. Amazing open world, amazing story, amazing villain, like one of the best villains in video game history in my opinion with Voss. The platinum is very straightforward, just clear out the map, and it's very simple. It was remastered to PS4, the Far Cry 3 Classic Edition, which I also have on the list. This one's an easy A tier for me. I'm gonna probably put this one above Resident Evil 5. Maybe you're like right there, high A tier. Mass Effect 3. I absolutely love this game. I love the whole series. It's maybe my favorite series of all time. I think this game is overhated. Now, I will say, kind of in the defense of the haters, is that when this game came out, the ending of the story was weak. And when you have a series like Mass Effect that's so focused on story, so focused on the narrative, and so dependent on the preceding game, it's a series that kind of builds on itself to the ultimate end at the end of Mass Effect 3. So you expect it to be this great finish, and it just wasn't. Now they patched it and improved it a little bit, but it's a reasonable kind of criticism of Mass Effect 3. But if you take away that one component, just the ending of the story, I think it's an otherwise fantastic game. I think it has the best combat in the trilogy. I think the story up until that point is still great. I think the squad-based combat, like I said, the squad mates are still great. I think it's a great game. It does have some multiplayer trophies that take some time to get through, but I actually really loved the multiplayer in this game. I played it a lot for fun. It's kind of like wave-based combat where you have waves of different enemy like Rachni, Geth, you know, all the different enemies that you face in the Mass Effect series. It's kind of like wave-based, and I thought it was super fun. There's some trophies tied to it, but they're really not all that demanding. Again, I think Mass Effect 3 is overhated. For me, this is definitely B tier at least. I love this game. I love every game in the Mass Effect series. I like Mass Effect 3 more than Mass Effect 1. So for me, I'm actually going to put this in low A. That might be a hot take for this list, but it's my list. That's where it's going. Uncharted 3, this is maybe the most overlooked and forgotten about Uncharted for some reason. I thought this was really good. It looked graphically amazing when it came out. I remember just being in awe at some of the cutscenes. Fun game. I mean, it's like they just polished some of the things from the previous games. I don't think it's as good as Uncharted 2, but I think Uncharted 2 is just like the pinnacle of the series. Like it's so fantastic. It's hard to match. There are some very quick and easy online trophies, but they're no longer obtainable because the servers have shut down for this a long time ago. I really like Uncharted 3. I think it's great. I'm gonna maybe put this one. I'm gonna put it a hair above Uncharted 1. Uncharted 1 is just kind of dated a bit. You know, it was the first Uncharted game. They were kind of discovering themselves as a series. Uncharted 3 is a lot more polished. It looks a lot better. It runs smoother. It's you know, not as original. Like it doesn't do anything amazing that wasn't in the previous Uncharted games, but it's a little bit more polished, and that's really the only thing that kind of puts it a hair above the original. The Walking Dead, for me personally, this is an S tier. Now that might be a hot take for this list as well, but never saw the show, but I had heard this was a good game, and to this day, this is maybe the most surprisingly good game I've ever played. The character development in this game and the consequences of the choices that you make in this game are just unmatched. First Telltale game I ever played. It's very story focused, very character driven. You get invested in the characters in this game. There's a character named Clementine. She's a young little girl, and I have a niece who at the time was like around her age. And the ending of this story, the ending of this game is so gripping, and this is the first game that ever made me cry, honestly. It's very emotional, fantastic story, fantastic character development, also a very easy platinum. If you know anything about the Telltale games, they're very easy platinums. Some people might call them shovelware. I don't think they are. I think they're just very easy platinums. You get the platinum just by completing the game. And so in my opinion, that kind of makes it a good trophy list because you're playing the game as the developer intends you to play it. It's just you're playing the game as you naturally would. You're not really worrying about the trophies, but you're getting rewarded for beating the game. This is a fantastic game, amazing story, amazing character development, and that's why it's going in S tier. The platinum is basically a gimme, so it's not challenging, it's not anything that you have to put effort into, but it's like a reward for playing an amazing game. Prototype 2, I didn't love this one as much as I liked the first one. I still think it's a serviceable hack and slash game. It's fun to play. The platinum is a lot easier than the first one for sure. I just didn't care for the story change up in the second one. That's really my only gripe with it. I don't remember a ton about it. It is Prototype. It's very similar in gameplay style to the first game. Not a bad game, not an amazing game. It's kind of in that mid category. So I'll put it in low B there. Battlefield 4, again, I was really into Battlefield at this point. I kind of remember this being the point where I started to lose a little bit of interest in Battlefield because it didn't feel like it did much different from the previous games that I had played. I found it a little bit disappointing, not to say that it was a bad game or anything like that, but coming off of Battlefield 3 and Bad Company 2, I guess I was just expecting something so much greater and better, and I didn't really find that with Battlefield 4. Again, I think it's still a good game. The platinum is not too bad. The platinum is definitely easier than, I would say, Battlefield Bad Company 2. Again, it's not like my favorite Battlefield game ever, but platinum-wise, it's definitely doable. It's not difficult, not extremely time-consuming. There's a little bit of online multiplayer that you gotta get through, but nothing like Battlefield Bad Company 2. I'm gonna probably put this one. I do like it better than Modern Warfare 3 and Killzone 3. So I'm gonna maybe put it like here. The Darkness 2, this was a unique little game. I don't know if I ever played the original Darkness, but this game you play as like a a gangster, I think, and you get overcome with this like demon called the Darkness. And so you're dual wielding weapons, and then you also have this like demon that it's like two demon heads over your shoulder. So you can shoot with two guns, and then you can also kind of have this demon go out and attack enemies. So it's kind of unique. It's really weird. Interesting story. I would definitely play another one in the series. It's a fun little serviceable shooter game. In terms of ranking, I might put this one kind of in this general area, maybe here, maybe above Prototype 2. I might put it above Dead to Rights, even, just a hair. God of War 2, not my favorite God of War game, but still, I mean, that original trilogy, I think they're all amazing. This one, let's see, where do I have the original God of War? Right there. This God of War 2, I think it also has another like Challenge of the Titans, Challenge of the Gods type trophy. This one, I'm gonna maybe put just a hair above Uncharted 3. I like God of War 1 and 3 better than 2, but you can't go wrong with that original trilogy. It's fantastic. Shadows of the Damned, this is a really kind of unique, I don't know if I'd call it a survival horror. It's not really that. It's kind of like Resident Evil 5 in the sense that it's more action focused. You're fighting like demons. The one kind of unfortunate thing about the trophy list is that the difficulty trophies don't stack, so you have to beat the game 3 times on the 3 different difficulties, which is unfortunate. I mean, I don't know why games require you to do this. If you beat the game on the hardest difficulty, you should get all the difficulty trophies, because it's just forcing you to do additional playthroughs for the sake of additional playthroughs. So otherwise, a very fun and funny game. It's got some humor that's really funny. Garcia Hotspur, I think, is a super memorable character, and there's some interesting boss fights. The story's intriguing. I know this was remastered very recently, like in the last year or two. I really like this game, but I am going to ding it a little bit because of the 3 playthroughs. I think that's just dumb. There's a couple games on my list that have that, where the trophy difficulties don't stack, and I think it's unfortunate, and yeah, it's the reason that I'm going to put it in C tier. God of War 3, maybe the best game in that original trilogy. Fantastic, great boss fights. It looks great. I have this one on PS4 as well. The final boss fight against Zeus is iconic. There were spots in this game that actually had me struggling a bit on hard. There were some parts where I was just getting my butt kicked, and it took some practice to get through, but fantastic game. Like I said, that original God of War trilogy is just incredible. So easy A tier for me with God of War 3. GTA 5. PS3 version. Now I'm gonna have to put this one in D tier. The reason is really because of the online trophy for getting to level 100. Now, I got this platinum before the heists, so there weren't a lot of ways to rank up quickly in this original PS3 version, and it took a very long time to reach level 100. I was basically doing survival game mode over and over and over again for dozens of hours, just repeating the same maps over and over again. The single player, obviously in every GTA game, takes quite a while to 100%, and then when you tack on that massive multiplayer grind to reach level 100, it just wasn't fun. I know there are ways now to rank up a lot quicker, but again, this was the PS3 version. This was well before the heist ever came out. So it was really just playing the same game modes over and over and over again. And I wasn't like a die-hard GTA Online player. I wasn't playing it a ton because I was having fun with it. I was playing it to grind to level 100. And I just couldn't wait till it was done, and it was just super tedious. So for that reason alone, that's what put it in D tier. I don't really mind spending the time getting the 100% in the single player, because I really liked the single player in that game. I think GTA 5 is a great game, but grinding the online multiplayer ranks was not enjoyable. Far Cry 4, another great open world Far Cry game. I don't think it's as good as Far Cry 3, but I think it's very close. Very similar style game. Clear out the map. Pagan Min is another memorable villain, but not on the level of Voss in my opinion. There's actually a really cool exploit in this game where you can actually get to the very end of the game, like in the first 20 minutes. You start off the game and you're sitting at a table, and Pagan Min tells you to just sit still. And if you sit still for like 20 minutes, he'll come back and basically take you to the end of the game. It's kind of like this Easter egg where you get to the end of the game immediately. There's no trophy implications for that, but it's just kind of a cool note. Again, fun game. I think for me, it's a A tier, and actually this is the first game that I've ever gotten the platinum in twice. So this is gonna come up again here. Let's see, where am I gonna put this? I might put it right behind the Saboteur. Infamous Second Son. This was also in my video on the best platinum trophies on PlayStation video. Fantastic. It definitely looks the best of all the Infamous games. Story-wise, it's probably my least favorite. Like Delsin didn't like click with me as much as Cole did in the original two games. But in terms of gameplay, like they added new different elements that you could absorb and use as weapons. Graphically, this is by far the best looking game. It runs great. I mean, even for a 2014 PS4 game, this game still looks incredible. So I think it's still a very good game. I think all the Infamous games are great, to be honest. So I feel comfortable putting it kind of right next to those other Infamous games. Infamous First Light, to be honest, I don't remember a ton about this one. It kind of felt like a offshoot, almost like a long DLC, like a half game. I guess I would compare it to like Miles Morales, Spider-Man Miles Morales. It felt longer than a DLC, but it felt shorter than all the other games in the series. So for that reason, I'm gonna maybe put this one a bit lower. I still think it's a fun game. It's very similar to Second Son. Again, I don't remember a ton about this one compared to some of the others, but I remember enjoying it. It's again, an easy, fairly straightforward platinum. I think I'll put this one in low A. The Order 1886. This is a really cool game. Pretty short. I mean, that's like the biggest knock against this game that you hear from everybody, is that it's just too short, and I agree. But otherwise, it looks fantastic. Like some of the cutscenes and game, even the gameplay. Like this has some of the best looking gameplay up until that point that I had ever come across. Very polished visually. It's fun to play. I mean, it's very like a realistic, but also with a little bit of sci-fi and supernatural element to it. The story kind of falls apart a little bit in the end. You're kind of expecting there to be a sequel, but obviously we never got one. I would definitely recommend this one if you could get it for cheap. It's just a little short. I guess that would be my biggest complaint about it. But again, fun game, easy platinum. I would probably put this one in B tier, maybe just below Just Cause 2. Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor. This one is a very good game, open world. The combat is very similar to like Arkham Asylum, where you've got square to attack, triangle to counter. Open world game, kind of like a lot of Ubisoft games where you're just clearing camps and clearing things on the map. Obviously, it has the iconic Nemesis system, which was like a really cool feature, really cool mechanic that still gets talked about to this day, where your enemies would kind of remember you and you would basically create rivalries with certain enemies. So super fun game. I definitely need to play the sequel. No real reason why I haven't yet, but very fun game. I remember enjoying this one quite a bit. I'm gonna probably put this one right about here. Guacamelee. This is a fun little kind of side-scrolling beat 'em up with a little bit of platforming, but it's mostly a beat 'em up. You're kind of going through these different areas, defeating enemies. There's some boss fights. If you're into like Latino culture, you might be interested in this one. You play as a luchador. There are some challenge rooms that you have to complete, which can get a little tricky. You've got a bunch of enemies that you have to take care of, and I remember struggling with a few of them, but fun game, pretty short, not a super difficult or time-consuming platinum. I think there's a second game out there, but I haven't played it. But I don't know, if you like beat 'em up games, this would probably be right up your alley. It's not a genre that I play a ton of, but I would still put it in B tier, maybe bottom B. Battlefield Hardline, man. So I'm gonna try not to think about the DLC trophies when I rank this game, because if I was including DLC, this would be in hot garbage in a heartbeat. I've ranted about this game so many times in the absurd DLC trophies in this game, but again, I'm only taking into consideration just the base game, just the platinum. This isn't the hardest platinum in the world. It doesn't take that much time. I want to say I did boost score a little bit when this game first came out. Basically, like, there were a lot of people boosting this, so I would just find a server where people were boosting XP, and I would just join, boost XP, because there's a trophy where you have to unlock a certain weapon. I think it's like the MAC-10, and then get like a certain amount of kills with it. But it takes quite a bit of XP to unlock it. So a lot of the grind really is just ranking up in multiplayer enough to unlock that weapon. This Battlefield at the time was probably one of the weakest Battlefield games on the market. It was this cops and robbers formula, which is, you know, kind of like a refreshing mix-up for the series. It started to feel like a lot of these games were identical every time they came out, like it's one army against another army, and every game kind of started to feel a little similar. Well, Battlefield Hardline turned it into this cops versus robbers. It's kind of like a reskin. I kind of equate this to Far Cry Primal. You know, Far Cry games were very similar. You had Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, which felt very similar in gameplay style, and even, you know, just how they looked. Far Cry Primal came out, and it was this entirely different era. It was like 10,000 BC. You play as like a caveman. Again, the gameplay is pretty similar. It's still a Far Cry game. It's still an open world where you're clearing bandit camps, going through a story, but it's like this different skin on this known gameplay formula. I don't hate Hardline as a game. I think it's still a good game. I had fun with the online multiplayer. It is Battlefield. It's not my favorite Battlefield, but I still had fun with the campaign. In the campaign, you have to, like, there are certain missions where you have to arrest people instead of just killing them. So, like, there was a game, Ready or Not, that came out recently where you get extra points if you arrest enemies instead of just killing them all. Well, I want to say in Hardline there are some trophies where you have to actually arrest enemies instead of just killing them all, which adds a little bit of kind of a unique challenge to the game. Again, kind of switches things up a little bit, does something new. Is it the best Battlefield game ever? No, but I had fun with it. I'm going to probably put this one, again, putting all the DLC out of mind, I'm going to put this one maybe in low B here. Maybe here. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. This is probably the easiest Call of Duty I can remember beating on the hardest difficulty. Typically, when you play a Call of Duty on Veteran, it's quite a challenge. Like almost every other Call of Duty that I've cleared presented a real challenge on the hardest difficulty. But this one was just super easy. You have an exosuit that really gives you some kind of overpowered abilities, and I just remember this one being really easy. I also had quite a bit of fun with the exo zombies in this game. I know like a lot of people hated it. You know, it's like you're in an exosuit. It doesn't feel like the classic zombies modes. And I know a lot of people in general just didn't like some of the futuristic additions that Call of Duty started implementing around this time. I don't remember a ton about this game's campaign other than it was easy and that it had Kevin Spacey in it. So I might put this one in high C tier. Again, I don't think it was a terrible game, but it's maybe my least favorite Call of Duty that I have platinumed. Far Cry 4, like I said before, I think this was the first game I ever platinumed twice. I enjoyed it that much that I was willing to platinum it twice. The PS4 version is a little bit more polished. It looks a little bit better, but I believe it's identical trophy list, so I'm going to put those two right next to one another. Deadpool, this was a fun little hack and slash game. Thankfully, I played this way before this game got super expensive. Like if you look this game up now, it's kind of rare and it's pretty pricey. It's a fun little hack and slash game. It's got that Deadpool humor. It's, you know, very quirky and it can be challenging at times. It's not like the greatest hack and slash game ever made, but it's fun to play. I might put this one maybe just a hair above The Darkness 2. Batman Arkham Knight. Man, I remember being so hyped for this game. I still to this day watch the trailers for this game, but probably a couple times a year. I think this is visually definitely the best looking Arkham game ever. Flying through Gotham in this game is just so satisfying. I played this so much when it came out. I want to say I pre-ordered this because I was so hyped for it, and like the second it came out, I was just playing it nonstop. I played through it and like instantly went into New Game Plus and played through it again. I do think the Batmobile is overused, and I think this probably has the worst boss fights in the entire series, which is unfortunate because the rest of the game I think is fantastic. I think the side missions are great. Being the first one on PS4, obviously it looked great visually. The blacks, you know, when rain hits your bat suit and you're gliding through Gotham in the rain, it just looks amazing. This was one of the most enjoyable experiences on PS4 that I had. And again, I don't love the overuse of the Batmobile. I just love this game. Maybe this is a personal choice, maybe this is a hot take, but for me this is going in A tier. pretty high up too. Rocket League. So this is a kind of an interesting one. This was like a sleeper hit for me. This was a free PS Plus game, and I don't like soccer, and I don't really care for Destruction Derby type games. Like Twisted Metal, it's fun, okay, but I'm not like a huge Twisted Metal fan. It's definitely not my favorite genre, so I was kind of skeptical when this game came out, but this ended up being one of my most played games ever and one of my favorite games of all time. I put like 1,600 hours into this game. I remember when the game first came out, I wanted to get the platinum quickly, so some of the trophies I got with like 2 controllers, because you can get most of the trophies just 1v1 against a second controller and just let it sit and do nothing. So a lot of the trophies were very easy to get that way. There was a trophy for driving like 50 kilometers or 500 kilometers, some very long distance. And I remember rubber banding my controller one day and letting it sit there for hours and hours and just driving in circles until I finally got it. And doing it that way, it's not the most enjoyable platinum. But the truth of the matter is that I probably would have got this platinum completely naturally over 1,600 hours of play. So again, it's one of my favorite games of all time. The platinum, the way that I got it, wasn't the most enjoyable, but I kind of have to balance that against the fact that I played it for 1,600 hours. So I love the game. The trophy list is entirely doable. I think there was a trophy where you had to trade with a player and they got rid of that feature, so I can't really speak on it now, but entirely doable platinum when it came out. And again, if I would have just played it normally, I probably would have gotten this platinum just naturally, just by accident. So I'm going to probably put this one pretty high just because, like I said, it's one of my most played games of all time. I might put it right behind Arkham Knight. Arkham City, so I think this is the best Arkham game in that original trilogy. Story-wise, boss fight-wise, they improved and kind of expanded so many things from Arkham Asylum, which was already, like, when Arkham Asylum came out, it was one of the best, maybe the best superhero game ever made. And then Arkham City came out and kind of just blew it out of the water. It improved in every possible way. Fantastic story, great voice acting. If you love Batman games or comics, there's a ton of fan service, but even if you're not all into comics, this is just an amazing game. The world of Gotham feels lived in. These games actually make you feel like Batman, and that's like such an overused cliche at this point, but it's really true. When you play this game for the first time, it's really incredible. This game is also in my video on the best platinum trophies on PlayStation, so for all those reasons, I'm gonna maybe just put this one a hair above Arkham Knight. Arkham Asylum, like I said, when this game came out, it was maybe the best superhero game ever made. I still think it's fantastic. It does feel a bit janky and outdated now that some recent Arkham games have come out and kind of improved in a lot of aspects. Some of the Predator challenges were pretty tough in this game. I remember in order to get the platinum, I had to basically look up a video of somebody else doing it and just copy them exactly. So, I'm gonna maybe dock it a little bit for that. I still think it's a fantastic game. Like I said, the Predator challenges in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, they can be pretty tough. You might need to watch somebody else do them and kind of just replicate their movements. The combat challenges are pretty easy. I never really struggled with those. But Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, both fantastic games. I think Arkham City and Arkham Knight just improved in so many ways on that original game, but that original game is still, in my opinion, revolutionary. So easy A tier for me. Hitman Absolution. This is actually the only Hitman game I've ever really put serious time into and actually completed all the way through. I had a lot of fun with it. You have to kind of complete every mission with like a high enough ranking, so you got to do it like either quickly or under certain conditions. There's some trophies where you have to like kill certain targets in certain ways, like you got to kill this target using poison or something like that. I don't remember a ton about the story, but I remember having fun with this one. It takes a lot of replaying of missions, but again, I had a ton of fun with this one. I really need to play some of the newer Hitman games, but I do remember enjoying this one. I'm gonna probably put this one in mid B tier. Maybe here. I know it's not the most loved Hitman game, but I don't really have a lot to compare it to. Drive Club. This game, it looks very good. It's kind of like the first big simulation style racing game that came out on the PS4. I don't know if this was a PS4 launch title or if it just came out shortly after, but it was super hyped up. It was kind of tough. Like, this is a racing game where if you don't hit these laps perfectly, you're going to get beat by the computer. So you got to hit these laps perfectly. It's very easy to spin out. Like, if you turn the stick too far to the left or to the right, you'll go off track and then you're way behind. So it's kind of challenging in that respect. It's also a bit grindy. I remember there's a trophy where you got to do a certain amount of drifting, and then there's like some challenges that you have to like do this a certain amount of times. And I remember spending a lot of time near the end just drifting or doing the same kind of thing over and over and over again. So I remember it not being the most enjoyable platinum. So I'm going to probably dock it a little bit for that. I might put it in C tier here. The Bureau XCOM Declassified. Now, I don't have a ton of experience with the XCOM games. I do have a few of them on my backlog, so I intend to play more of them soon. The gameplay in this game is kind of like Mass Effect, where it's like squad-based combat. You can kind of order teammates to do certain things, so this one is in third person. I think a lot of the other XCOM games are like isometric top-down view, but this one is more like Mass Effect style, where it's third person. You've got squad mates. You can have them like go behind cover. You can order them to attack certain enemies, and they've got like different abilities. And I want to say that your teammates can actually be permanently killed in this one, which I know is a common theme in the XCOM games. I had a ton of fun with this one. It's not like the greatest game ever made. I would put it in that kind of mid category. Again, I had fun with it. I might put this one low B, maybe just a hair above Guacamelee. Super Exploding Zoo. This was another PS Plus game. This was a platinum that I just kind of wanted to get it over with. Like, I played this one because it was a free plus game, and then I didn't really enjoy it, but I wanted to get the platinum. So there was 1 or 2 trophies that I had to boost. There's a trophy where you have to like end a match in a certain way, and the only way you could end the match in that way is on a very specific map. And there weren't a lot of people playing this. It's not like a super popular game. Now, I don't want to shit on the game because it's not like a terrible game, but it's just not really my thing. It's kind of like, I don't want to say childish, but it's got a very childish artistic style. I don't really know how to describe it. It's kind of like a puzzle game, I guess you could say. I don't remember a ton about it. I just remember not loving it. And again, I just wanted to get the platinum done. I'm going to put it in D tier, mainly because it's just not my type of game. Again, I don't want to criticize it. It has some artistic value, but again, it just really wasn't for me. The original Mass Effect. So I never played the original because it was on like Xbox 360. It wasn't on a PlayStation console when it first came out. It didn't come out until after Mass Effect 2. So I played Mass Effect 2, loved it. And then when this was ported to PS3, I went back and played it. Unfortunately, I think Mass Effect 2 is vastly superior in every way. I think the story in Mass Effect is great. You know, fighting Saren and all the, you know, all the story elements are fine, and even the RPG components are still enjoyable. Like, it's a fine RPG, but the gameplay and gunplay feels outdated. Some of the enemies are just super tanky in this game. Like, you're firing magazine after magazine into enemies, and their health bar is just going down, you know, so slowly. So there's some tedium involved. It's just, it doesn't feel as good as Mass Effect 2 or 3. I still think it's good. I do think that if you're going to play the trilogy, that you should probably start with the first one and play through them that way. But again, not my favorite Mass Effect. It's probably my least favorite Mass Effect game. I would even maybe put Andromeda above it for a lot of reasons. Again, it's great in the story department, but a lot of the other parts of the game feel a bit outdated. So I'm going to probably put it there in low B. Arkham Origins. So I think this game is great. It's another game that I think is overhated. I think it's, you know, got a great story. I think it has some gameplay elements that aren't in any of the other Arkham games, like the Executioner gloves, stuff like that. I think it also has some of the best boss fights in the entire series, like the fight against Deathstroke is great. The thing about this Platinum that really makes it tedious and grueling is the online multiplayer. So it's got a multiplayer mode where it's heroes versus criminals. So you either play on the heroes side, where you're Batman, Robin, Catwoman, I think, maybe Nightwing, or you're criminals. So you have guns and it's 2 teams facing one another. Well, there's a couple trophies that are just exceptionally difficult if you're going to try and get them legit. And I didn't boost any of this game, so I did all these trophies legit, and I just remember playing it non-stop for a couple weeks straight. There's one trophy in particular where you have to get 6 separate takedowns against 6 separate enemies, 6 unique takedowns. So like there's a bunch of different ways you could take down an enemy, like inverted takedown, great takedown, corner takedown, silent takedown. You have to get 6 of them against 6 different enemies. So you can't take down the same opponent twice, and you can't use the same takedown twice. So it takes a lot of luck to have opponents in the right spot, the right time to get these very specific takedowns. I just remember struggling with this a ton and just being so stressed out and so glad when it finally popped. Definitely one of my most proud platinums because again, I didn't boost any of it. Very, very challenging platinum, probably the hardest Arkham platinum, but because of that one trophy that I recall just being super stressful, I'm gonna have to put this one in D tier. Again, very difficult to get just naturally. God of War Chains of Olympus and Ghosts of Sparta, I'm gonna kind of group these together a little bit. To be honest, I don't remember a whole lot about these, but I remember them being God of War games. And those original God of War games, it says PSP there, but this is the PS3 HD remaster collection or something like that. I think these were released as a collection together. I played these like, one after the other. Again, I don't remember a lot about them, but I remember them being God of War games. And I think all of those original God of War games on PS2, PS3 are fantastic. In fact, I've never played a bad God of War game. I think every single one that I've played is fantastic. So I'm going to maybe rank these a little bit lower than the other ones, but I still think they're very good games. I'm going to probably put these in low A. Maybe just a hair below Dante's Inferno. Dead Nation, so this is a top-down twin-stick shooter from Housemarque. Housemarque, they made Returnal, Resogun. They make games that are tremendously fun to play. They really know how to do gameplay well. Twin-stick shooters is a genre that I really love, so I play a lot of them. I love Dead Nation. I've got it on PS3 and PS4. I would love to get a sequel or even like a PS5 version. Fantastic game. It's got online co-op. In fact, I think you have to complete the campaign in co-op for a trophy. There are some parts that can be pretty tough. You got to beat like the story on the second highest difficulty, and I think you just got to beat one mission on the highest difficulty. But there are some tough parts where there's a lot of zombies coming at you, and some of these zombies can kill you in one hit, so you kind of have to plan out what weapons you use and what upgrades you put into them. But super fun game. I love this style of game, top-down twin-stick shooters. For me, this is an A tier, and I think about this game regularly, and I would definitely do it a third time. I think I'm gonna maybe put this one just below Sleeping Dogs. Nope, just below Mass Effect 3. God of War Ascension. Again, this is another one that I don't remember a ton about, but I think this was more like a early Kratos. And I think this is the only God of War game with a multiplayer trophy as well. I think it's an easy one, but again, all these God of War games on PS2, PS3, I loved every single one of them. Like, I can't really complain about any of them. I'd maybe put this one on the same level as Chains of Olympus and Ghosts of Sparta. Again, not as iconic as that original trilogy, but still fantastic. If you like hack and slash games, you can't go wrong with any of these God of War games. Madden 12. This is another one that I don't remember a ton about. It's not one that pops out in my head as like an all-time great Madden. Looking through the trophy list though, this one is the first one I think I played that had Madden Ultimate Team, which is a mode that I kind of despise at this point. You have to get a MUT team up to a 80 rating. So basically what that means is that you have to keep playing, keep getting better and better players, better and better cards until your overall rating of your team is an 80. So you have to spend quite a bit of time playing Madden Ultimate Team. I think Madden Ultimate Team is fun on paper, but it's definitely flawed. It's pay to win. I'm going to rant about it a little bit more when I talk about Madden 15. So I'm going to maybe, because of the Madden Ultimate Team, I might put this one just a hair below Madden 11. L.A. Noire. This is like, I feel like this is one of Rockstar's most slept on and underappreciated games. I think this one's super good. It's not like, I wouldn't call it a GTA clone because it's a lot more linear. You're a detective and you're trying to solve cases, so a lot of the game is interviewing suspects and victims. This game really kind of focused on facial animation, so I think it still has some of the best facial animation in any game. but the whole kind of purpose behind the game is to try and tell if a person is lying based on their faces. And sometimes it's tough because sometimes the facial response doesn't really make sense based on whether they're lying or telling the truth. It's unique. It's not something that you see in any other game, and part of the reason is because facial animation just wasn't up to that point where it could be possible. But I still think it's a fantastic game. I think some of the cases are really fun to solve. I did all the DLC, and I also did this on PS4 as well. Not my favorite Rockstar game, but I still think it's great, and I would probably do it a third time if it came out on PS5 or something like that. In fact, I should probably do the VR version. But I'm going to probably put this one... You do have to 5-star every case, so you have to like find every clue, you know, call out every person who's lying, stuff like that. You have to do like every case perfectly, but it's not really that difficult. But again, I really like this game. I'm going to maybe put this one like here, mid-B tier. GTA 3. So this is a very nostalgic game for me. This was the first kind of open world game where you could just do whatever you wanted. And I remember being blown away by this game as like a 13-year-old, getting it for Christmas one year on PS2. So it's very nostalgic for me. I will say, admittedly, that it hasn't aged the best. Now this is the PS4 port, the original PS4 port. This is not the definitive edition. So that's worth noting. The definitive edition kind of changed the graphics a bit, and it also improved some of the controls. This original PS4 port still had those janky controls, so shooting was very rough. Like aiming with a sniper rifle is just not enjoyable at all in this game. So, you know, it's very janky in some respects, but it's still one of my favorite games of all time, largely because of the nostalgia purposes. I think the story is incredible. I am going to dock it a little bit because of the janky controls, but not too much because, like I said, it's just an iconic game for me. And even with the janky controls, I was still had a ton of fun playing it. Maybe put it there. Mad Max, this is a super fun game. Another surprisingly good game. I think when this game was announced, nobody expected this game to be good because, I mean, most games based on movies aren't that great. Most games based on non-video game IPs aren't that great. This game came out and it was just really good. The combat was very similar to Arkham Asylum, where you got square to attack, triangle to counter, and then a lot of the rest of the game, you know, the car combat is really good. So you're in this like kind of dune buggy style car, and you can upgrade it, make it faster, put weapons on it, and you can kind of ram into other vehicles and blow them up. So the combat's great, the car combat's great. There's things on the map that you have to clear out, you know, camps that you have to clear out, enemies to defeat. Overall, really fun game. There is an online trophy, which I'm not even sure why it's an online trophy. There's a list of challenges that you have to complete, and for some reason, one of them requires an online connection. You can't even play co-op in this game, so I'm not sure why it's even an online trophy. But it's notoriously impossible to get because it requires an online connection to the servers. I managed to get it, you know, when the servers were still available. Again, I had a ton of fun with this game. I think it's a great game. It's just a bit unfortunate that that trophy is no longer attainable, but if you happen to get this one before those servers closed, this was a really fun game, surprisingly good game. I might put this one just a hair above Infamous First Light. A Black Ops 1. So this one, really good game. I really like the campaign in this one. I really like the zombies in this one as well. Some iconic maps, Kino der Toten, for example. There is a Zombies Trophy Sacrificial Lamb that does take some luck or some coordination with other players to get, but not exceptionally difficult, not super time consuming. Fun game, great game. I still play this every once in a while. I'll boot this up and play some zombies with randoms. Really fun game. And actually Treyarch just announced that they're remastering this one to, I assume, PS5. They're remastering or reporting Black Ops 1 and 2, so looking forward to playing this one again. I'm going to probably put this one in low A tier. Like I said, some of those zombie trophies can be a little tricky, but nothing that's too impossible. Duke Nukem Forever, definitely one of the most disappointing games ever made. I mean, this game had a super long development cycle. Like, it was in development for like 10 to 15 years, and it came out and it was just disappointing. It felt like it didn't look that great. It wasn't super fun. It still got that crude Duke Nukem humor, but it kind of felt childish for people who played it when this game came out, it just didn't feel like it was that good. It wasn't a great shooter compared to everything else that was out around that time. So this one, I think I'm going to put this one in D tier. Just not a great game overall. Uncharted 2, this one is in my, well, technically the remastered version is, but this one's in my video on best platinums on PlayStation. I think it's the best Uncharted game in that original trilogy. Now, I don't think this one's technically doable anymore because there are a couple online trophies, but in terms of the game itself, fantastic game, and the rest of the trophy list is entirely manageable. It's by far the best in that original trilogy, so I'm gonna actually put this one fairly high. Probably, honestly, I might put it right. I just keep creeping it up. I'm gonna put it right here. It's a phenomenal game, and if you get the remastered version without the online trophies, it's still obviously entirely doable. Minecraft. Now, I actually really like Minecraft. I love games that are kind of give you unlimited freedom, let you just do whatever you want. I love games where you can kind of gather, mine, and build stuff. You know, build forts. This game is basically endless for what you can build, and that's kind of what makes it so popular. This is one of the most popular games of all time. There are some trophies that can be a little tricky, but there are also a lot of worlds that you can just plug in the world seed, and basically, like, people have worlds that are built for trophies. Like, if you go online and just type in like a Minecraft trophy world, you can find people who have created worlds that make it easier to get some of these trophies. So you just type that seed number in, or whatever, or however that works. It's been a while since I played it, but some of these trophies can get a lot easier to earn. Now, I managed to get all the DLC trophies in this as well, and this is a game I would love to go back to Minecraft and play it. It's a game that people think is for kids, and there are a lot of gameplay elements that are kind of simple, but it's still a fun game. It's like I said, you have almost unlimited freedom. I actually had a lot of fun playing it, and I'd love to go back to it someday. So I'm gonna probably give this one mid B tier. I might put it just a hair above Modern Warfare 3. No, I can't do that. I'm gonna put it right behind Bad Company 2. Crysis 3, third entry in the trilogy. Decent enough shooter. I mean, it's not like my favorite. It's not my favorite shooter series of all time. I think all three of the games are fun, but they're not amazing. Like, I wouldn't say they're the best shooters ever. I wouldn't say it's the best series ever. It's cool using the super suit. You know, you have like super strength. You can go invisible, stuff like that. They added the bow and arrow in Crysis 3, which is fun to use. The online trophies are kind of a pain in the ass. I can't remember if I boosted them or not. I also did the DLC. I feel like I boosted the DLC, but I can't remember the base game. But some of the base game multiplayer trophies are kind of tedious, so I'm gonna probably knock it a little bit for that. But I still think it was a fun game. I had fun with it. But yeah, I think a lot of this rating here is going to be based on those online trophies. I might put it just a hair below Advanced Warfare. GTA Vice City, again, this is the original PS4 port, not the definitive edition. So this one, unfortunately, was a pretty tedious experience. There's one trophy in particular that requires you to reach Godfather rank. And there's a few different kind of factors that go into your ranking. And one of them is accuracy. Another is, like, you know, as you complete missions and do different things, blow up cars, kill people, all these things increase your rank. Well, Godfather rank is, I believe, the max rank, and it takes a very long time. Like, if you were only going to kill people and get it that way, it would take you extremely long. There is a way to do it from a fresh save slot using the accuracy exploit, which basically involves using a helicopter with miniguns on it and just shooting at like a blown up car or something like that for a while, and eventually your accuracy will be like so high that it will artificially inflate your ranking and get you the trophy. That's like the easiest and simplest way to do it. But I was stubborn. I didn't want to start a new save file. I wanted to do it on my original save file to have everything on one save. And so I did this like near the end of the platinum, and the only way I could do it was I took like, I want to say 3 helicopters, and I put them inside one of my house's garages. So basically what happens is if you put a vehicle in a garage and blow it up, when the garage door shuts and reopens, that car will respawn, or that vehicle will respawn. So I had like 2 or 3 helicopters in garages, and I was inputting the destroy all vehicles cheat over and over and over again for hours. Like I would say probably 8 to 10 hours total. Like I think it took me a couple days, I want to say. And basically you'd blow up all the vehicles, the garage door would shut, respawn the vehicles, and I was just inputting that cheat code over and over and over. So I have specifically a pretty unenjoyable experience with this game, but I could have avoided that. That said, you know, I am basing this on the Platinum experience, and my experience with this Platinum was not super enjoyable. And so for that reason alone, again, I love Vice City. I love that original GTA trilogy. All three of them. I would love to play all three of them again. I have the Platinums in every GTA game multiple times, and I'd gladly do them all again. But this specific version, I recall just being super tedious. And so for that reason, I'm going to drop it down here to low C. Saints Row 4. This is another Saints Row game that I really loved. I think this one is, I don't think people love this one as much as 3, but this one got way more ridiculous than the third one. Somehow in the beginning of the game, you become the president of the United States. You also get access to superpowers, so you can super sprint and jump like over buildings. You get like all these incredible superpowers. It's just crazy over the top, but I had a ton of fun with it. I thought it was a blast to play. I think it's right up there for me personally with Saints Row 3, and so I'm gonna put it right next to Saints Row 3. GTA San Andreas, so definitely a better experience than Vice City. Strangely enough though, of this original trilogy that was ported to PS4, San Andreas is the only one that didn't require you to 100% the game. You only had to reach like 60 something percent. Like you had to do certain parts of the 100%, and I want to say you had to get all the collectibles, but you didn't have to do everything that goes into 100%ing the game, which was strange. And I had 100% of the game many times on PS2. I've since done it on PS4, and it's one of my favorite games of all time. It just felt a little odd that the game didn't require you to 100% the game. Now, I am going to knock it a tiny bit for that, but I would still rather do that Platinum 1,000 times over than Vice City or even GTA 3, that original PS4 ported GTA 3. The controls are a lot better in San Andreas. San Andreas as a game is just, I think it's the best in the trilogy. A lot of people are partial to Vice City, but me personally, I think San Andreas is the best one in that trilogy. So I'm actually going to put this one fairly high in B tier. I'm going to maybe put it just a hair above, maybe just above Just Cause 2. Tropico 5, this is the first kind of city builder game that I ever put serious time into. This was a free plus game. I wasn't really familiar with city builder and simulation style games like that. This one was actually challenging. The way this game works is you're the president of kind of like a Caribbean country, I guess, and you play across multiple different maps and different islands. So mission 1, you might be on island 1. Mission 2, you might be on island 2. Mission 3, you might be on island 3. And then mission 4, you go back to mission 1. And so the way you leave your kind of country in mission 1 is exactly how you're going to start off in mission 4. So the tricky part of that is if you don't have your country kind of set up properly and have it equipped to be able to handle what you're going to need to do in mission 4, you might have to go back to mission 1, redo mission 1, then redo mission 2, 3 again, so you can get back to mission 4 and be better equipped to complete that mission. I had to do that a few times, so I remember struggling with this a lot, but a lot of that had to do with understanding the various mechanics of the game. So you're the president of this country, you have all these different kind of mechanics that are kind of interacting with one another. You have elections in the game, so you have to keep your citizens happy, otherwise they'll kind of revolt. You can also lose the election, and if you lose the election at any point in the game, it's an instant fail, and you go back to your autosave or the start of the mission. There's a lot of ways you can fail the mission, or if you just, there might be an objective in a mode to produce a certain amount of a product. Well, there might be input that's required to make that product, like iron ore. Maybe you need iron ore to make that product. Well, if you mine all the iron ore on the map and use it for something else or trade it away, and there's no iron ore left, well, then you can't make that product. And then you're kind of soft locked out of completing that objective. So it can be tricky if you don't understand the mechanics. It takes some time to get used to, everything that goes into the game. But once when you figure out that stuff, I think it's super fun. I love the Tropico games. So, even though I struggled with it, I am going to put this one in mid B tier because I really like these games. I actually ended up pre-ordering 6 when it came out, and definitely would play Tropico 7 when it comes out. So let's see, I'm going to maybe put that one maybe here, mid B. Wolfenstein The New Order. This is the first Wolfenstein game I played, I believe. Fantastic game. The first game in the Wolfenstein series from Machine Games. They went on to make The Old Blood and Wolfenstein 2. Just fantastic shooters. The dual wielding, the stealth mechanics, the story's great, they look great. Well, The New Order and The Old Blood are also relatively easy and simple and not super time consuming. So these are both great games. The New Order and The Old Blood, I definitely recommend those. These are easy A tier for me. These are just fantastic games. I might even put these above the first Uncharted. Goat Simulator, I want to say this was a free plus game. Not a great game. I mean, graphically, it's not impressive at all. It's kind of like a joke game. You play as a goat and you're kind of just like trolling a lot of NPCs throughout the game, collecting some things. Performance-wise, it feels like a game that you would play like 20 years ago on a PC or something, like a Flash game almost. There is one super annoying trophy called Flappy Goat, where it's like, it's a play on words from that game Flappy Bird, where you have a bird that basically you're just pressing one button and it's kind of bouncing up and down, and you got to get it through the obstacles, and you only have to make it through like 10, I think, but the hit detection is very poor. This trophy made a lot of people rage. It's not that hard. It does take some practice. I want to say I maybe spent an hour or 2 on it, but just overall not a great game. I'm not really like, they announced Goat Simulator Remastered, I think, for PS5, and then they came out with Goat Simulator 3, which is actually the second game. They're, it's like a troll game, so that the second game is called Goat Simulator 3. I really have no interest in playing it, so I'm going to put this in D tier as well, kind of next to Super Exploding Zoo. I might put it at the bottom, to be honest. Saints Row Gat Out of Hell. This is another one I don't remember a ton about, and it's another one that I feel like was kind of like a really short version of a game. Like, it was almost like a long DLC. Maybe I'm misremembering. Like I said, it's like a Saints Row game, but you're in hell. And very similar kind of gameplay style. I think the fact that I don't remember a ton about it kind of lends to the fact that it wasn't super memorable. So I'm not going to put it on the same level as 3 and 4. I might even put it in C tier, to be honest. Again, I don't recall it being a bad game, but it's a game I just don't remember a ton about, and I just remember not being as impressed with it as I was those others. I might put this in C tier. Yeah, Lego Batman 3. This is the first Lego game I ever played. I know this isn't the most popular Lego game or even the most popular Lego Batman game, but with it being my first Lego game, I had a lot of fun with it. I like Batman, and so I had fun with this one. If you've ever played a Lego game, I'm pretty sure you know how this game plays. Not much to say about it. I had fun with it. I know it's not everybody's favorite, but for me, I'm going to put it in B tier. Maybe like here, No Man's Sky. This one I'm going to have to put in D tier, and it pains me to do it. So here's what I'll say about No Man's Sky. The platinum is very simple. It didn't take me long to get the platinum, but it's also very generic and boring. It's like, there's only like, I want to say like 5 or 6 different challenge types. Like, one is to spend a certain amount of credits, and another is to discover a certain amount of species, and another is to, explore a certain number of planets. Well, basically the entire platinum is just earn X amount of credits, discover X amount of planets, discover X amount of species. And so the entire trophy list basically is do this a certain amount of times. So it's extremely simple, which I normally wouldn't penalize a game for that, but this is still to this day one of the most disappointing games I've ever purchased on day one. I remember being super hyped for this game. I pre-ordered it. I played it like right at midnight the second it was available. And I just remember just being so underwhelmed. Like, they promised all these things in the game and they just weren't in the final game. And, I could go on, but I mean, I'm sure you've heard all the criticisms of this game by now. I will say that they have massively improved this game. Like, this game, No Man's Sky in 2026, I would dare to say is a great game. Like if they would have released the current version back in 2016 or whenever this came out, I would probably have this in like A tier, because I think now it's a fantastic game. But that original release was just so disappointing. It's one of the games that kind of convinced me to not pre-order games anymore, because it felt like a slap in the face. It felt like they just flat out lied about a lot of what the game was. Most of the worlds and planets just started to look identical. A lot of the creatures looked exactly the same. You would go to mine a chunk of ore, and like if you started at the bottom, like you start mining with your mining laser, you start at the bottom. Well, you could chop out a chunk from the bottom and the rest of it would just be floating in the air. Like there was no physics in the game at all. It was just completely broken, dull, uninspiring. It was just very disappointing. So this ranking is based on my initial play with it at launch. Killzone Shadowfall, so this is another Killzone game with a very grindy multiplayer component. Now, when this game first came out, you could not progress towards the online trophies using bots. So there's a trophy called Jack of All Trades where you need to reach like rank 5 in every challenge or something like that. You have to basically grind a lot. You have to do a lot with every single class. You need to get like 500 kills with turrets, 500 kills with, air turrets. You need to play this game a ton in order to do all this. And again, when it first came out, you couldn't do this against bots. You could only do it against real players. So I spent probably hundreds of hours playing this game. Now, I had fun with it for a while. I had fun playing all the Killzone games. It's a series I enjoy. But the online multiplayer for this was just so tedious and grindy. The only reason I probably got this was they eventually introduced a patch that lets you play against bots and progress towards some of these. And that's how I finally got the platinum. But like I said, I put probably at least 100 hours into the online multiplayer trying to grind these trophies, and it's super tedious, just like Killzone 2. I mean, I think in a lot of ways it was worse than Killzone 2. I feel like I could have easily gotten in the top 1% in Shadowfall with how much I was playing it, but spending all those hours, grinding, I might just put it a hair below in terms of enjoyment. Spec Ops: The Line, fantastic shooter. One of those games that often gets brought up on most underrated games lists. I mean, now I think everybody kind of appreciates this game, but at the time, when it came out, it just wasn't really appreciated for how good it was. But now I think everybody recognizes that it's a great game, great story. The shooting's great. There are some spots in the story I remember struggling with. You have to beat the game on like Fubar difficulty, which is the hardest one. And so that's really the only thing notable about the trophy list that might be a problem, but otherwise great game. I would definitely do this one again. I'm going to put this one in A tier just because of how good this game was. Like this was a very good shooter. It was refreshing. It seemed like there were a lot of shooters coming out around this time that were just bland and generic, and this one kind of had a psychological twist to it, and it was just original in a lot of ways and just super fun. And I might just put it right under Black Ops. Deus Ex Human Revolution. I've got Human Revolution and Mankind Divided on here. Mankind Divided on PS4 is a bit down here. These are super fun games. Both of them require you to beat the game without setting off any alarms and without killing anybody. So you have to do a pacifist run and kind of like a ninja run. The downside of that is that the game gives you a lot of abilities. So basically, in order to complete the game in a pacifist run and a no alarm run, you have to forego using a lot of these fun abilities. So you don't even get to fully experience a lot of the game if you're going for these trophies, which is kind of unfortunate. Dishonored is the same way. I don't have that platinum, but I know the game is very similar in the sense that you have to beat the game without alerting anybody, and you have to beat the game without killing anybody. Well, the whole fun of a game like Dishonored is all these cool abilities that you have that give you cool ways to kill people. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, it's a fun challenge, but I would rather be able to use some of these cool abilities sometimes. Now, I will say about the Deus Ex games is that they give you a lot of ways to sneak through these different areas. There's air conditioning vents that you can sneak through, grates that you can sneak through. You can do non-lethal takedowns, so you can still like sneak up behind somebody and knock them out. There's some light RPG elements and some spots where like your dialogue choice actually matters and has an impact on the story and side quests and stuff like that. So in general, very fun games. I'd definitely play another one in the series if they came out with one. I definitely recommend these. I'm gonna probably put these in B tier here somewhere. Think about there. Lego Marvel Superheroes. This was another second Lego game I ever played, and I enjoyed this one better than Lego Batman 3. You get access to basically the entire Marvel roster, and so, you know, a lot more to do. I'm not sure if this one was open world or not, but I remember having fun with it. Most of the Lego games that I played have been super fun. They look like they're for kids, but there's some humor that's kind of more on the adult side. Not necessarily that it's crude or gross or anything like that, but it's not a game that's just for kids. These are actually pretty fun games, and so I'm gonna put this one. I might put this one in B tier here. Maybe just a few slots above. Or maybe I'll just put it right above Lego Batman 3. Very similar gameplay. Borderlands 2, I think this one is just as good, if not better, than Borderlands the original. Very similar style of game, you know, big boss fights, very fun game to play co-op. Handsome Jack was, I thought, super funny, and just fantastic games. I think I actually have Borderlands 2 on here twice. Murdered Soul Suspect, so this one was kind of unique. This is like it's almost like a puzzle game, but in the beginning of the game, you get murdered, and the whole game is basically you trying to figure out who murdered you. And so there's some stealth, there's kind of some supernatural stuff involved. It's a pretty short game. I want to say it's like 4 to 6 hours long, so it's not really that hard. There are some collectibles, I think, and I want to say some of them are missable, but they're easy to clean up. Like, it's not unreasonably time consuming. It's not a super grindy platinum. This one I think was also on PS3 and PS4. I did the PS3 version. A decent game. Like, it's not my favorite game ever, but I might put it low B tier, like maybe here. Madden 15. So for me, I mean, this one is notable, and I'm gonna put this one here. So the thing about Madden 15 is that it has some very tough Madden Ultimate Team trophies. So I talked about Madden Ultimate Team a bit when I talked about Madden 12. Madden Ultimate Team is this game mode where you're creating a team of players from different teams, and basically you get cards, and each card has a player on it. So basically you can get cards just through natural play by like, I don't remember exactly how it works, but as you play games, you get like coins, and then you can use those coins to buy random cards, and sometimes you get good cards, sometimes you get crap cards. Well, the idea is you want to keep your good players and kind of discard your bad players, and overall your team gets better with time. So this sounds good on paper. The problem is that you can buy cards with real money. So this is essentially a pay-to-play game mode, and it's PvP. You're not playing against the computer, you're playing against other players. So if you have enough money, like if money is not a limit for you, you could just buy every legendary player in the game and just have a stacked team. And the problem with Madden 15 is that there's a trophy for reaching the Super Bowl in a Madden Ultimate Team season. So basically the way the seasons work is there's like 10 games in the normal season, and you have to win like 6 or so in order to make it to the playoffs. And depending on how many games you win, you either have to play like 2 or 3 playoff games, and then you get to the Super Bowl. Well, in every one of these games, you're playing another person, a real person. So your regular season games, oftentimes you're just playing normal players who don't have stacked teams. But then you get to the playoffs, and you might come up against a player who has a Hall of Famer in every position on the field. Well, when you've got a 78 overall team and you're playing against a team that has Tom Brady, Jerry Rice, LaDainian Tomlinson, Lawrence Taylor, I mean, a legend in every single position, it's virtually impossible to win no matter how good you are at Madden. I'm decent. I'm not, the greatest of all time, but I've been playing Madden since the 90s. I know how to play it, but that's a severe handicap. And so there were so many times where I'd get deep into the playoffs, get maybe 1 or 2 games away from the Super Bowl, and just go up against a team that was stacked. I'd have no chance, and I'd just get blown out. So that was incredibly frustrating because it's, like I said, it's pay to win. Like, if you have enough money, you could just buy all the best cards and have the best team imaginable. And I just wasn't willing to pump a bunch of real money into this game to get the platinum. So I just kept playing it, kept going through the full season, getting to the playoffs, but eventually I was able to face a normal person with a normal team and make it to the Super Bowl. Now I did this on PS3 and PS4, and in the PS3 version this was my 100th platinum, but I specifically remember this version because it was just so frustrating to spend all these hours. You know, I'm doing everything right, I'm building my team's getting better, but you have no chance when you go against a team full of Hall of Famers. So that's why it's going in D tier. Far Cry Primal, again, I talked about this one a little bit when I was talking about Battlefield Hardline. You know, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, very similar in gameplay style. Far Cry Primal came out, kind of put this new skin on the game, took it back to the caveman era. Refreshing, not my favorite Far Cry game, but I appreciate that they did something new. There's some new, you know, gameplay elements. There's like woolly mammoths and stuff in it, saber-toothed tigers. So I had fun with it, even though it wasn't my favorite Far Cry game. It's still fun. Like, it's not insanely big to where it's a massive chore to clear it and get the platinum. It's a reasonable platinum. For me, it's like a mid game, mid to high rated game. So I might put it here in low B somewhere. Actually, I'll maybe put it right here above Deadpool. Mid B tier sounds about right. Batman Telltale. This is another really fun Telltale game. If you like Batman, and if you just like narrative-driven story games, this was a great one. I did have some visual bugs, but nothing really that kind of ruined the game for me. I definitely recommend this one. I've got the second game in the series as well. Easy platinum. I mean, all the Telltale games are easy to get the platinum in. And yeah, if you like Batman, I definitely recommend this one. I'm going to probably put this one right about there. It's getting tough to kind of order some of these, but I feel like high B tier is appropriate. Dead Island Riptide. To be honest, I don't remember a whole lot about this one. I feel like this one was kind of forgettable. For me, I'm going to maybe put this one, you know, it's like in that same category as Saints Row, Get Out of Hell. I'm sure I liked it. I like all the Dead Island games, except for maybe Escape from Dead Island. But I remember enjoying it, but I also don't remember any specifics about it. So that's where I'm going to put it. Tales from the Borderland. This is maybe my second favorite Telltale game. Just incredible game, super funny. If you like Borderlands, or even if you just like I said when I was talking about the Batman Telltale, just narrative-driven games that are more casual. You get the platinum by basically playing the game. This one was super fun. It's hilarious. The finger gun shootout scene is still one of the funniest scenes in a video game that I've come across. It's going to be tough to put it above some of these iconic games, but I still think it's just a fantastic game. I might put it above Dante's Inferno here. Yeah, great game. I can't say that for the sequel, but that first Tales from the Borderland game was great. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. I really enjoyed this one as well. You get to play as 4 different Spider-Men, and you kind of, each mission you swap between the 4, and some cool boss fights. Not like, it's not on the level of 2018 Spider-Man, but still, I had a ton of fun with this one. I didn't mind going back and getting the platinum. There's some collectibles, and I think I want to say you have to like complete certain challenges in each mission, like do certain things to get like ranks or something. Like there's certain criteria you have to meet in each mission in order to get the trophies for it. I don't remember all the specifics on it, but I do remember enjoying this one. So I'm going to put this one kind of in this same category as some of these other low B tiers. I might put this above Deadpool, to be honest. Hitman Go. This is a fun little unique puzzle game. So it's a Hitman puzzle game. You're not really, there's not really any action. It's basically strictly puzzle based. And so you've got enemies on the screen, and you have to kind of get from point A to point B, while I think you have to kill all the enemies on the screen. So, you know, some of the enemies move, and so you have to kind of move your character in a way that gets you to the end, but then you also have to kill some of the enemies on the way. But it's really just the gameplay is just moving your character into the right position at the right time. That's really all it is. And then the combat, I guess, is automatic. So if you put your character in the right position at the right time relative to where the enemy positions are, you'll kill the enemy. So it's a puzzle game, and it's really short. Like it's like a 4-hour platinum, I want to say. So unique. You know, there was also a Tomb Raider game, Tomb Raider Go, I think, or no, Lara Croft Go, which I also have on the list. And these two came out around the same time, and then I don't know that they ever made any more of these Go games. So must not have been super popular. They're fun for what they are, but they're just really short. So for that reason, I'm gonna probably put this kind of low here in C tier. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, so this was kind of the first walking sim I ever played. I remember playing this on PS4 and being blown away by the graphics. Now, in hindsight, it kind of makes sense because there's nothing that's really going on. You can't sprint in the game even, so everything is very slow paced, very kind of methodical. It's very, the focal point of the game is the story. You're discovering what happened in this world, and you have to walk to get there. So it's very slow paced, which isn't for everybody. It's also a pretty short game. I thought it was fine for a playthrough, but then I had to do a second playthrough where I basically followed a video guide, like step by step, in order to meet certain conditions for the platinum. I don't know if it was collectibles or, you know, certain like criteria for a specific ending or what exactly, but I remember following a guide. But in truth, you can get through the whole game in just a few hours, so it's very short, very simple. Again, the gameplay just consists of walking and like interacting with objects, so not for everybody. I had fun with it for a playthrough, but I don't know that I would willingly play it again. So I might put this one in maybe like mid C tier. I don't want to put it above Shadows of the Damned. Wolf Among Us, so we just actually got some news on a sequel for this game, which I know fans have been waiting for. Again, this isn't my favorite in the Telltale game series, but I thought it was super fun. It's kind of, it's a game that, you know, you're the wolf man, and there's like other kind of fairy tale creatures and animals and people in this world, and it, again, is very story driven. I want to say this one has some miscellaneous trophies. Yeah, this one actually does have some trophies that are technically missable, so you might actually need a guide for this one, but again, very simple trophy list. If you like story-driven games, Telltale games are definitely worth playing. So I'm going to put it kind of right there with the Batman one. My name is Mayo, so this is the first game that I'm going to put in the shovelware category. Now, by today's standard, you might be able to argue that this is not shovelware compared to some of the crap that's out there now. I mean, you go on the PlayStation Store and it's just riddled with garbage, like AI slop that's purely there for easy trophies and nothing else. This one, I want to say, took me like 30 to 40 minutes. At the time, I mean, this is the game that kind of coined the term shovelware in the context of trophy hunting. Basically, all the game is you're just pressing X on a jar of mayonnaise like 10,000 times. It's absolutely stupid, it's ridiculous, but it was also only like $1 or something like that. So I got it because it was kind of like almost as a joke, but it's also like almost like a rite of passage for trophy hunters. Like every trophy hunter has this platinum. Now, I don't have My Name is Mayo 2 or 3, and I probably won't get those. I have no interest in artificially pumping up my platinum numbers. I got this one in 2017, which is actually the year that I got my most platinums in one year. So I was just trying to earn a lot of platinums this year, which is also part of the reason I got this one. But I think it's safe to put this one in shovelware, but I still think it's better than a lot of the crap that's on the store now. Tomb Raider Definitive Edition. I had a ton of fun with this one. I didn't play a ton of the original Tomb Raiders. I had one on demo disc on PlayStation 1, but I was never like a Tomb Raider super fan or anything like that. But when this kind of reboot, I think this was the first kind of new Tomb Raider game, I had a ton of fun with it. It kind of felt like Uncharted, but not as good. The one thing I do specifically remember about this platinum is that there's a trophy to reach the max rank in multiplayer. The good part about it is that you could do it entirely solo. The bad part about it was that it was extremely tedious and repetitive. Basically, you're just doing the same map over and over again, grabbing things, bringing them to another point on the map, restarting, doing that over and over and over again. So I played the same multiplayer map for hours and hours and hours to reach max rank. So that specifically kind of did, make the platinum not super enjoyable. I think the single player was fine, but I just specifically remember that trophy being very tedious and not very fun. So for that reason, I'm going to drop this one a bit here. Heavy Fire Afghanistan. So I've got 2 Heavy Fire games, Heavy Fire Afghanistan and Shattered Spear. I want to say I got these both in a bundle for like dirt cheap, like maybe a couple dollars. And they're rail shooters, which isn't really my favorite genre. I like playing them in like an arcade room. Like if I go to a physical place and they've got a rail shooter with an actual, you know, toy gun that I can use, then I might play a rail shooter, but I don't want to play a rail shooter on PS3. So these games were not great. Like I didn't love them, to be honest. They're easy platinums, but they're just, you know, similar to Super Exploding Zoo. They're just not my style of game. So that's where I'm going to put that one. Madden 15, I already talked about this one. Same exact trophy list, I believe. Just a bit newer, more polished version. Defense Grid 2. So this is a tower defense game that I got for, I want to say, super cheap. Maybe it was a plus game, but I might have spent a few bucks on it. I love tower defense games. I played a lot of Flash games on the family PC growing up, tower defense games. It's a genre that I enjoy, so a lot of times if I see a cheap tower defense game on the store, I'll buy it. And this one was actually pretty fun. I don't remember a ton about it, but I do remember having fun getting this platinum. Tower defense games are kind of simple, like, you know, a lot of it is waiting around, but it's, for some reason, it's just a genre I really love. Just watching your towers take out the enemies wave after wave. It's kind of relaxing, and some of them can be challenging, but this one really wasn't too bad. I'm gonna put this one in B tier, because like I said, this is a personal favorite for me in terms of genre. I'd feel guilty if I put it above Mass Effect, but maybe I'll put it here. Ghost Recon Wildlands. So thankfully I'm not including DLC, because this has one of the worst DLCs I've ever played in Narco Road. But the base game, the Platinum, was super fun. This is a great game to play co-op. I have heard that some of the trophies can glitch out, like some of the weapon collectibles, like you have to collect weapon parts throughout the map. And I had a friend who had like a sniper piece glitch out multiple times, like even after deleting the save and starting from scratch, it glitched again. I got lucky. I never had anything glitch, so I had a ton of fun with this one. The story is kind of like whatever, like it's not really that interesting or good, but the gameplay is great. You have, I think it's up to 4 players, and you can either play online co-op, or if you don't want to play with real people, you can have 3 AI teammates, and you can kind of queue up their actions. So let's say you've got 4 enemies in front of you. You can queue up your 3 teammates to take out 3 of them, and they'll shoot the second that you shoot. So it's very easy to queue up actions amongst your teammates. Super fun game, great stealth. Otherwise, you can, you know, use sniper rifles. The driving and flying in this game is not very good. Like, that's like the weakest part about this game, which is why the Narco Road DLC is so terrible, because they made an entire DLC focused around the worst part about the game. But the base game, the Platinum, I had a ton of fun with this one. It's a bit grindy. Like, you gotta do a lot of taking out enemies to collect resources and upgrade things, but I had a ton of fun with this game. I really want to play Breakpoint at some point, but I heard it wasn't as good as Wildlands. But I'm gonna put Wildlands at least somewhere in mid B tier here. I had a ton of fun with this one. I played it a lot with some friends. High B tier. Yep. Battlefield 1. So this is, like I said with Battlefield 4, this was around the time where I was starting to lose interest in Battlefield. I didn't love this one initially, but it started to grow on me over the years, and now with some of the recent Battlefield games that we've gotten, I think it's better than I originally thought. I think it has some of the easiest multiplayer trophies in the entire series. So definitely not too difficult, not too grindy. I feel comfortable putting this one in B tier. It's less grindy than Hardline. I'm gonna put it right there. Sound Shapes. So this is the first Auto Pop Platinum that I ever got. So I did the PS4 version first, and this is a rhythm game where basically each stage you have to kind of move to the beat. And I don't remember a ton about it, but I know it's a rhythm game, rhythm-based puzzle game basically. There's a lot of DLC trophies for this game. I want to say there's like over 100 trophies in this game. There's 89 trophies in this game. So yeah, I did the PS4 version. I thought it was fun. I mean, it's not like, rhythm games aren't really my thing, but I still remember having fun with this one. I think there are a couple stages that are a little tricky, but nothing unreasonable. I'm gonna put this one probably, I might put this in C tier, maybe just above Hitman Go. And then yeah, I auto popped 89 trophies on PS3, so This will be my first auto pop here. Mafia 2, this is the PS3 version. Really fun game. I didn't care for it when I first played it in 2014, but then I came back to it in like 2017 and finished it off. Fun game, kind of like a GTA style clone, open world. The having to fuel your car was kind of annoying, but other than that, decent game. Definitely put this one in, I might put it like here. The Platinum is pretty straightforward. Mid B tier sounds about right. I might put it above Modern Warfare 3. That Modern Warfare 3 is a bit grindy. Heavy Fire, Shattered Spear, again, I'm going to put that right with Heavy Fire, Afghanistan. Destroy All Humans, both of these games, I've got 1 and 2 on here. These are fun little games. You play as an alien, you get to abduct and mind control humans and stuff. Story's okay, gameplay's okay. It's kind of like, you know, I'd call it kind of mid. Fun, casual, not too serious. Let's see, where can I put that one? I might put that low B tier, maybe here. Horizon Zero Dawn, for me this is going to be S tier. This is also in my list of best platinums on PlayStation video. I just love this game. I love open world games. I love post-apocalyptic settings. I love sci-fi. This game looks incredible. The gameplay is great. You know, the fighting the giant machines, taming them. There's a little bit of crafting. There's some light RPG elements involved. Just an overall tremendous game. Not much to say about it other than that. Nothing bad to say about this game. Great game. Darksiders, this is a fun little hack and slash game. This is actually the only Darksiders Platinum I have. There's a lot of parts in the game where there might be something up high where you can't reach it just yet until you unlock a skill that like lets you double jump or something or glide. And then you can come back to that area later on, get that chest, unlock that chest. And you'll have to do that to get all the collectibles and stuff like that. Fun game, some really interesting and unique boss fights. I need to play some of the other ones, but this one was pretty fun. I liked the first Darksiders. Maybe put this one high B. Escape Dead Island, this is easily my least favorite in the series. I'm gonna put this low C tier. It's not great. I mean, I think it's fair to call it the weakest Dead Island game. I've got all the Dead Island Platinums. It's like a completely different style of game. You can't like craft cool weapons and the combat is very basic. It's just not a very good game in my opinion. Mass Effect Andromeda, I think this is another game that's overhated. I was super hyped for this one, as I've mentioned before. You know, Mass Effect is probably my favorite series of all time. Mass Effect 2 is probably my favorite game of all time. I was super amped for this. So I got this, I want to say I got this like right at launch. I probably pre-ordered this and I was probably playing it right there at midnight when it came out. The facial animations when this game first came out were atrocious. Like, they just looked terrible. They didn't match what the person was saying. They were buggy. The gameplay was a little bit repetitive, but I still had a ton of fun with it. It looked great. I had fun exploring some of these new worlds. There is a missable trophy where you have to solve 20 specific types of puzzles, and there's only a certain number of them in the game, and basically you go into these ruins, and some of these ruins have these puzzles. And if you leave the ruin without doing the puzzle, or if you go past a certain point, you're locked out of it for good. So it is possible to miss this one. I was able to get it all on my first playthrough, so I didn't really have a problem with it, but that could be problematic. But again, I think Andromeda is unfairly hated. Is it as good as the original trilogy? No, but I still had a ton of fun with it. I still think if this was called anything else, like if it wasn't a Mass Effect game and it was just a standalone game on its own without the Mass Effect title on it, I think people would have been a lot more forgiving on the game. So I'm going to put this one in B tier. I really like this one still. Maybe put it like right here. Final Fantasy 15, this one, I had a lot of fun with this one. This is the first Final Fantasy game I ever really played. It looked stunning, like visually. I remember watching the cutscenes and just being blown away by how good it looked. The open world is cool, the combat's fun. I do remember the Adamantoise fight taking me like a few hours. Like when this game first came out, there were reports that this fight took like 3 days real time to beat. Eventually there were like certain items that let you like one hit this boss, I guess. I never like found a meta build, but I did find a way to beat it, but it still took me like 2 to 3 hours. So it was very time consuming. I had to get like a ton of healing items in order to get through it. The fishing, I also remembered taking some time to get through. Like there's certain fishing challenges, or you have to like upgrade your fishing to a certain level. You have to fully upgrade like your cooking as well. So super fun game. I know it's not the most popular Final Fantasy, but since I've never really played any of the others, I don't have that kind of frame of reference. But I really enjoyed this one. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm going to probably put this one in B tier as well. A lot of B tiers in recent entries here. I might put this one maybe just a hair above Just Cause 2. Batman Arkham Asylum. So this is the Return to Arkham collection on PS4. So I know a lot of people don't like this remastered version because it makes everything brighter, and they say, well, it doesn't feel like Gotham, it's not as gritty, it's not as dark. I just love Arkham Asylum and City so much that I was looking for any excuse to play them again, and I had a ton of fun with these PS4 versions, so I don't really complain about that. I just had a ton of fun with these. I love all the Arkham games. So I'm literally going to put it like right lockstep with the PS3 version. Maybe I'll put it a little under just because it's, it's a remaster. It's basically the same exact game. It didn't do anything new. Dead Island, again, I've got this one in here already on PS3. I'm going to add the PS4 version here. Again, updated version, a little bit more polished. The PS4 version runs like absolute doo-doo on PS5, so beware. If you don't have a PS4, I would not recommend this one. This is one of those rare games that just runs like crap on PS5. It crashes a lot. I tried to help some people get it years ago, and like my game just kept crashing. But it works fine on a PS4. God of War 3 again. I've got this one in here as well. Right there, just the remastered version. Again, great game. Maybe my favorite in that original trilogy. Another duplicate, Arkham City. This one's going all the way up top here. Again, I'll maybe keep the PS3 version above. I understand the complaints about the coloring and the lighting. To me, they're still neck and neck. I mean, if they release another version, I'd gladly play that again for a third time. Resogun. This game came out first on PS4, and then it came out on PS3 like a year later, which is kind of odd. And I did both versions. I did the PS4 version first. The base game isn't too bad. There are some DLC trophies that are really tough, but base game, this is a super fun, like side-scrolling shoot 'em up bullet hell. It can get tricky. Like there's times where there are tons of enemies and bullets on the screen that you have to avoid, but typical Housemarque game, just super fun game to play. You can also play it in co-op, so I really enjoyed this one. I enjoy all of their games. To me, it's right up there with Dead Nation. I think I actually like Dead Nation a little bit better, but Resogun is still a great game. I think I'll maybe put Resogun down a little bit, maybe behind Arkham Asylum. Destroy All Humans 2, again, very similar to Destroy All Humans 1. To be honest, I couldn't tell you much in terms of differences between these two games. They're very similar, I think, in terms of gameplay. Story-wise, I don't remember a ton about them. But yeah, you play as an alien, you get to kill humans, mind control humans, fly around in a spaceship. Cool, fun, casual game. Just Cause 3, now this one is actually grindier than Just Cause 2. I think Just Cause 2 was like a 40 to 60 hour platinum, and I want to say Just Cause 3 is like a 100 hour platinum, so it's quite a bit more time consuming. There's a lot of challenges that you have to complete, a lot of collectibles. I do like these games, I think they're a ton of fun, but they do get kind of repetitive after a while. And the story and characters are kind of forgettable. So I might put this one in high C tier. Game of Thrones, this is one of my least favorite Telltale games. I've never watched the show. I would like to at some point, but never seen the show. I wasn't particularly invested in the story or the characters. Didn't really care about it, to be honest. I don't know if this was a free plus game or if I just got it cheap. Not a terrible game, but again, not my favorite Telltale game. I might put this one in C tier, about here maybe. Transistor, this was a really fun indie game. This was made by, I forgot the name of the developer, but it's the same team that made Hades and Hades 2. Very similar art style, very similar kind of gameplay style where it's like a top-down isometric. It's very combat focused. Really cool indie game. If you get a chance to play Transistor, I've also got Bastion coming up soon. And then Pyre is another one that I haven't played yet, but it's on my backlog. Really cool, unique game. Great indie. This one, I haven't played it in a long time, but I remember thoroughly enjoying it. So I'm going to put this one fairly high, maybe about right there. Prototype, great game. I don't like it as much as Infamous. I think Infamous is a better game. The story is, I don't think the story is as good as Infamous. It's kind of like a hack and slash. You play like this mutating monster. You level up and you unlock new abilities, and you can you know, as the picture shows there, you can have like swords in your arms or like clubs. You can destroy tanks with ease. You can hijack helicopters. You can consume people and steal their identities and kind of go undercover. There is a trophy for completing all the challenges, which is actually pretty tough. There are some challenges throughout the map that, you know, some of them require you to get from point A to point B under a certain time limit, or they might require you to kill a certain number of enemies in a time limit. Some of those are pretty challenging. Also, the main story you got to beat on hard, and especially the final mission. I remember the final boss being like really tough. You have to beat the final boss in a time limit, and so it's really tough to do. I remember there's some exploit to make it easier, like using ranged attacks, but this is a really challenging platinum. I want to say this is like an 8 out of 10 on PSN profiles. Definitely a tough one. Not impossible, like some of the platinums I've gotten recently are definitely harder, but this was a challenge. I'm gonna probably, I might put this low B, even though it is pretty tough. I think it is a really fun game. Maybe put it like here. Lego The Hobbit. This is probably my least favorite Lego game. I like Lord of the Rings, and I read The Hobbit. I think I read that book in high school. I don't have anything against The Hobbit as a IP, and obviously I like Lord of the Rings, but for some reason this game just didn't click with me. I didn't enjoy it. Maybe I ran into bugs or something, but I just remember not enjoying this one in particular. So this one, I'm gonna probably, I might even put this, it's better than Escape Dead Island, so I'm gonna maybe put it right there. Doom 2016, this is easily A tier for me. I mean, this is such a tremendous game. I have this one twice. Fantastic gameplay. Like, if you haven't played Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal, what the hell are you doing? Like, these are fantastic shooters. You feel like such a badass. It's very quick paced. It kind of rewards an aggressive playstyle. It can be challenging. Like, there are parts where there are tons of enemies swarming you, but just an incredible game. I love Doom and Doom Eternal. Now, how far up in A tier am I going to put this is really the question. Yeah, I think right there is good. I just think Doom 2016 is fantastic, and if they released a PS5 version for it, I'd absolutely play it again. Madden 16, so for some reason I don't remember this one like I did Madden 15, but it has the same exact trophy where you got to make it to a Madden Ultimate Team Super Bowl. And this is also a super rare platinum at 0.63%. So it's like right there with Madden 15 in terms of how tedious the platinum is. I mean, Madden Ultimate Team, I ranted about it enough when I was talking about 15. Pay to play bullshit. It's very frustrating, but yeah, that's the reason it's going in D tier. Madden 17, I think this was a pretty simple one. Again, it's Madden, it's just American football. I used to play a lot of these, but now I pretty much only play them if I borrow it from a friend or if there's a free version on PS Plus. I basically stopped playing these. I definitely stopped buying them many years ago. So still fun to play once in a while, but it's one of those games that comes out every year, and it's just that there's so many problems with it every single year. It's like they copy and paste. I mean, there have been instances where they release a Madden game and they have like the previous year assets still in the game. Like, they didn't even update the year in some of the background imagery and stuff like that. You could go on YouTube and find, so like Angry Joe, he puts out a video about Madden every year, and it's always entertaining because he just shits all over Madden, and rightfully so. I mean, it seems like EA has gotten so lazy with that franchise. It's just very disappointing because that's a series I played a ton growing up, going all the way back to the PlayStation 1. Toro, this is going to be my first hot garbage platinum. So again, this was in 2017. I was trying to earn a lot of platinums this year. This is one of the worst games I've ever played. You're playing a bullfighter, and really the entire game is just dodging bulls as they come towards you, but it's very janky. The graphics are terrible. It's a super easy platinum, and I want to say I spent like less than $5 on it, so that's really the only reason I got the platinum. I heard it was an easy platinum trophy, but it wasn't even worth it. Like, I don't know that I could say anything good about the game. Like, there's no story, I don't think. It's just not fun. It's janky. It's just a bad game. Deponia, this is another game that was free on Plus. Not really my type of game, but I saw that it was an easy platinum. It's a point-and-click adventure, which is another genre that I'm not really all that into. This is maybe the first point-and-click adventure game I ever played. I literally got this platinum by following a video guide, like telling me exactly what to click, exactly what dialogue choices to make. So I literally did this one just for the platinum. I don't want to shit on it because it's not necessarily a bad game, but it's just not for me. You know, it's in that same realm as Super Exploding Zoo. It's not a terrible game, but it's better than Duke Nukem Forever. Actually, this needs to be lower. There we go. It's not a terrible game, it's just not for me. Skyforce Reloaded, so this is a game that I actually have in my car. I love this game. I actually did a video on this game, playing it in my car again. That's how much I enjoyed this game. It's a top-down, shoot-'em-up bullet hell, which is another genre that I love. I used to love playing these types of games on arcade where, you know, just like Space Invaders, you're a plane, and you've got enemies coming down at you from the top, and you've got to destroy them all and avoid their gunfire. So super fun game. It does take a lot of replaying levels. Like you got to max out, I think you got to max out all the upgrades, and there's a lot of them. So you're going to be spending a lot of time replaying the same stages. Not only that, but you have to replay every stage like 4 times because there's 4 different difficulties, and each stage also has 4 challenges. So you have to complete 4 challenges on 4 difficulties on like 13 different stages. So it's a lot of replaying the same levels over and over again, so it's very repetitive. But again, I really love this genre. I had a ton of fun with this game, enough so that I was willing to recreate the platinum in my car without even actually getting a platinum. So this is a kind of a personal choice for me. Again, even though it's repetitive, I just love this style of game so much. I feel comfortable putting this one at least in B tier. Like I said, it is kind of tedious. I wish the platinum wasn't so tedious, but I'm gonna maybe put it right here, low B. Duke Nukem 3D. So I'm gonna put this one in D tier, and a lot of it is just because of the trophy list in general. So this is one of those weird games where there's a God mode exploit where basically you plug in this God mode cheat code from the start menu, and you can clip through walls, you get unlimited ammo, you get invincibility, and you can basically just clip to the end of the level in every level. And there's some miscellaneous trophies, but this was like a super easy platinum because of these cheat codes. Now, I could have avoided using them, but again, this was during a time when I was trying to crank out a lot of platinum, so I kind of cheated myself in that respect. So again, some of this ranking is just based on how I played the game, so I don't want to give the impression that this is necessarily a bad game. I don't think it's amazing. Like I think it's a port of a really old Duke Nukem game, but again, some of that is self-inflicted. I chose to use that cheat code. I chose to clip through the walls and speed to the platinum, and so it just wasn't a very fulfilling platinum experience the way that I played it. Wheels of Aurelia, this was a PS Plus game. This is a very narrative-focused game. Really the gameplay involves you're just driving in a car, and the only decisions you get to make really are when you come to a fork in the road, are you going to go left or are you going to go right? And if you go left, you're going to run into these NPCs and have these dialogue options. And if you go right, you're going to have these other options. And there's a trophy for basically doing every combination so that you interact with every person, explore every dialogue option, and kind of get every ending. So I followed a guide for this. Again, easy platinum, not really my style of game. There's really no gameplay. There's no combat. There's no exploration. It's just you're driving in a car, interacting with NPCs. And so, again, because it's not really my style of game, I'm going to put it in D tier. Mecho Tales, I don't know if this was a plus game or if I just got this for super cheap, but this is a 3D platformer. It's not the best 3D platformer I've ever played. It's not terrible, but I don't remember a ton about it. I remember it being kind of forgettable. It's more my style of game than some of these other games are, but it's also, like I said, it wasn't very memorable. So I'm gonna still probably put this one in D tier. Lara Croft Go, basically the same type of game as Hitman Go. Puzzle game, very short, quick, easy platinum. It's like 4 hours. You can look up all the puzzle solutions online. Again, very identical. Both of these games are like 4-hour platinums. Albedo, Eyes from Outer Space. This was another PS Plus game. Not a very good game. Not as bad as Toro, but just, I mean, for PS4, the graphics in this are terrible. The story is just like, I don't even remember what it was about. It just wasn't very interesting. A very forgettable game. Like, this is not a very good game in my opinion. The Castle game, this was a cheap tower defense game that I got. Not as fun as Defense Grid 2. Still okay. Like, I remember having a little bit of fun with it, but I don't remember specifics. I don't think I could put it above some of these other games here. At best, it's low C tier for me. It was a cheap indie game. I probably spent a couple bucks on it. Bastion, you know, I'm ashamed to admit couldn't tell you a ton of differences between Transistor and Bastion, but they're very similar in kind of art style, gameplay style. You know, it's a top-down isometric viewpoint, both made by the Hades developers. Both fantastic indie games. I remember absolutely loving both of these games, but it's been, you know, 9 years since I played them. But I remember just loving both of these. I definitely recommend these. Cast of the Seven Godsends Redux. I don't know if this was a plus game or another one I just got cheap, but this is kind of like a mid to low level side-scrolling platformer. Maybe some Metroidvania elements to it. Not a amazing game. Like, I don't know that I would recommend it. I think it has an easy platinum though, and that's, again, probably a big reason why I went for it. I might put Deponia up here, maybe drop this down a little bit. Virginia, I feel like this was a PS Plus game and very similar to Wheels of Aurelia. Very story focused. This one you're actually walking, so like you're walking and kind of finding things and interacting with the world. It's got kind of a weird art style, like all the faces, you can see the actual polygons on their faces. It almost looks like a low-res texture. If you like narrative games, you know, this one I think was rated okay. Like, I don't think critics hated this game. I don't think players hated this game, but it's just not really my type of game. It's a game that I got, like I said, I think it was free on Plus, so I went for the platinum because it was an easy one. Skyrim VR, so this was a game that I got with my PSVR. I had a ton of fun on PSVR playing this. It's basically the PS3 version of the game with all the DLC. When I first tried to play this, I could only play it for like 30 to 40 minutes and then I'd start to get headaches, but after a while those kind of went away. I started playing this with the Move controllers and while standing up, but eventually I switched back to a DualShock 4 controller and sat down. But it was still cool. Like, you know, you're exploring the world and you can look up and, you know, you hear that music at night and it still just kind of takes you into that world. And I loved playing Skyrim in VR. You know, you go into a cave and you see a massive frost spider and it's like, oh my God, it looks like it's right there in front of you and you can hear stuff and, you know, because you've got those little earbuds in and so you hear, you know, that frost spider and you know it's around there somewhere and you turn around and oh shit, it's right there. So definitely a unique way to play Skyrim VR. A lot of VR games, like, they only give you a small sample of the game. It's not the full game, but this was actually the entire game. This was the full Skyrim experience. Again, it was more like PS3 graphics wise, but still a tremendous experience. I love this one. This was my second Skyrim Platinum. And again, even though it looked like the PS3 version, it definitely ran better than the PS3 version. So this one I might actually rate a little higher here. I'm going to put this one mid-A here. GTA 5 on PS4, so thankfully all the online trophies from GTA 5 PS3 auto-pop to the PS4 version, so I didn't have to grind to level 100. And that's the reason I've got the PS3 version down here in D tier. Now, I did mention that I love GTA 5. I think it's a great game. I think the story, the single player is great. I had no problem going through and getting the 100%, doing all the knife flights and all the under the bridges. You know, it takes some time, but every GTA is a little bit grindy to 100%. But I just love those games so much. I love the open world formula, and I think Rockstar, you know, does it like no other developer does. And so this PS4 version, because the multiplayer was already done, I'm gonna rank this one pretty high. Like, this is gonna go in A tier for me. I'm gonna put it just under Skyrim VR. Hotline Miami. This was a fun little unique game. It can be challenging. You basically, each level you have a set of rooms and there's enemies in the room, and some of the enemies have melee weapons, some of them have guns, and basically the gameplay is every enemy kills you in one hit. So if an enemy sees you and shoots you, you're dead and you got to restart the level. So basically, in order to beat each level, you have to memorize where all the enemies are and you have to be really quick. You have to kill them before they kill you. And it can get frustrating, like you're going to have to restart levels a lot, but it's got a really unique gameplay style. It's got like a Miami Vice, like 80s vibe and theme. It's very colorful and bright. Super fun game. I don't think I've played the second one, but I remember having fun with this one, even though it made me rage a bit. Maybe put this one like mid B tier. Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Again, I talked about Human Revolution a bit. Very similar gameplay style. Again, there's a trophy to beat the game without killing anybody and another to beat the game without setting off any alarms. This one also has an online mode called Breach, which is a little annoying. It's kind of tedious to get some of those trophies, so I'm going to maybe just put that one a hair below Human Revolution, but I think both of these games are great. I'd love to get a new entry in the series at some point. Farming Simulator 15, I think this was a free plus game. This is a very casual game. I want to say it's like a 40+ hour platinum, but I think there comes a point where you can like hire people to work on your farm for you. And so it's not like 40 hours of active farming. Like you don't have to sit there and do the same boring things over and over again, but it is kind of a casual, relaxing game. I'd like to try a newer one because this is the only one I've ever played, and I remember having fun with it for a little bit. So it's not like, you know, there's so many simulator games out there nowadays. There's a simulator game for everything, it seems like, but this was, I remember, one of the first ones. So I might put this one, maybe put this one high C tier. Lords of the Fallen. This was kind of the first Souls-like game I ever played, so I played this before I played any other From Software games. It was tough. Like, there were a lot of bosses that I had to just chip away at their health from range, otherwise they would just kick my ass. I didn't really know how to play those games yet, and I didn't really play a lot of hard games at that point. Once I got into it, I started to have a little bit of fun with it, but it's clearly not as good as the From Software games. Like, the From Software games are the pinnacle of that type of game. I do need to finish the DLC in this one at some point, but it's fun, it's fine. It's kind of like I would say it's a mid game. It's like a 7 out of 10, maybe a 6.5 to 7.5 out of 10. You do have to do 3 playthroughs for 3 different endings, so that's kind of tedious, so I'm going to probably drop this one to maybe here. God of War 2018, fantastic game. This is in my video covering the best platinums on PlayStation. Just an all-around great game. I mean, there's not much I can say bad about this game. I thought this was a fantastic reboot of the series. They introduced some new gameplay mechanics. Not too hard, not too grindy. Just an overall great game. Wolfenstein: The Old Blood. Let's see, I talked about the New Order. The Old Blood, I think, is like a shorter game. So it kind of feels like it's almost like a spin-off / expansion. And I think it actually is technically an expansion, but it's like a standalone expansion. So I'm going to maybe just put it a hair below the New Order there. But really fun games, great stealth, great gunplay, really fun games. Madden 18, this is another one. This one also has some Madden Ultimate Team trophies, but I think they're fairly easy. Like, you don't have to make it deep into the playoffs or anything. Let's see, where do I have Madden 17? Right there. Yeah, I'm just going to keep most of these Madden games together here. Livelock, this is a top-down twin-stick shooter, kind of like Dead Nation. It's not as good as Dead Nation. I don't remember a ton about it, but I got it because it was a twin-stick shooter. You could also play this in co-op. I think you play as a mech, like you're in a robot world, so it's kind of like Dead Nation, but with like a mech theme to it. Really fun game. Again, I just don't remember a ton about it, but an easy platinum. Maybe put it right behind Shadows of the Damned here. No, I'll put it in low B tier. NHL 16, is that 16? NHL 16, this one was rough. This is also one of my rarest platinums. So just like Madden has Madden Ultimate Team, the NHL hockey games have Hockey Ultimate Team. So it's very similar concept. You're building a team with different players. This one requires you to like win a title in Hockey Ultimate Team. And I just remember I had to boost this with multiple people. Like, I want to say like 4 to 8 people. And it took us like a long ass time. Like, it wasn't a quick platinum, and it definitely wasn't something I could have gotten without boosting. Because I did this in 2018, and this would have come out in 2015, and typically 3 years after these games come out, there's not a lot of people playing it. So it would have been basically impossible to do it without boosting, and even the boosting was not fun at all. Like, it took a long ass time. I would not want to do this one again. Not as bad as Shadowfall or Killzone 2 or GTA 5, but yeah, D tier for that one for sure. Alien Nation, this is another Housemarque game. Again, top-down twin-stick shooter. You're fighting aliens, so very similar gameplay style to Dead Nation. Just super fun game. You can play in co-op. See, I've got Dead Nation there, got Resogun there, put it there for now. There is a RNG trophy, so you have to collect like 10 legendary items or something. So if you get bad RNG, it could take you a long time to get that. I got kind of lucky, it didn't take me very long, but again, all of Housemarque's games are just fantastic, super fun to play, especially in co-op. Castles, so this is a game that I bought thinking it was a different game. I thought it was a tower defense game. I might have mistaken it for the castle game, but in any case, it was like $1 or $2. But this one is kind of like a puzzle game where you have to like move blocks around. It's almost like 3D Tetris, but it's also got some boss fights. There are some parts of it that are very like RNG based. Like if you don't get the right blocks in the right position to start, it gets very difficult to beat some of these bosses. There's another mode called like survival mode where you have to last 7 minutes. And the only way I was able to do this was using 2 controllers. Basically, you have 1v1, one player versus another. And survival, basically blocks just keep coming down, and if they pile up too high for either player, the match is over and the other player wins. So I had to manage 2 controllers at once. I had my main controller where I was just trying to, stay alive, not let the blocks, get too high. And then I had to also make sure the blocks didn't overflow on the second controller, because if they overflow before 7 minutes, then my main character would win, but I wouldn't last 7 minutes in the mode, so I wouldn't get the trophy. So that was super tedious. I had to, like I said, juggle 2 controllers at once. Not a super enjoyable experience. Not a super easy platinum either. I definitely wouldn't recommend this one. Again, I bought it accidentally, and then I started playing it, earned some trophies, and I was just determined to clean it up, but not a super enjoyable platinum. Not as bad as some of these other ones though. Yeah, high D tier. Again, it's not as good. I'm not saying it's better than Arkham Origins, absolutely not, but the platinum wasn't as tedious as Arkham Origins. Pixel Junk Shooter Ultimate. This is kind of like an asteroid style shooter. You're in a little spaceship. I remember having to boost some of the multiplayer trophies, but I don't really remember much else beyond that. So because this one was kind of forgettable, I'm going to probably put this one, I'm going to put it in low C tier. I remember kind of liking it a little bit, but yeah, I don't remember a whole lot about it. Stardust Galaxy Warriors Stellar Climax. This is also a game that was in my top 10 hardest platinums video from November 2024. This is a fine enough side-scrolling shoot-'em-up bullet hell game, which is why I bought it. It looked interesting. The problem is there was one glitch trophy that really just made me rage. So there's a trophy called Unbearable where you have to use a specific character in a specific kind of build preset. And basically the biggest handicap with this is that you don't have a shield. And this is a bullet hell game, so there's tons of bullets on the screen, so if you get hit a couple times, you're dead. And so you have to clear the game with this very specific build, and I spent hours on this. Like, some of the boss fights, it's so hard to avoid all these bullets. So I spent hours and hours trying it. I finally beat it. Trophy didn't pop. I was like, what the hell? And I was so upset. I finally calmed down, tried it again, cleared it again. Trophy didn't pop again. Now the thing about this game is that it actually tells you what trophies you're eligible for before each stage. So it'll show like on the bottom, these are the trophies that you can still earn playing the way that you're playing. And through the entire run, it would say unbearable, still attainable. And 2 or 3 times I cleared the game and the trophy didn't pop. And I was so frustrated because it was so difficult. Like I said, this is a bullet hell game. And you have to have incredibly fast reaction time in order to avoid getting hit with all these bullets on the screen. And so I actually emailed the developers. It was a small little indie studio. I said, hey, I cleared this game multiple times using the so-and-so preset, not getting the trophy. They actually responded. They said, yes, this is a known issue. We're working on it. So I waited a little bit and I kind of checked back in with them asking for an update, and I don't think they ever said, hey, yes, there's a patch out that's fixed this issue. But I just kept trying it, and eventually after 4 or 5 runs, the trophy finally popped. So that was a relief. I also found a way to kind of play the game in a way that let me get a shield. So the biggest kind of setback with that build is you don't get a shield, where there's some pickups in the game that you can get that kind of mimic a shield or give you a shield. So there's an easier way to get that trophy, which I didn't know about the first 2-3 times I cleared it. So all that to say, this was an incredibly frustrating platinum to get. I just remember raging so hard against this game because of a bug. I mean, it's one thing that it's difficult. It's one thing that it's almost unfairly challenging, but for the trophy to bug out and not unlock when it should, that's just a completely different level of frustration. And so for that one, I have to put this one pretty low. I mean, honestly, I might even put it below a lot of these others. Yeah, I'm gonna put it behind even Killzone Shadowfall. Just not a pleasant experience. The game isn't terrible, but I just remember raging so hard going for the platinum. Spider-Man 2018, another fantastic open world game. This is also in my best platinums on PlayStation video. This one I think is S tier easy. Just pretty much a perfect trophy list. You just clear the map, some great boss fights. This game looks absolutely incredible. Great story, easy S tier. Crysis 2, I had a lot of fun with this game, but of the original trilogy, this is probably the worst one to platinum, specifically because of the online multiplayer. There are trophies for reaching max rank, which takes a ton of time. I remember boosting this with multiple other people, and it took like weeks, I want to say. It took a very long time. There's another trophy for getting every kind of skill kill, which, for example, there's a skill kill for getting like a 6-person multi-kill, so you have to kill 6 people in rapid succession. Well, to do that naturally is just incredibly hard. I mean, any first-person shooter, getting 6 kills in rapid succession, a 6-man multi-kill, is just super hard. You also have to get kills like by kicking a car like at an enemy and killing them that way. Just a lot of really difficult kills, and just the multiplayer trophies in this game were just really tough to get naturally, so I had to boost them. And I just remember especially the max rank trophy just taking a ton of time. Like, this is one of those games, when I think about the grindiest multiplayer trophies that I've ever had to grind and boost, this is definitely up there. So I'm gonna put this one maybe just a hair below Killzone Shadowfall. NHL 15, I think this was pretty similar to 16 in the sense that you had to really do some very demanding things in the Ultimate Team, Hockey Ultimate Team. So I probably boosted this one. This is a rare platinum. Both of these are really rare platinums, under 1%. Definitely don't enjoy getting those types of platinums. Exmorph Defense, this is actually a really fun kind of tower defense slash bullet hell style game. You have a core in the middle of the level, and you have enemies coming at you from multiple different directions, and you can set up towers to attack the enemies that are coming in, and then you also have a ship that you can move around and manually attack enemies. You have to get a gold rank on every stage, which is actually pretty tough. You have to, the ranking is based on how much damage the core takes, how fast you complete the level, and some other factors, and it's actually pretty tough. It's tough to prevent all the enemies from reaching the core, so you got to be very quick. You got to set your towers down in the right spots. You got to have the right towers. There's some enemies that come in only through the air, so you got to have anti-air towers, and then some enemies that are ground units, and you got to have the right towers in the right spots. There's also some boss fights that can actually be pretty tricky, so but a really fun game. I actually have some videos about this game on my channel for the gold medals, and I had a ton of fun with this one, but it can be challenging. LA Noire, the PS4 stack. Again, I did this one from scratch. I really like LA Noire. I think it's a great game. I talked about it a bit already on the PS3 version, but I'm going to put this one right there, right above the PS3 version. Body Count. This game, I rented it like shortly after it came out, and I just thought it was so lame. Like, after playing Modern Warfare 2 and a lot of Call of Duty and Battlefield games, this game just didn't feel very good. I didn't enjoy it. I thought it was boring. I thought it was lame. I wasn't interested in the story all that much. I didn't play it very long. I only played it for a few hours. I just rented it and just didn't enjoy it. Came back to it quite a few years later just to clean up the trophies. I remember the story being somewhat more interesting after I went through the entire thing, but it's still not like a game I would say is amazing. Like, if I had to list my favorite shooters of all time, this wouldn't even come to mind. It also has some online multiplayer trophies that can be a bit tedious to get through. I think they're all co-op actually, and I remember one, we got to the very end and it froze, so we had to redo it. So a little bit of a pain to get through the online co-op stuff, but the reason I'm going to rank this one low is just because I just didn't care for this game that much. Stories, The Path of Destinies, this was a free plus game. This game, it's really short. Like, you can complete a playthrough in like 30 to 45 minutes, but you have to do like 25 playthroughs. There's like multiple points in the game where you have like a branching choice. You can either go this direction or this direction. And basically you have to, for the platinum, you have to do every kind of iteration. So, you know, you have to go left, then left, and then you have to go left, left, right, and then right, left, right. So you have to do every possible combination, and it's just playing through the game a few times isn't too bad because, like I said, it only takes like 30 to 40 minutes to get through. But after 20 plus playthroughs, you're going through the same areas so many different times, hearing the same dialogue over and over again. It just gets really repetitive and grindy, and I remember having to do this one in chunks. Like, I couldn't play it for more than like an hour or two at a time because it got just kind of boring after a while. So I'm gonna probably put this one in D tier. Like here, low D tier. Telltale Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't remember a ton about this one. I don't think it was my favorite Telltale game. I liked it better than Game of Thrones, and I think I liked it better than... Let's see, which other ones do I have up here? I mean, I would maybe put it just below Wolf Among Us. Very similar style games. You play the game, and I'm pretty sure this one is another one where the platinum's basically guaranteed if you just clear the game. Assassin's Creed 3. This one I played initially, like shortly after it came out, and I just didn't love it. I played Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood before this, and those I both loved. I loved the story in those, I loved Ezio, I loved kind of the open world, but this one, for some reason, I don't know if it was the protagonist or what, but it just didn't click with me, and I came back to it to finish up the platinum, and I remember running into a lot of bugs. The mini games were also really frustrating. Like, there's a couple that you have to beat the computer in a mini game, and it just seemed like no matter what I tried, I just kept losing over and over again. And okay, maybe skill issue, but I just remember being super frustrated with some of those mini games. And again, this one just didn't click with me. It's not a game I would want to play again. I saw it got remastered on PS4, and I just have no interest in playing it again, to be honest. So I might put this one just above body count. City Skylines. This is another city sim that I really enjoy. It's way more deep than Tropico. There's a lot more things that you have to keep track of. Like, you have to keep track of trash in the city, like pollution. So you have to send out like garbage trucks. You have to install landfills and crematoriums for dead people and cemeteries. And you have to, basically everything in a normal city that you would have to keep track of, you have to keep track of this game. Taxes, different policies for your city, schools, all different types of things. There's no elections, and there's not really objectives in the same way that there is in Tropico, but this is a pretty grindy platinum, and a lot of it is based on the buildings that you unlock. So the way you unlock buildings in City Skylines is you have to like do a certain amount of something. So this is just an example, but to unlock a advanced hospital, maybe you have to treat 1,000 patients at a normal hospital. And then when you meet that milestone, you'll unlock the more advanced building. Well, there's a lot of buildings in City Skylines that take a long time to unlock. So this is like a 100-hour platinum, I think. So very time consuming. There's another trophy where you have to experience like 1,000 nights in the game. And unfortunately, my save file, I had day-night cycles turned off. So I earned all these other trophies without a single day passing. So I had to set up a new save file and basically just let it run AFK for like 4 days straight. This trophy popped while I was at work, and I got the platinum completely AFK that way. But even not considering that trophy, I mean, there are some of these trophies that just take an incredible amount of time. It is like a 4X game, you know, just like Tropico, so you can kind of adjust the speed at which things happen. So you set it to 4x speed and everything moves at 4x speed. So some of these things are just a matter of waiting. Like you set up the different components of the city, and then it's just a matter of waiting for, you know, enough of that particular criteria to happen. Just waiting for enough people to be treated at a hospital, or waiting for enough prisoners to, you know, get arrested and go into the prison. So once you get it set up, it does involve a lot of waiting. But I love city simulators, city builders. I had a ton of fun with this one. I'm still kind of chipping away at the DLC. They keep adding DLC to this game, which is a little frustrating, but this is a game that if I ever got a PC, I could totally see myself getting this and getting mods for it and just playing it nonstop, because I've seen some of the mods in this game and it's just super crazy what people have been able to do. And this is a game that I feel like I could play forever, just constantly managing and improving my city. Like I said, it is quite a bit more involved than Tropico, but I think it's also in a lot of ways a better game. It's a lot deeper than Tropico. I'm gonna maybe put it there. Rage on PS3. This is a fun little game, shooter, like a post-apocalyptic barren wasteland. Decent combat. It kind of made me think of Borderlands when it came out. I don't think it's as good as Borderlands. There's no co-op, but it's got some decent action, decent combat. The story's kind of whatever. Platinum isn't too bad. I think you have to beat the game on the hardest difficulty, but it's not like insanely difficult or anything. I think this is a decent game. I still need to play the second one at some point. I'll probably put this one, maybe put this one right below Livelock. Sniper Elite 3, this is a really fun series. It's the first Sniper Elite game I ever played. Obviously sniping is a big part of this game. The bullet will go into slow motion so you can kind of see it enter the body, and then you'll see like the body part explode. So it's really cool and kind of unique in that sense. You have to beat the game on the hardest difficulty, and I think I did most of this solo. I think you can do it in co-op, but there were parts of this that were just really tough, because if you set off an alarm, enemies come like swarming at you and you die really quickly. And so it's a game where you have to try to remain stealthy as much as possible. Super fun game. I need to play some of these other ones. I think there's also some online trophies that I had to boost for this, because I think the multiplayer was just completely dead. So I might knock it a little bit for that, but I'm still gonna probably put it in high C tier. Again, I think it's a really fun game. The multiplayer stuff was kind of annoying, and like I said, the campaign was really tough. There were parts that just kicked my ass over and over again, but really fun game, especially if you can play a co-op. Zotrix, so this is, I bought this, it was a cheap shoot 'em up game. Not an amazing game, but like I said before, I buy a lot of these cheap shoot 'em up games because it's a genre that I really enjoy. I'll maybe put this one like here. I'm gonna have quite a few of these, and they're all gonna kind of be in this mid-C tier. They're not amazing games, but like I said, I buy them really cheap, and it's a genre that I enjoy, so I like to try them out. If a game is $1 or $2 and the platinum is like attainable, normally I'll try it out at least. So this is one of those games. Just in Time Incorporated, this was a VR game. This was a really fun game actually. So each level you're like in a scenario, and you have like just a small amount of time to fix a scenario. So you might spawn in the middle of a room and there's a guy running towards a window and he's about to jump out of the window. And you have to like set something down so that he falls and doesn't die. So it's like each level puts you in a scenario where you have to kind of fix a scenario that's gone awry. Really fun VR game. Short and easy platinum. Not much to say about it, but if you have a PSVR, this is definitely a fun one to play, and I definitely recommend it. Pretty straightforward. Let's see, where am I going to put this one? I feel like this is a mid-B, maybe like here. Tesla vs. Lovecraft, this is another twin-stick shooter, top-down twin-stick shooter. I believe this is the same developer as Crimson Land, so that's another kind of top-down twin-stick shooter. You get access to a ton of different futuristic weapons. You've got enemies coming at you from all different directions, and that's pretty much it. A ton of enemies on the screen. It's kind of like Vampire Survivors, I think, where you're in the middle of the screen and you have enemies coming at you from all different directions, and you're just kind of aiming the stick and kind of killing enemies as they come at you. So really fun, kind of casual game, relatively easy platinum. Again, that's a genre that I just really enjoy playing. Don't think I'd put it on the same level as Dead Nation or Alien Nation, but I feel like B tier somewhere would be appropriate, like maybe here, or I'm gonna put it maybe here. Far Cry 5, this was a fun game. The fishing stuff is kind of tedious, so there's a trophy where you gotta collect like every fishing rod, and you can either have somebody drop it for you, like the the last fishing rod, you can have somebody spawn into your game who has it and just drop it for you, and then once it's in your inventory, then you can get the trophy to pop that way. Or you can do a bunch of fishing, and that takes obviously a lot longer. I think I did it that way, where I just did the fishing. I can't remember exactly, but this one is fun. You can kind of recruit animals to fight alongside you, so there's like animal companions that you can get in the game. The game was decently fun. I had fun with it. It's a Far Cry game, very similar in gameplay style to Far Cry 3, 4, Primal. Let's see, where do I have some of these? We got Far Cry 3 there, Far Cry 4 there. I'd say I enjoy this one more than Primal, but not as much as 3 and 4. So maybe I'll put this one here. Uncharted 4, fantastic game. Like, still one of the best looking games I've ever played. I love the story. Again, I think every Uncharted game is fantastic. I've got Uncharted 2 in top A tier, Uncharted 3 and Uncharted 1 here. I'm going to actually put Uncharted 4, not Hellblade. Uncharted 4 is going to be high A tier for me. I really enjoyed this game. There are a couple annoying miscellaneous trophies, but overall just a fantastic game. The trophy list isn't too difficult. I'm going to maybe put this one just behind Rocket League here. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. So this is a really interesting game. It kind of touches on themes of mental illness. So like throughout the game you hear voices and stuff, and you see like weird objects and creatures and stuff, and it's all kind of supposed to be replicating various like mental illnesses. And it's best played with headphones on, and it's very atmospheric. It's really short. It's a really easy platinum. You can do the entire platinum in, I want to say, like 8 hours. There's like maybe some missable trophies, but they're very easy to get. Really fun game. I'd like to play the second one at some point. I know the developers just got shut down, I believe, so that's unfortunate, but really unique game, really fun. I would definitely recommend this one if you're looking for a unique experience and just a relatively easy and straightforward platinum. Maybe put this in low A tier here, like right there. Uncharted Lost Legacy, another one. Yeah, Uncharted, I think it's a great game. It's kind of like an offshoot, so it's a different protagonist, obviously, and a lot of people don't like it as much because of that, but I still think it's great. It looks great. Plays fine. The gameplay wise, it's still, you know, polished and fun. Let's see, Uncharted 3. I might put it slightly below Uncharted 3, but I still think it's fantastic. The Walking Dead: A New Frontier. So I think this is the third Walking Dead season. The season 2, I don't think had a platinum, which is kind of weird. But this one, again, Walking Dead is very character driven, so it's some of the same characters from Walking Dead the first season. Clementine, you can see here, she's like a teenager. She's like 15, 16 years old. And in the first game, she's like 5 or 6. So you kind of get to see her mature and grow as, you know, starting off as a child in a zombie apocalypse to now she's this young woman who can survive on her own. She can handle a gun, you know, so you're kind of following this story along, and it may not be as enjoyable if you didn't start the series from the season 1, but still a great game. Again, it's another one that you're basically guaranteed the platinum if you just play through it, and I would put it on par with, you know, some of these other ones I have here. I might even put this one in low A tier. I really like the Walking Dead Telltale series, and again, I've never seen the show, so that tells you a lot about just how good the character development and the story is in these games. I may just put it slightly below Tales from the Borderlands. BioShock 1. This is another game I covered in my Best Platinums video. One of the best games I've ever played. The gameplay is just fantastic. Unmatched atmosphere. The world of Rapture is just incredible. It's a little unnerving, but it's also kind of gripping. Great story, great twist. Like I said, one of the best games ever made. I definitely recommend this one if you haven't played it. So this is easily A tier for me. High A tier, maybe even S tier. Yeah, I think this one is S tier for me. I'm going to put it above Assassin's Creed 2. LA Cops, this one is very similar to Hotline Miami, although not quite as good, but it's the same kind of gameplay style. I don't remember a ton about it, but I remember it being very similar to Hotline Miami. Kind of a middle of the road game. I think it was an indie game that I got for really cheap, and it just looked interesting, so yeah, it was fun to play. Not quite as good as Hotline Miami, but still a fun time. Maybe put this one low B. Haven Colony. This is another city builder. It's kind of a more futuristic focus, so it's kind of like City Skylines, except like I said, it's kind of based in the future. This was a fun one. This one is kind of more objective based, so you have like specific objectives that you have to meet in each mission. I remember specifically this one, I had to put a ton of like air pollution devices in my city. Like, that was the one thing that was constantly bringing down like my city happiness, or whatever the metric is that kind of gauges your citizens in your colony, I guess. And I just had to like keep installing these air pollution devices, like these fans. You can install them that they're supposed to reduce pollution in the colony. And I was just like putting them everywhere. It seemed like I had way more than what was practical. And that's what it took to kind of get my colony's happiness up to a certain point. So I don't know why I remember that. I remember having fun with this one. I don't think it's quite as good as City Skylines or maybe even Tropico. But again, I had a ton of fun with this one. I like city builders, so I would definitely recommend this one. I think this one you can get for pretty cheap as well. Inksplosion. This is I don't think I would necessarily call this shovelware, but it is a pretty easy and quick platinum. It's like a 1 to 2 hour platinum. I'm not even sure how to describe it. It's a very simple game. It's very colorful, as the name implies. Not necessarily a game I would play again, but it's a fun little casual game if you can get it for cheap. It's like I said, it's a very short experience, so I'm not going to rank it too high. Super easy platinum, super, casual game, not hard, not time consuming. So I don't want to rank it too high, but again, it's not like necessarily a bad game, it's just there's not a lot to it. So I'm going to maybe put it here. Dying Light. This game is fantastic, same developers as Dead Island. It's kind of more story driven than Dead Island, but fantastic game. Some of the best parkour mechanics in any game that I've played. Really fun, really great game to play co-op as well. Platinum is relatively straightforward and easy. It's not too hard. There is a trophy for doing a certain amount of an action, like a certain amount of times, and I think it gets harder after the main story is over, so it's one of those trophies that if you don't knock it out earlier, it can be a pain to get, but it's not too bad. Again, this is a fun game to play, super fun. I definitely need to play the second one. I know the second one is pretty grindy. There's a trophy to run like an insane amount of miles or something like that, but I really enjoyed the first one, so I'm gonna probably put this one fairly high up in B tier here. I might put it above a lot of these games. I might put it like here. Yeah, high B tier. That seems low, actually. I'm gonna put it up even higher. I'm gonna put it just a hair above Dead Island. Days Gone, I really like this game. It's definitely a long game. It's like there are multiple parts in this game where you think the ending is near, and then it just goes on for like another 5 to 10 hours. Like it's a super long game. And it's mostly linear too. I mean, it's an open world, but there's like little camps that you can discover and stuff like that. And the hordes are, one of the most iconic parts about this game. You have these massive hordes of zombies that you can run into, and they'll chase you, and it's just crazy watching like hundreds of zombies chase after you. So that's like one of the really cool and fun parts about the game. I thought the story was fine. Like I said, it is really long. It probably goes on longer than it needs to. But I would definitely welcome a sequel for this one. I think this one has a trophy for doing a New Game Plus on survival mode, so I actually played through this a couple times. Super fun game. Not a quick one, but again, I had a ton of fun with this one. I'm going to probably put this one high B as well. Maybe like here. Far Cry 3 Classic Edition, I'm going to put this one right next to the PS3 version. Pretty much identical trophy list, I believe. I'm going to keep that original just a hair above the Classic Edition. Similarly, BioShock Remastered, just a fresh coat of paint on an amazing game. Seriously, one of the best games ever made. Easy S tier for those. BioShock 2 Remastered. Now, this one, it's clearly not as popular as the first one. You spend a lot more time in the Big Daddy suit. The story isn't as gripping as the first one, but I think that's largely because the first one just set such a high bar that it's really hard for any game to match that. I still thought it was a great game. I don't remember as much about it as I do the first game, but I do remember having a blast with it. So if you like the first BioShock game, you're probably gonna like BioShock 2. I'm gonna still put this one in A tier, maybe like right below GTA 5. Doom Eternal, another fantastic game. I've got this one twice. The multiplayer is not as fun as the multiplayer in Doom 2016. I actually played the Doom 2016 multiplayer quite a bit. There's some DLCs that require quite a bit of grinding to unlock some of those trophies, but I had a lot more fun with the 2016 multiplayer, the Doom Eternal multiplayer. I didn't have to boost it, I just played it enough to unlock the trophies. They're not like crazy difficult or anything like that. You do have to get like 200 kills, so it does take a little bit of time, a few hours, but it's not like it takes 20 hours. It maybe takes a few hours. It's not too bad, but overall just a fantastic game. I love Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, both incredible games. I hear people crap on Doom Eternal just like I hear people crap on God of War Ragnarok. I think they're both fantastic games. Batman: The Enemy Within, so this is season 2 of the Batman Telltale game series, and again, I don't remember the specifics of the story, but I do remember enjoying this one. I'm gonna maybe just put it right there next to the first season and The Wolf Among Us. Metro 2033 Redux and Metro Last Light Redux. These were really cool games. They're kind of like post-apocalyptic nuclear winter style games. They take place in Russia, and it's basically the aftermath of a nuclear winter, so there's a ton of like mutated animals and creatures that you have to fend off. You have to constantly wear a respirator in certain areas, and you have to like change out the cartridges after they get soiled too much, so it's got some realistic survival mechanics. You collect bullets, and bullets are not just used in your guns, but it's also used as a currency. You have to complete the game. I think both of them you have to complete twice because there's multiple different endings. Really fun games. I still need to play, well, I need to finish rather, Metro Exodus, and they just announced in the last few months a new Metro game. There was a trailer that came out, so definitely looking forward to that one. But these are really fun games. There's some really fun stealth mechanics. Just overall high quality games. Definitely recommend playing these if you haven't. These I think I'm gonna put kind of in this range here. I'm gonna put them right next to one another. Mafia 3, this one is kind of fun in bursts, but it does tend to get repetitive and kind of bland after a while. I did run into some visual bugs that were kind of annoying. This is another one where you have to do multiple playthroughs, so kind of based on the choices you make in the game, you have like underbosses that can either be killed or kept alive, and there's a trophy for keeping them all alive till the end, and then a trophy for not keeping them all alive. So requires multiple playthroughs. It does kind of get repetitive after a while. I'm gonna probably put this one somewhere maybe high C tier. Yeah, maybe here. Call of Duty World War II. So this one has some annoying trophies. There's some trophies in the campaign where you have to shoot down planes, and I remember some of those taking me quite a few tries. There's also the zombies mode. You have to complete the Easter egg, and so I think I did this with randoms. It's not like the hardest Easter egg in the series by far. It's definitely doable even with randoms. I didn't have to memorize the steps. Like I said, I played with randoms, and eventually we got it done. I played the zombies mode in this a lot because I was also trying to get all the DLC zombie trophies done. And so I spent a lot of time playing this. Pretty much all of that was with randoms. I just spent a lot of time playing it. So not a super quick platinum, not the easiest Call of Duty platinum, but definitely manageable. I had fun with this one. But again, some of those miscellaneous trophies were pretty annoying. They just took multiple attempts. I just remember getting frustrated with one particular trophy where you have to shoot down a bunch of planes, and just took me forever to get it done. So I'm gonna maybe do low B tier on this one. Maybe like here. Ghost of Tsushima, fantastic game. I think this is gonna go in S tier. This is also in my video covering the best platinums on PlayStation. Just a phenomenal game. Trophy list is super easy and straightforward. I gave it a serious effort trying to get this platinum without using any guides, but there's one trophy that requires you to pray to a certain number of altars in the game. I just could not find them. I could not figure out what I had to do for this trophy, so I had to look up this one trophy, but otherwise a very straightforward trophy list. Gorgeous open world, some of the best graphics on PS4, and obviously it was remastered to PS5 and it looks even better. Insanely fast loading times, like from booting up the game to the time you're in the game is just a couple seconds. It's very fast, runs great, the gameplay is amazing, just an overall great game. Need for Speed Rivals, I don't play a ton of racing games, but I like to play one every once in a while just to kind of switch things up. I remember being kind of bored with this one by the time I reached the platinum. In fact, I think this is one where I could only play it for like a couple hours at a time near the end, because I would just, it would get so repetitive, trying to grind out the same. I think there's like challenges in each mission, so you have like a certain number of missions you have to do as a racer, and then a certain number of missions you have to do as a cop. And there's like 20 of each. I can't remember exactly how many, but I just remember like getting towards the end and just being like bored with it and wanting it to be done. And so I'm gonna probably put this one in C tier, maybe like high C tier. Vampire, this was a really fun and unique game. You play as a vampire and you've got like this kind of friendly hub where you have all these NPCs that you can interact with and take quests from. And it's got a really unique game mechanic where you can feed on these friendly NPCs. You can kill them, you can kind of suck their blood, and if you do, it'll give you more experience and you can unlock skill points. The downside is that NPC will be dead forever, so you can't take on their side quests, you can't talk to them, and eventually the other NPCs will kind of become suspicious of you or something like that, and you'll become like evil. And so there are negative consequences for doing that. I think there's a trophy for beating the game without killing any innocent allies. So that actually makes the game kind of challenging, because again, when you feed on enemies and allies, you gain skill points. And so the more people you feed on, the stronger you become. So if you leave all these people alive, you get the good ending, but you miss out on a lot of skill points. So it definitely makes the game harder. There were some boss fights that really were challenging. And this game is kind of like From Software games, where if you die at an encounter, you got to run back to that spot, and there's tough enemies on the way too. So there were multiple times where I was running back to a spot I was trying to get back to, and I would die on the way there. So that proved to be frustrating, but that could be chalked up to skill issue. But again, when you're intentionally not feeding on these NPCs, you're just weaker in general. So fun game. I do remember this crashing on me quite a bit. So that would be, I guess, the one big knock on it that I would have. But otherwise, a pretty unique, fun game. I think this was a plus game at one point. I'm going to maybe put it, I got to knock it for the crashing. And like I said, I think it requires 2 playthroughs. I'm going to maybe put it here. Just Cause 4, this was another fun kind of open world exploration game. It gives you tons of freedom. This one wasn't as grindy as Just Cause 3, so I'll probably put this one in B tier. This is a fun series. They kind of start to feel like they're the same. Like every single game is basically the same story. You're in this Pan-American country, and the protagonist is not super memorable. The story is nothing really to brag about, but the gameplay is fun. It just gets a little repetitive after a while, but still fun. Some of these later Just Cause games give you access to like wingsuits, and you can like tether things together. So you can like tether a person to a propane tank and then shoot the propane tank, and the tank will go flying and it'll take the person with them. So it's got some really cool physics, mechanics. Overall, pretty fun game, but they can get grindy. But I think Just Cause 4, I'm going to put this one in low to mid B tier. Maybe like right here. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So I absolutely love the single player in this game. It's a continuation of Assassin's Creed 2. You play as Ezio, the same protagonist. Single player is really nothing that's difficult or time consuming. It's entirely doable. The problem is the multiplayer trophies. So I tried to play this multiplayer naturally, and it's tough. Like, you're either the target or the assassin, and when you're the target, you have to kind of blend in to groups of enemies and kind of hide yourself. And when you're the assassin, you have to find the other players in the game that are your target, but they're also hiding. They're blending in with groups of people. They're sitting on benches. They're kind of just, good players are, hiding in plain sight, basically. And I just remember struggling a lot. Like, I would always kill the wrong player, or I would just easily get killed even though I thought I was blended in. So it's not an easy multiplayer mode to be good at. You really have to spend a lot of time learning everything about the game to be good at it, I think. There's one trophy where you have to get every single bonus at least once. So getting a double kill, getting a kill from a rooftop, getting a kill from a hay bale. All these things, and a lot of these are tough to get just through natural play. There's also a lot of miscellaneous trophies like taking the lead 10 seconds before the match ends, and so a lot of these would be very tough to get naturally. Like I played the game, tried to get some of these, and I just could not get these done. So I definitely had to boost this. I also had to boost to reach the max level. You have to reach like level 50, and I remember me and like 3 other people, we all just kind of took turns boosting XP, and it took us a few days, I think, to get it done. So it's not a quick trophy. The boosting is not quick. It's not like Crysis 2 level, but it was tedious, and it's probably gonna drop this down to C tier. Like I said, if it was only the single player, I'd probably have this in A tier, but those multiplayer trophies are definitely gonna drop this down a bit to, you know, maybe here. Resogun, I think I have this one in here already on PS4. Yep, right there. So I'm just gonna take this one and put that one right next to it. Road Rage, this is an easy hot garbage. This is, to this day, one of the worst games I've ever played. I got this because it looked like an old game I used to play on Sega Genesis called Road Rash. Basically, the idea behind Road Rash is you're in a motorcycle race and you get like bats and chains and stuff like that, and you can kind of hit opposing players to knock them off their bikes. And it's very simple, very easy, but also very fun. And I played that a ton growing up, and I saw this on the PlayStation Store. I thought, Road Rage, that's gotta be, and I mean, just looking at the box cover art, it looks very similar to that Road Rash game that I remember playing as a kid. Well, this is one of the buggiest pieces of crap out there on the PS4. The story, I couldn't even tell you what it's about, or even if there is one. I think there is, but it's just not very good. The trophy list isn't very fun. There was a trophy to like run over a certain number of players, I think, and I just remember there was a way to do it where you barely had to move at all, like an NPC would spawn in front of you and you could just run them over, and then you'd wait a few minutes, another NPC would spawn in front of you, and you just kind of do that over and over again. Not a fun game, not a good game, buggy, looks terrible, just not much to say about that one, other than it sucks. No Man's Sky, I believe this was my first auto pop on PS5. Again, free update. Pretty much all of my auto pops are free updates. I don't think I've paid for a single auto pop, so I've got a few coming up here, and like I said, they're pretty much all free updates where I buy the PS4 version. It also gives me the PS5 version, so I figure why not get a 2-for-1 platinum. Astro's Playroom, I covered this one in my best platinums on PlayStation video. Definitely, I'm gonna probably put this one in S tier as well. You know, great game if you are a fan of PlayStation, you know, over a long period of time. There's tons of Easter eggs to older console generations, older IPs. If you're a PlayStation fan, a Sony fan, this one's definitely worth playing. It's very quick and easy. It's like a 5-hour platinum, I want to say. So easy S tier. Marvel Avengers, this is kind of on the same level as Marvel Superheroes, although this one is kind of focused on that first Avengers movie. So there are some things from that Avengers movie that they directly pulled into this game, like certain missions where you're like, oh, I remember that from the Avengers movie. I remember, you know, those characters and that interaction. Lego game, you know, I think the gameplay in those Lego games is super fun, and Marvel Avengers is another fun one. I'm gonna put this one maybe just a little bit above Marvel Superheroes. Okay, now I've got the Mass Effect trilogy, the Legendary Edition, so this is Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna basically put these in the same spots as the PS3 versions. I mean, they're basically the same exact game without the multiplayer trophies. You know, Mass Effect 3, the PS3 version had some multiplayer trophies. These Legendary Edition versions don't have those multiplayer trophies, but otherwise they're the same game. Let's see, where do I have Mass Effect 1? I feel like I had it in C tier. No, there it is. Definitely my least favorite Mass Effect game. Great for the story, but otherwise it feels kind of outdated. Spider-Man Remastered, again, another free auto pop. Not much to say about that one. That was like a 1-second platinum. Mass Effect 2 Legendary Edition. I'm putting this one right up with the PS3 version. I just love playing that trilogy again. And then Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You know, even though the Legendary Edition doesn't have the multiplayer trophies, like I said when I talked about the PS3 version, I loved the multiplayer in Mass Effect 3, so I might actually drop this one down below the PS3 version. again, still a great game. I think it's an overhated game. I still think it's great. Spider-Man Miles Morales. This one felt shorter than Spider-Man 2018. Still great though. Visually looks stunning and runs great. I'm gonna maybe drop this one down a little bit. Still probably put this in mid A tier, maybe like here, right behind Mass Effect 3. Zombie Army 4. This is very similar to Sniper Elite 3, so same developers, same kind of gameplay style. It's just you're facing zombies in the Zombie Army game. You do have to, I think, beat the whole game in co-op. You have to beat every mission in co-op. You also have to beat the game on hard, but I didn't find this one nearly as difficult as Sniper Elite 3. And again, this one's super fun to play in co-op. I think you could play this one with 4 players. So I had a ton of fun with this one. You could play it with randoms. I think it has matchmaking. So I'll probably put this one, maybe put this one like here, mid B. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Campaign Remastered. So this is basically just the campaign from Modern Warfare 2. Now I have Modern Warfare 2 at the very top of A tier. The Campaign Remastered doesn't have the Spec Ops missions, which is kind of unfortunate because it's actually pretty fun. It also obviously doesn't have any multiplayer, so as a game, I don't think it's as good as the original, but I still think it's a fantastic remaster. I think, you know, this is one of my favorite Call of Duty campaigns. I still think it's a great platinum. It's a relatively straightforward. It's not a super difficult campaign to get through. It's definitely not the hardest Call of Duty to clear on veteran. So I'd still probably put this one in A tier. But I am going to dock it just because it's a more bare bones version of the game. I'll maybe put it right here behind Uncharted 4. Some of these orders are kind of getting arbitrary at this point, but I think it's still A tier. Doom Eternal, again, no auto pop on this one, so I did this one completely from scratch again. And 100% of the DLC. Just an overall great game. I love Doom Eternal. The Elder Scrolls Online. So this is a tricky one. This is probably my most played game of all time. I have like 3,500 hours in this game. I love it. I'm probably going to still play it for at least another 1,000 hours if I had to guess. I've been playing it pretty regularly since like 2021. I actually didn't care for this game all that much when it first launched. I thought it was going to be online Skyrim, and it really wasn't. It's a completely different type of game. It's an MMO, obviously. So I love it as a game, but it would be tough for me to recommend this Platinum Trophy to anybody. Like every other MMO out there, it's a very grindy Platinum Trophy, and there are a couple trophies that are just pretty difficult. I'm probably going to do a video on this Platinum soon, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but obviously the Emperor Trophy is notorious. If you look up any list of top 10 hardest platinums or top whatever hardest platinums, you'll often see this game on there because of the Emperor Trophy. Now you can get lucky and pick a campaign that, you know, maybe doesn't have a lot of people in it, or maybe you have some players that help you boost this and maybe it's not too bad. I've heard people say that they got this in a few hours. Well, I definitely wasn't that lucky, and this was a brutal experience, but I do remember just being incredibly overwhelmed with joy when I finally got it. And obviously I'm still playing it, so it's a game that is one of my all-time favorites, but only looking at the Platinum Trophy, it would be very difficult for me to rank this high because it was very stressful. I mean, to get Emperor, I was playing like 15 hours a day over like a 6-day period. I was not eating as much, I wasn't sleeping as much, I was skipping showers. It wasn't a good thing to do for my mental health or for my physical health. So it's tough to put this one high on the tier list because, like I said, it was really grueling. But again, it's kind of balanced by the fact that I just love the game so much. So I think D tier is appropriate. I think I'm going to put it at the top of D tier. Jurassic World Evolution. This is a fun game. It's basically a dinosaur park simulator. I'm embarrassed to say I've never actually seen the Jurassic Park movies, and as a 90s kid, that's pretty shameful. I did, however, play a game, Dino Park Tycoon, quite a bit growing up as a kid. I played this a lot in school. Let's see if I can get that to show up there. Not really. There we go. Dino Park Tycoon. MS-DOS game. It was very popular in schools in the 90s, early 2000s. Basically, you get to run a dinosaur park. Jurassic World is very similar. It came out around the time that first Jurassic World movie came out. Really fun game if you're into dinosaurs or just like kind of theme park management. You have to like put the right dinosaurs in the right cages, and if you put, you know, the wrong dinosaurs together, they'll attack one another and so on and so forth. So pretty straightforward platinum. Unfortunately, I think this is a case where if you have the downloadable content downloaded and installed on your console, you have to do some of the DLC in order to get the platinum, which is kind of unfortunate because that was the case for me. But still entirely manageable platinum, fun game. I'd like to play the second one at some point. I'll probably put this one mid B tier, maybe above Avon Colony. GTA 5 on PS5. Now, I believe this is when they introduced the first person mode, and I actually played the whole story in first person just as a kind of different way to play the game. And once again, just like the PS4 version, I absolutely love the single player. All the multiplayer had already popped, so I'm gonna put it right there with the PS4 version. Just obviously it runs a lot better load times, more detailed. Elden Ring, this one was also in my video on the best platinums on PlayStation. Fantastic game. I mean, this is one of the best games ever made in my opinion. It's got so much freedom, so much stuff to explore. It's an absolutely massive game. I mean, you could play this for thousands of hours and still find new things to discover. There's so many build options, there's tons of bosses, and a lot of it is optional content. There are some tough bosses, but you can summon people and you can summon friendly AI companions to help you out. So this was my first From Software game. I think typically the first From Software game that most people play is often the most difficult, so there were times when I struggled with this, but again, it's got a lot more co-op capabilities, and if you use some overpowered weapons, it's really not that hard. But incredible game. Like I said, one of the best games ever made. I think for me, this is also an S tier. It does take a while. It's definitely not a quick or super easy platinum, but it's a generationally great game and definitely recommend it. Fall Guys, now, to be honest, I only managed to get this platinum because they eventually introduced new game modes, and they were like seasonal, so they weren't like permanent when I got the platinum, but there were game modes that were smaller, so you were facing smaller teams and the overall group of players was smaller. I think typically it's like 60 players that you're facing against, so to win 5 matches in a row, the way this game came out at launch was extremely difficult, so I totally understand giving it a 10 out of 10 difficulty at launch, but it certainly got a lot easier with future updates. And like I said, that's probably the only reason I was able to get the platinum. Really fun game. I played it a lot at launch. It's really fun. You know, great fun to play with friends. And it's a really tough platinum if you play it just in the standard game mode. Most of the trophy list isn't too bad, but winning 5 games in a row is really tough unless you get one of those less demanding game modes. So I'm gonna probably put this one in B tier because of the way I got the platinum. If I would have gotten the platinum at launch, this would probably be rated lower, but I had a lot of fun with this one, and like I said, the platinum wasn't too bad for me because I got it during those seasonal game modes. I'll maybe put it like mid B here, behind Jurassic World. Elder Scrolls Online PS5, this is another auto pop. So this is a fully online game. There's basically no way to avoid the auto pop. Now, when the PS5 version first came out, it didn't have auto pop, but I didn't want to start a brand new list with like 150 trophies, and I wasn't going to do this from scratch. I wasn't going to create a new character to do the entire platinum over again. So I basically just waited to play the PS5 version until the auto pop update came through, which was actually quite a while. Like it wasn't available when the PS5 version first launched, so I just stuck with the PS4 version for a while, and now I strictly play on the PS5 version. But this was an auto pop, again, kind of unavoidable. It's a fully online game. Fall Guys, another free auto pop. So the PS4 version of Fall Guys had 2 different launchers. The original launcher is no longer available. That's where I got the platinum. They were sold or something to a new studio. Something happened, but there was a new launcher. The old launcher was no longer available, but the new launcher was free if you already owned the game. So I just basically downloaded it, got the free auto pop platinum. Red Dead 2, in my opinion, one of the best games ever made, but not the most fun platinum trophy. The online stuff wasn't too bad. I was playing the online a lot when it launched, and I was just playing it for fun. Like, I played it way more than what was needed for the trophies. I managed to get all the trophies without boosting. I just had a lot of fun with it when it first came out. But the single player is really the time-consuming part. So this is kind of a contrast between Red Dead 2 and GTA 5. In GTA 5, the single player, yeah, it takes a long time to 100%, but the multiplayer is really like the worst part about the platinum. And I only had to do that once on PS3. I didn't have to do that on PS4 and PS5. Red Dead 2 is the opposite. The grueling part of that platinum is the single player. So you've got the 70 gold medals, which unlike GTA 5, you have to meet all the criteria for the gold medal in one run. In GTA 5, if let's say there were 3 criteria you had to meet, you could meet criteria 1 on one attempt, criteria 2 on attempt number 2, and you could get it done, in pieces like that. In Red Dead 2, you got to meet all the conditions in a single run. So that was quite a bit more challenging than GTA 5's gold medals. And then the animal compendium was just extremely grindy, like trying to find squirrels and snakes and rabbits and all these tiny little animals in this massive world. It took a long time to get that done, so probably not a platinum I would want to do again. I would say it's in my top 10 favorite games of all time, but I don't think I would want to do the platinum again. The platinum is pretty demanding and time consuming. Bunny Raiders, this was not even a free plus game. This was just a game that was free on the PlayStation Store. So a lot of people were getting this because it's a pretty easy and quick platinum. It only takes a few hours. It's not a great game. It's kind of like a dungeon crawler, I guess. You go into these different rooms and there's enemies, very simple enemies. There are some boss fights. You can play it in co-op, I think, with one other person. And there's one trophy, I think, to reach the end, which gave some players some trouble, but it's a pretty easy platinum. Just honestly, it's not a great game. I got the platinum because it was a free game, and I figure any free game I'm willing to at least try. It was an easy platinum, simple, but again, I wouldn't put it anywhere close to like a list of good games or great games. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to somebody. So I'm gonna maybe put that one, I might put that one pretty low here, low D. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. This was also in my video covering the best platinums on PlayStation. My first Ratchet & Clank game, it looks absolutely incredible. This was one of the first PS5 games that I actually played, first AAA PS5 games I played. Graphically, it looks phenomenal. It runs great. It's got very quick load times. It's fun. It's like a third-person adventure action with some platforming, cool sci-fi weapons, futuristic, really fun game. I feel like I need to play more Ratchet & Clank games, but I would definitely recommend this one. It's like a 10 to 12 hour platinum. Pretty easy and simple, very straightforward. Definitely going to put this one in high A. And I've got a lot of great games up here, so I don't want to put it too high. But it is a fantastic game. I might put it maybe just behind Sleeping Dogs here. As a platinum, it's a great experience. Like I said, it's very straightforward, easy, quick, and it's a fun game. Tropico 6. Very similar to Tropico 5. I actually pre-ordered this game, and I think I got like a deluxe edition because I just love Tropico 5 so much. This one introduces some new mechanics, but it's pretty much the same kind of game as Tropico 6. You play a president of an island country, and you got to manage all these different things. Like I said, it's not as deep as City Skylines, but it's still a pretty fun city sim, and the platinum is not too bad. I think there are some online trophies, but they're all relatively simple. You can also get a bulk of the trophies in sandbox mode with unlimited money, so a lot of the trophies are pretty easy if you do them that way. I'm going to probably put this one right next to Tropico, and honestly, these are pretty interchangeable. I'd put them maybe right next to one another. Kind of arbitrary which one I put first there. Bloodborne, fantastic game. I'm going to maybe put this one low S tier. It is a game that you're not going to accidentally get this platinum. You're going to need to use a guide. There's some obscure things you have to do to reach all the endings and so on and so forth. I think I like Elden Ring better as a game, but Bloodborne is one of the easier From Software platinums in my opinion. There were a couple early bosses that I struggled with, but after that it was fairly simple. Most of the bosses didn't give me much trouble, but super fun game, unmatched atmosphere. It's creepy, but the combat is great. It is getting up there in age, so it doesn't run the smoothest. You know, a lot of people have been clamoring for a remaster by now. But overall, fantastic game. I mean, it's a legendary game. It's one of the most earned platinums of all time, which kind of tells you how great that game is, even though it can be challenging at spots. The Godfather 2. Now, I played the first Godfather game quite a bit on PS2, and I thought it was a great, like, movie tie-in game. It was, like, surprisingly good. It's kind of like a GTA clone, except you're, like, in the mafia, in the mob. Godfather 2, I remember renting it initially, and just not really liking it that much. There's a lot more like management mechanics where you're kind of managing your mob on the map and stuff like that, and It just didn't click with me as much as the first one on PS2, but I came back to it, and it's a fairly simple and easy platinum. I wouldn't put it on the same level as like Mafia 2, but still a fun game. I might put this one low B tier, maybe like here. Borderlands 2, this again, I already have this one up here on PS3. I believe this was part of the Handsome Jack collection. Borderlands 2, great game. Good enough that I was willing to do it twice. Ghost of Tsushima, again, I think this was a free upgrade, auto pop, put that there. Yet another Zombie Defense HD. Again, I've talked about like tower defense games. This isn't really a tower defense game, but it's like a fort defense. You have this little fort and there are zombies coming at you and you gotta survive. Pretty easy trophy list. I don't know if this was a plus game, maybe I just got it for super cheap, but not the best defense game, not the best zombie game, but pretty easy trophy list. Pretty straightforward, doesn't take very long. I might put this one in very low C tier here, maybe a little bit above body count. Returnal, fantastic game, another Housemarque game. I've got a few of their games on this list. The RNG collectibles was a little annoying, so there are some collectibles that show up in the different biomes, and there's not a perfect way to track which ones you have. You can kind of tell which biome they're in, so you can kind of load into a biome and know like, okay, it's not in this biome, I can speed to the next biome. So you can kind of tell what area it's going to be in, but it's kind of RNG. You don't know for sure if it's going to spawn, so you kind of just got to search each room and look for those last collectibles. So that was a little bit tedious, not like the worst collectible grind in the world. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people made it out to be. I also played this after a few updates, so I didn't play it at launch. When this game launched, it was quite a bit harder because you had to basically clear the entire game without dying too many times. They eventually updated it to where you could like save your progress after each act or something like that. So with some updates, they made it easier. I had a ton of fun with this game. I still boot it up every once in a while. I think it's fantastic. One of the best games on PS5 in my opinion. And it's challenging, but I think it's entirely doable. It's not like, I wouldn't put it in like a top hardest platinums list or anything like that. Very doable, very fun game, and I think now you could play it in co-op even. So super fun, definitely recommend it. I'm gonna put this one in high A tier. Let's see, I might put it right behind Uncharted 4. I might put it, yeah, right behind Uncharted 4. Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy. So I actually didn't love this game, and maybe this is a me problem. I kind of compare every game now, every superhero game, to Arkham City, Arkham Knight, and Spider-Man 2018. And in my opinion, all of those games were much better than this one. I felt like the combat in this game got kind of repetitive. The story was fine, and you know, graphically it looked fine. It's not a terrible game, it's not a bad game. It just didn't click with me as much as the Arkham games or the Spider-Man games did. I still think it's a decent game. The platinum is relatively straightforward and simple, but I'm gonna probably put this one, low B tier, maybe even behind Murdered Soul Suspect. PS5 version, this was mostly an auto pop. There was one trophy for getting all the outfits that didn't fully auto pop, so I had to do like maybe 2 to 3 hours of playing through a new run to get the last outfit that didn't pop or something like that, but for all intents and purposes, it was pretty much an auto pop. So I'm gonna maybe put this one, well, I guess it would be the least auto poppy of the auto pop, so I'll maybe put it there. Maneater, this game was fun. This is kind of a weird game where it was fun at the very beginning and then it got boring and repetitive, and then once when you kind of upgraded your shark, it got more fun because you had more abilities, but then it went back to being repetitive. So it's basically an R2 mashing simulator. Like you're just pressing R2 over and over and over again, eating animals to kind of get bigger, level up, get stronger. You become a bigger shark over time and you can take out boats and stuff. It's fun in small chunks, but it's not a game that's really fun to play for tens of hours in my opinion. So I got kind of bored with it at the end. So this one, I might put it just a hair below Guardians of the Galaxy here. And again, another free auto pop. I mean, the order of these auto pops doesn't really matter because they're all like 1 second platinums. IAI, this is another kind of like Zotrix here. You know, it's a cheap bullet hell kind of shoot 'em up game. Like I said, this is a genre I really enjoy playing, so I buy a lot of these games if I find them on the store for like 90% off. Like $1 to $2, that's like nothing. I can easily spend $2 to try out a new shoot 'em up game. I don't remember a ton about this one. I do think Zotrix is probably on the lower end of those. I'm going to have a few of these types of games coming up here, so a lot of them are going to go right next to one another, but they're not like Game of the Year category or anything like that. They're not amazing, but they're fun little games to play for a couple hours. The Forest, super fun game. I used to play this a lot with friends. It's a great game to play co-op. Similar to Minecraft, it's like you're plopped into this random world and your goal is just to survive. Now there is a story. You're supposed to find your son. The game starts off, you're in a plane crash with your son and you have to find him, but a lot of the game is just exploring and surviving. So you gather resources, you can build a fort. Really fun game. There is one trophy where you have to cut down like 100 trees or 1,000 trees or something like that, and for some reason it's bugged, so you have to do it all in one session. You can't do like 100 trees and then come back to it the next day, do 100 more. You have to do it all in one session. So really what this trophy boils down to is crafting a bunch of like proximity mines and just blowing up a bunch of trees for like an hour or two. So it's pretty tedious and boring, but that's really the only trophy I remember having problems with. I think there was another one where you had to go a certain amount of time without finding your son. So really it's just setting the controller down and letting time pass. Like there's a day-night cycle in the game. So it's just basically standing still for a set number of hours and you get that trophy pretty easily. But really fun game. It's like a survival horror type game. There's a lot of creepy creatures that are trying to kill you, cannibals, stuff like that. I'd really wish we'd get Sons of the Forest on PlayStation 5, but now that they're advertising for The Forest 3, I don't know that we're ever going to get that, which is super disappointing. I was looking forward to playing that, but I might put this in A tier. I had a ton of fun with this game. Maybe bottom A tier here. Demon's Souls, another one of the best PS5 games. It looks absolutely incredible. It runs great. It's probably the easiest From Software game I've platinumed. There is a trophy where you have to reach maximum white tendency, and there's like a weird mechanic where if you die, your health bar goes to half health, and if you restore it to full health and then go into the game world and die, your white tendency drops to black tendency. And it's gradual, so it's not like you go from white to black. There's like shades, and if you go too far deep, you won't be able to get a specific ring, and there's a trophy for collecting all the rings. And so in order to get back up to white tendency, you have to have somebody come into your game and then you have to kill them. So I had to do that a few times, which was kind of annoying. It's kind of dumb that that's like the main way to get that ring. Like you have to have somebody come into your world and kill them in order to increase your white tendency. But otherwise, fantastic game. Again, from a From Software perspective, a very doable platinum. Some of the bosses are like super easy, especially if you use magic. Magic is super overpowered in this game. You can actually one-shot a lot of the bosses if you use magic. So I'm gonna put this one maybe in high A tier. Again, fantastic game. Definitely recommend that one. Burnout Paradise. Now I remember playing some of the Burnout games a lot on PS2. I had a ton of fun with them. This one felt more like a racing game, and I remember like older Burnout games being more of like a destruction type game where you'd smash into a car and then you would chain that car into another car and you would try to build up like a big destruction combo. And that's kind of what I remember from the old Burnout games. Now, my memory's not perfect, obviously, and I didn't play all the old Burnout games, but this one felt more like a racer. It's a big open world. There is a trophy where you have to get 8 players in the baseball stadium, which I want to say I just waited in the stadium until 8 players showed up, and so that trophy is pretty annoying. Like you either have to boost it or you had to have played it during, a time when a lot of people were playing the game. The rest of the trophy list though is pretty simple. I'm gonna probably put this one maybe in low B tier, maybe like here. Maybe I'll put it above Godfather 2. Now I've got the GTA Trilogy, the Definitive Edition on PS5, so this first one's gonna be Vice City, then I've got GTA 3 and San Andreas here. I rated the PS4 port kind of low here because of the Godfather Criminal ranking, which was super tedious, and that trophy is in this version, but they just reduced the requirements by quite a bit, so I don't even remember struggling with this one at all. I don't love the Definitive Edition. I don't love the visual style. The characters look too cartoonish, and I played it quite a bit after they updated it and fixed a lot of the visual bugs. I still ran into a lot of visual bugs in San Andreas, so that one I'm going to dock quite a bit. But GTA 3 and Vice City, I had a bunch of fun with those still. I mean, I still love that original trilogy. So I'm gonna definitely put this one in B tier. Again, it's not my favorite way to play these games. I prefer the PS4 ports, but I will say the improvements to the controls are definitely welcomed. It's really tough to play those original games in 2026. The shooting especially is just really janky. So I appreciate that aspect of it, but for all other purposes, I would rather just play the PS4 port. But because of the controls, I'm gonna maybe rank this one a little higher here. And I'm gonna maybe put it above LA Noire. Far Cry New Dawn, honestly, this was kind of forgettable. It's a pretty easy platinum, fairly straightforward. I did have a few instances where enemies were like bugged in walls, and so I had to do like a restart checkpoint to finish off some of the camps, so that was kind of annoying. Pretty similar to all the other Far Cry games. It's an open world where you're clearing camps, grabbing some collectibles, you know, pretty standard Far Cry game, but it's just not as memorable as some of the others in my opinion. So I would even put it below Primal. I'm gonna probably put this low B tier, maybe like here. God of War Ragnarok, I love this game. A lot of people shit on this game, I'm not sure why, but I thought it was great. I've got God of War 2018, let's see, up in S tier here. Honestly, for me, Ragnarok is pretty close to that. I mean, I think it's fantastic. I think both of these reboot games are fantastic. Like I said early in the God of War games, every God of War game that I've ever played has been incredible. So I'm gonna put this one right here with 2018. Skyrim on PS4, much better way to play the game compared to the PS3 version and even the PS4 VR version. This is the, I think, Legendary Edition, so it's got all the DLC. Fantastic. I mean, I've talked about Skyrim so much. This one is gonna be higher than the VR version. I'm gonna probably put this one pretty high A tier here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put Skyrim in S tier. It makes you do a lot of different things. You know, it's such a massive game, and so there's so many things to do, and so I really like a trophy list like Skyrim where it forces you to join some of those guilds like the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood, and it forces you to take on some of these unique side quests and explore these areas. The game is so big, you might not do this naturally if the Platinum was just very main story focused and stuff like that. So I appreciate that the trophy list kind of makes you explore some of these things. Like I said, Skyrim, one of my favorite games of all time, and the PS4 version is just a lot more polished than the PS3 and VR versions. So S tier for me. GTA 3, again, this is, I think, a better version. In terms of GTA 3, I think the Definitive Edition is probably the better way to play it just because of the controls are better. Again, I don't love the visual style, but GTA 3 has not aged particularly well. Chivalry 2, this is a fun like medieval combat game. This was fun to play for a while, but then I feel like I started getting in lobbies with a lot of bots. So the trophy list is really repetitive. Like you have to win like 25 matches on this map and 25 matches on this map. And eventually like your team will win the game for you in a lot of cases. So it's kind of grindy. I also had to grind out like 2,000 kills, which took quite a while. It's hand-to-hand combat, so it's not like a shooter or anything like that. You're not going to get a ton of multi-kills, so it's swinging an axe or, you know, using a spear. The kills don't come super quick. Now, if you're playing against bots, they're not exactly hard. You can do like a heavy attack where you swing your axe and you might get like 2 or 3 kills at once, so it's kind of easy, but it does take a while. And this is a game that was fun at the start, but I remember when I was getting close to the end of the Platinum, I was just kind of ready for it to be done. So I might put this one in low B tier as well, maybe just a bit above Maneater. Once again, San Andreas. So this one I'm actually going to rank below the PS4 port. So, you know, the controls in the original San Andreas, in my opinion, were fine. I mean, it is dated, it is a PS2 game, but this game didn't benefit from updated controls to the same extent that GTA 3 and Vice City did. I thought the controls in San Andreas were still fine enough in that PS4 port. The issue I ran into with the Definitive Edition on San Andreas was a ton of visual bugs, like my character floating in the air, or textures that were like, you know, grass on a hill that was like angled at a 45-degree angle and you can see like empty space underneath it, and there was a ton of instances in that. I was shocked that they released the game in that state. And again, I played it quite a bit after they performed those initial updates and fixed the game. So I still prefer, for my money, I prefer that original PS4 port of San Andreas. The Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing. So this is a action RPG, like a top-down, almost like Diablo. It actually is very similar to Diablo. The gameplay loop is very similar. There is a trophy for beating the game on hardcore mode, which actually took me a while. There were quite a few times where you just die really quick and then you got to start over in hardcore mode. So not as good as Diablo. I played this before I played Diablo 4, and I kind of was intrigued by it. I had fun with it. It's not a terrible game, but it's not on the same level as Diablo 4. I think I'll maybe put this one in mid-C tier. I also remember having to grind out kills at the very end for a few hours. Like I was just running the same dungeon over and over and over again to grind out those kills. So I'm gonna probably put this one fairly low here, maybe mid-C tier, maybe behind Sound Shapes. New Tales from the Borderlands. This game is doo-doo. It's better than these other three, but this was a huge fall off from the first Tales from the Borderlands. I think I have that one in high A tier. Where is that one? I've got that one in low A tier. The first one is incredible. It's hilarious. It's fun. But this new one, it was just, it seems like they tried to overdo the humor, and a lot of it fell flat. It was just not good. I mean, that's all I can really say about it. I would not recommend this one. I bought this one, it was on sale. I want to say it was like 20 or 30 bucks, and that was still too expensive for me. Like, I would not want to play this one again. Garbage game. Okay, this next entry is actually 3 games. So there was you can see from the image here, Indie Shoot 'em Up bundle. So these 3 games were on sale. I think it's the same developer. They were on sale, 3 games for like $2. And so again, it's a shoot 'em up style game. It's a genre that I really enjoy. And I figure 3 games for like $2, you can't beat that value. Now, one of these platinums only took me like 30 minutes, another took me like 45 minutes, and another took me like an hour and a half. So I think I could argue that these are not shovelware, but they're also super easy and cheap platinums. Like the platinum rarity on them is insanely high. So for argument's sake, I might put them in shovelware just because, you know, I may not have gotten them if the platinums were like impossible, or if they were 100-hour platinums, I may not have gotten them. They're also not incredible games. They're kind of cheap. They're, you know, you can kind of tell they're very low budget. They're not like the greatest shoot 'em ups ever. So for some of those reasons, I'm going to put it in the shovelware category. But again, this was a genre that I really enjoyed playing. And yeah, they were cheap games and easy platinums. Mace Tower Defense, similar to kind of the shoot 'em up genre. Again, I play a lot of tower defense games. I have since, you know, playing Flash games on the family PC growing up. This was another cheap game. It's basically like 100 levels, I think. And I think the platinum is just completing every level. So some of them take a while, like it takes a while to get through all the levels, but I actually remember playing this through remote play a lot. Like I would be on the elliptical in the gym, and I would just, all you're doing is setting your towers and then letting the waves of enemies come through, killing the enemies, and then boom, you make it to the next level. Pretty easy and straightforward platinum. Again, I wouldn't call this shovelware. It's not like the greatest game ever made, but again, it's a tower defense game. It's a genre I enjoy. I might put this one maybe just above some of these shoot 'em up games here. Black Ops 3. Man, this is, in my opinion, I think this is one of the hardest Call of Duty games to beat on the hardest difficulty. So they've got a veteran mode like every other Call of Duty, but they also introduced a realistic mode, which is even harder. So you die in like 1 to 2 hits. And the shitty thing about Black Ops 3 is that it separated solo and co-op campaigns. So if you started playing the campaign solo and then you wanted to play it co-op, you had to start over. They weren't connected, they were completely separate, which I don't understand why they would do that. But I started playing it solo because I didn't have PS Plus, and by the time I did get PS Plus, I didn't want to start over because I think I had already beaten the game on realistic. Even though I still had to do like all the accolades and a lot of other stuff for the platinum, I didn't want to start completely fresh, so I just kept going solo, and I eventually got the platinum. But this is not an easy platinum. The personal decorator trophy is notoriously difficult and time consuming. I mean, it takes hours and hours of grinding kills to get all the camos for all the weapons. Like, you have to get like hundreds of kills with every single weapon in the game to get all the camos. Obviously, the accolades and all the missions, there's like I want to say like 15 in every mission, and so those take a long time to get. And then the combat simulator, the VR simulator, whatever it's called, I actually had to use I didn't have to, but I did. I used the God mode exploits, which basically makes you invincible. So I feel like I need to go back and do that legit at some point. But this is a very demanding platinum. I mean, it's notoriously one of the hardest Call of Duty platinums out there, and for that reason, I'm gonna put this one in D tier. I think I'd rather do Arkham Origins again before I did this one again. X-Force Genesis is another cheap shoot 'em up that I got. I don't remember this one a ton, but I think it's still kind of better than Zotrix, kind of in this low C tier range. Again, a genre that I just enjoy playing. Black Ops Cold War, this was another free plus game, I think. And I had a lot of fun with this one. The campaign is good. The zombies mode was fun as well. I think you have to do the Easter egg for this one for the platinum. And it's not like super hard. I think it does require other players though. There is a trophy for beating the Dead Ops arcade mode, which when I played it, they had released an update that allowed you to save your progress. So like if you died in wave, I think it's like 100 waves or something like that. And if you died in wave 84, you could restart from your best round or whatever. So it definitely got a lot easier over time. I'm sure this would have been pretty demanding at launch, but it wasn't too bad. I do remember there was one trophy I had to boost though for getting like 10 squad kills in a specific game mode or something like that. Basically, it was a dead game mode, so like nobody was playing it, and I had to boost it because otherwise I just wouldn't be able to find the players to get it done. So unfortunate that I had to boost a couple of trophies. There's another trophy in the campaign where it's pretty annoying. You have to destroy every truck. So you're driving a truck, and on your right side and left side you have trucks that you have to blow up with like a grenade launcher. And if you miss one, you have to restart. And that one took me quite a while to beat. Otherwise, not a crazy difficult platinum. Like I said, you do have to spend quite a bit of time in zombies mode, but I really enjoy zombies. This isn't my favorite zombies in terms of Call of Duty, but I had fun with this one. But again, a lot of that was because it was a free plus game. And yeah, I thought the story was fine. I might put this one in low B tier. I think I'm going to put it a little bit under World War II. Need for Speed Heat. Again, I don't have a ton of racing games on here. I rated the Need for Speed Rivals a bit low because I just found myself getting bored with that one near the end of the platinum. I didn't have as much of a problem with boredom with this one. I kind of played this one in chunks though, so I didn't really like spend endless hours grinding it. I kind of did it, you know, in pieces. Fun racing game. I mean, Need for Speed is a classic series. This one's not insanely difficult or grindy, totally doable. I feel like this one is a low B as well. I might even put this one, I'm gonna put it just a hair above Burnout Paradise. GTA 4, I have kind of a personal connection / grudge with this game. So back when I had my original PS3, I had a PS3 that was backwards compatible. It was like one of the launch versions. It was a fat, backwards compatible PS3. And I was playing this game a lot in college, and I got my single player file up to like 99%. All I had to do left for the 100% was like half the stunt jumps. And for some reason I put it off, and randomly my PS3 got the yellow light of death. Now I actually bought new thermal paste. I took apart my PS3 and tried to repair it myself, but when I put it back together and everything, it still didn't work. So my PS3 basically died. And the worst part about it was I didn't have PS Plus at the time, so I didn't have cloud saves. So my GTA 4 save was stuck at 99%, and it was stuck on that PS3 that had just died. So I lost all of it. I was so frustrated that I actually gave away my copy of GTA 4 to a friend. I was like, I'm never gonna play this game again. I was so mad, and eventually, like over a decade later, I came back to it, grinded out the single player. It really wasn't that bad. I think it's a great game. It's not my favorite GTA game, but it's still GTA. It's got a great story. I really like the characters in that game. But the multiplayer, the online multiplayer, is really what makes this platinum such a chore. This one basically requires a ton of boosting, like it's impossible to get naturally. You have to win every single multiplayer game mode, which there's quite a few different kinds. There's a lot of races that you have to win, so you kind of have to keep track of every single one. And then there's also some co-op missions in the online multiplayer that are actually really tough. You got to do them under a time limit. Thankfully, I got carried through those. Like I think I grouped up with, I don't know if I boosted or if I just got grouped up with some really good players, but they told me to just stand still and they went and did it, and they cleared it. They had they knew where the helicopters were. They got to these spots very quickly and they knocked it out very easily. Like they had done it a million times, so they knew it like the back of their hand. So I got carried through those. And then lastly, obviously grinding to rank 10. That was pretty grindy. There is an exploit where you can start one of these missions, and there's a way that you can just glitch an enemy or an opposing player with headshots, and you're basically just tapping shoot over and over and over again and getting headshot after headshot. And it's a very quick way to rank up, but it still takes a long ass time. It takes many hours to reach the max rank. So that was not a very enjoyable experience. Again, I think GTA 4 is a really good game, but I kind of put it in that same category as GTA 5 in the sense that the PS3 multiplayer was just insanely grindy. It wasn't as bad or time consuming as GTA 5, but it was definitely a lot more difficult, I would say. GTA 5 online multiplayer wasn't really hard, it just took a long time, but GTA 4 actually had some challenge to it unless you get carried through it. So I might just put GTA 4 a hair underneath GTA 5 as far as the PS3 versions go. Zombieland Double Tap Road Trip. This wasn't a very good game. I bought it because it was a twin stick shooter and I really like those kinds of games. I like zombie games and I really like the Zombieland movie. But this just isn't a really good movie tie-in game. It's not a good twin stick shooter. It's not a good zombie game. It's kind of bad, to be honest. Fairly easy platinum, but just not a great game. I might put this one in Bunny Raiders territory. Call of Duty Classic. So this is actually a pretty challenging platinum. This one's kind of unique in the sense that there's no health regen, and the other odd thing about this one is that the checkpoints are based on how much health you have. So if you make it halfway through a level with full health, you're going to get more checkpoints than you would if you take a lot of damage. So there are parts where if you take too much damage, you won't get a checkpoint. So that definitely adds to the difficulty. Basically, if you take too much damage early on, you're better off just restarting either the checkpoint or the mission and trying to see if you can inch up a little further with more health, because you'll get more checkpoints. So it's kind of odd in that sense. This is another one where the trophy difficulty does not stack, so you have to clear the game on easy, medium, and hard. And this game is actually pretty challenging on the hardest difficulty. Like I said, there's no health regen, so you have to pick up health packs, and enemies can just it seems like they have aimbot, they can hit you from miles away. And so, I penalized Shadows of the Damned for requiring multiple playthroughs because the difficulty didn't stack. I'm going to penalize this one for the same reason, and with that added difficulty, I'm going to maybe just put it a hair under Shadows of the Damned. Resident Evil 6. Definitely my least favorite Resident Evil game. I don't enjoy it as much as I liked Resident Evil 5. It doesn't have that nostalgia factor for me. I played it mostly with randoms. I remember having to grind out skill points at the end by just replaying the same chapters over and over and just sprinting through it. Not a very enjoyable platinum because it's not a great game in my opinion. It's ridiculously over the top. I mean, for Christ's sakes, you have zombies flying helicopters in this game. So it feels like just an action game as opposed to a survival horror game. So for this one, I mean, the platinum is fairly simple and easy. It does take a little bit of grinding of skill points at the end, but just not a very good game in my opinion. Not very fun. I don't think I would do this one again, even though it is on PS4, I believe. I maybe put it above The Hobbit though, and Escape Dead Island. Galaxy Shooter, this is another one, kind of like these shoot 'em ups here. A cheap, easy shoot 'em up that I bought for very cheap. Nothing exceptional about it. It's just a genre that I personally enjoy. I could kind of interchange a lot of these games. They're all kind of in that same category. Okay, Spider-Man 2. Now this might be the hottest take of the entire list. I didn't enjoy this one nearly as much as I did the first game, and a big reason for that is this is still one of the buggiest games I've ever played on PS5. I'll put some clips down, in the video here, but There were so many bugs that I ran into in this game, and a lot of them were pretty significant. Like they forced me to close the game and restart. So the bugs were really annoying. The story was fine, the gameplay was fine when it actually worked. I thought the Mary Jane sections were just awful, like worse than the first one. Okay, Mary Jane goes through this combat training and she gets like weapon training, so she's trained by Sable. I think that's how they explain it. But when you see her sprint towards one of Kraven's goons and she just sprints at him, disarms the guy and beats him to a pulp, it was just completely unbelievable. I mean, I didn't buy it for a second. Those sections were not fun. I didn't enjoy them in the first one, but I hated them in the second one, and I'm not a person who complains about playing as a female in a game. Like, I love the Horizon games. That by itself is not a deal breaker for me, but it just felt completely unbelievable. I didn't enjoy it, and when I add on all the bugs that I experienced in this game, for me, this Platinum is a C tier at best. Again, it's unfortunate. I don't think a lot of people experienced as many bugs as I did in this game, but I just remember not enjoying this one nearly as much as the first one. So I'm gonna probably put this mid C tier. Resident Evil 5 on PS4. Again, this was my very first Platinum on PS3. I just replayed this one because I was familiar with it. Still a fun game, it's just a bit more polished. You know, the PS4 version doesn't have that kind of nostalgia for me, but it's the same game, so I'm not going to put it in high A tier, but I still had a ton of fun with it. You know, you can play it in co-op. It's got, I still think Resident Evil 5 is an overhated, fun action shooter. Again, it's not the greatest Resident Evil game ever made, but I still had a ton of fun with it. I still think it's a really fun game. I'm going to maybe put this one still in low A tier. Rigid Reforce Redux, this is another shoot 'em up. This one actually has a couple difficult trophies. I have some videos on my channel about this one. You have to do a boss rush mode where you have to defeat all 6 bosses back to back without taking damage, so that is pretty tricky. You also have to beat the game on hard, but I think you can just do the final chapter. There's also a couple miscellaneous trophies that are really frustrating. Like, they took me quite a while to get done. Crash Test Dummy, I think, is the name of one of the trophies, so not a gimme Platinum. Like, this one actually does challenge you a bit, and like I said, it does have a pretty annoying trophy. I do think it's a decent game, but I'm gonna maybe put it on the lower end here. Skyrim on PS5, again, I've talked about this game 3 times already. I think this is the best way to play Skyrim, and so I'm gonna put it right there in front of the PS4 version. Helldivers 2, this is one of the most fun games I've played in years. Very fun to play co-op. It's got great gunplay. The stratagems are super fun. You know, accidentally killing your teammates is hilarious and entertaining, and this is a game where even when you fail, you're still having a ton of fun. The trophy list is pretty straightforward. There are a couple somewhat challenging trophies where you gotta complete like a certain mission on a certain difficulty in a certain time limit, and it takes some practice. Like, you have to kind of know what you're doing, but very fun game. Like I said, one of the most fun co-op games you can play. Absolutely incredible. They've also added a bunch of updates to this game, so I think the Platinum might be a little bit different than it was at launch. Like, there's a trophy to unlock all the ship modules, and I think at multiple points they added more ship modules, so I think that trophy became more difficult over time. But in general, this is such a good game that for me, this is high A tier easily. I would definitely do this one again. I'm gonna put this one high A tier here. Call of Duty World at War. This is right up there with some of the hardest Call of Duty games ever, in my opinion, on the hardest difficulty. And it's really, I mean, everybody knows it's the grenade spamming. Enemies will just launch infinite number of grenades at you. Like, every 5 seconds you've got a grenade icon next to you, and you've got to get out of the cover that you're in and go to another cover. So grenade spamming, there are tons of sections in this game that took me hours to get through. I remember the section where you're in like the bunkers and you have the flamethrower. That level took me a long ass time to beat. There's also the mission near the end. It's like Heart of the Reich or something, where you have to go up the steps and you have to take out like the 2 AA guns on the way. And like I said, you're just getting bombarded with grenades, and not only that, but you have to go upstairs and you have enemies shooting at you from the front and sides. There's not a ton of cover. Very difficult campaign to beat on veteran. That's really what prevents people from getting this platinum. I think this one is harder than Call of Duty Classic, but you also don't have to play through it 3 times. The big thing that's going to take away from this game is the grenade spamming. It gets to a point where it's not fun. And so for that reason, I'm going to probably put this high C tier. I think it's a very good game. I think the campaign is great. And this is also the first game to introduce the Call of Duty Zombies. So it's kind of iconic. Again, great game in its own right, but dealing with those grenade spamming enemies is just over the top and ridiculous. But I think I would rather do it again over Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Ether 1, this is I don't know if I would call it a walking simulator, but it's very narrative focused. It's got some obscure puzzles that I probably never would have figured out if it wasn't for following a video guide. It's an easy and quick platinum. I played it like at launch for like an hour and earned a couple trophies, so I came back to it in the last couple years just to clean it up. Again, I just followed a video guide. This isn't really my style of game, so I kind of put it in this category of, it's not a terrible game, but it's just not really my thing. So for me, I might put this kind of arbitrarily here. Yeah, Fallout 3. So I kind of went on a streak here where I played the entire Fallout series. I've got Shelter, New Vegas 4, and then later on Fallout 76. I played Fallout 3 like back in 2010 for maybe an hour or two, and it just didn't click with me. I wasn't really into RPGs at the time. This was before I ever played Skyrim. I didn't think the shooting was great, and so, you know, I kind of looked at it as a shooter, and it didn't feel great as a shooter. And I wasn't really like drawn into the VAT system, the system for aiming in the game. So I kind of dropped it after like an hour or two, but I wanted to come back to the series and play the entire series from the earliest possible game that I could play on a PlayStation console. And I actually had a lot of fun with it. Now that I kind of have a respect for RPGs, I think it's a great game. Unfortunately, like a lot of PlayStation 3 Bethesda RPGs, it just runs like shit, especially as your save file gets bigger, the frame rate starts to drop, you know, there's bugs in the game. I still had a ton of fun with it. I mean, I would definitely do this one again. If there was ever an example of a game that needed desperately the remaster or remake treatment, it's Fallout 3 and New Vegas. And I think we're getting them. I think they're, you know, just a year or two away. I feel pretty confident we're going to get them in the next couple years, but tough to play in 2026 on a PS3. But again, I still had a ton of fun with it. I don't really mind, you know, low frame rate in a game. I grew up, you know, playing PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and Flash games, so that's not really a deal breaker for me, but it does get annoying after, you know, 30, 40 hours of gameplay and your save file gets bloated and then everything just starts to slog and drag. So kind of a tedious platinum. It's definitely not a quick one. It takes quite a while, but those early Fallout games are just amazing games in my opinion. I don't put it on the same level as Skyrim, but I did have a ton of fun with it, even though it did feel quite a bit outdated. I'm still going to put this in mid B tier somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to maybe put this like right behind Days Gone, high B tier. Fallout Shelter, so this is a game that, I think this is a game that's best played on a touchscreen. I don't think it's made to be played on a console with a joystick. It started off as a mobile game, I believe, so the idea is that you're building this Fallout Shelter and you have to like tap on the different rooms in order to like collect resources, upgrade players, assign your dwellers to do certain tasks, and it's just, it feels awkward to do it with the controller. It's much more comfortable with a touchscreen. I actually have this game in my car, and it's really easy to play this game on a touchscreen. This is also a game that I feel like is meant to be played for like 20 to 30 minutes a day, because a lot of it is based on real life timers. For example, you can send out a dweller to explore the wasteland or send them out on a quest. Well, there's a real life timer on that quest. It might take 18 hours for them to reach the quest. So you're literally waiting 18 real life hours for them to reach the quest marker, and then you come back, then you can kind of do the quest, and then they have to go back, which might take another 18 hours. So it's a game where you're kind of meant to play it for a little bit each day, set everything up, and then just kind of get away from the game and let it do its thing in the background. It is a bit grindy. You have to collect like a lot of items. You have to, you know, do a lot of things a certain amount of time, but it's a pretty easy platinum, and I actually kind of enjoy it. I just don't think it's a game that's meant to be played on a PS4. So, you know, if I was playing this on a touchscreen or like on a Vita, or like because I think a Vita has a touchscreen, I would probably rate it a little bit higher. But again, I just don't think the PS4 is the optimal way to play this game. Maybe put this high C tier. Fallout New Vegas. Again, I think this is a fantastic game. I think the story's better than Fallout 3. I think it's an incredible RPG, but again, it suffers the same problems as Skyrim and Fallout 3 on the PS3. These games aren't optimized well enough to be played on a PS3. You know, as your save file gets big, they get janky and the frame rate drops, and it gets really rough to play after a certain point. Where do I have Fallout 3? Right there. I'm gonna put Fallout New Vegas above Fallout 3. Again, I think it's a better game, but again, it does feel kind of outdated. I'm desperately waiting for a remastered version with these two games, and I might day one buy those games. Fallout 4, I had a ton of fun with this one. I know this game was hated a lot. You know, people say it's not a very good RPG. They say it's not a very good Fallout game. I had a ton of fun with it. It's obviously the most polished of the Fallout games. It's the most recent. I played the PS5 version. There is a trophy to reach max happiness in a settlement, which I understand was very annoying at launch, but there are some strategies to make that really not that bad. It only took me a few hours to get that done, but I had a ton of fun with the settlement building. Like, this is the first Fallout that lets you kind of build a settlement and craft things. You can get like death claws in your settlement to like patrol, you know, and that way when enemies come and try to invade your settlement, Deathclaws will fight, you know, on your behalf. So there's a lot of really cool additions in Fallout 4. I think it has some very good DLC expansions, and I would definitely do this one from scratch again. I might even do this one again on PS4 at some point. So for me, I'm going to put this one in A tier. I'm going to actually put it just a hair above Sleeping Dogs. I just had a ton of fun with it. That's really what it boils down to. Red Faction Guerrilla, this game is great. I really wish this series would make a comeback. Destruction is a huge part of this game. So you get this big ass axe as well as like these really cool weapons. Like there's a gun that fires black holes. There's guns that shoot through walls. But like so much of this game is about destructibility. A lot of the buildings can be destroyed. You can take a hammer and basically tear down a giant building with nothing else but that hammer. You know, you take out the corners of the building and eventually the entire building will collapse. So you could take it down piece by piece. You can destroy bridges in this game and they actually will stay destroyed for the rest of your save. So for that reason, it's very unique. It had some of the best particle physics, you could say, in any game, and it's, you know, this is an early PS3 title. Cool story, you're on Mars, you're like a revolutionary on Mars trying to fight against, you know, big corporations, kind of like Total Recall, I guess, without the mutants. The online multiplayer, though, is really, really gruesome. I remember spending literally weeks grinding this out. You have to win like 250 ranked matches. You have to do a ton of like XP grinding and getting specific kills with specific weapons and gear. So not a very fun platinum to get for that reason. I wouldn't want to do this one again. I know there was a remastered version that came out that apparently is not a very good port. I don't really have much of an interest in playing it, but I really wish this series would make a comeback. Honestly, I put this kind of in the same category as Crysis 2. You know, when I think about PS3 games that had just brutal multiplayer online boosting grinds, these are two games that come to mind immediately. And I think Red Faction Guerrilla was actually worse. So I'm going to put that just below Crysis 2. Again, amazing game. I love Red Faction Guerrilla, but boosting the online multiplayer was not fun at all. Red Faction Armageddon, this was a much easier and quicker platinum. It does have some multiplayer trophies, but they're fairly easy. I like Red Faction Guerrilla better as a game, but this is a much more doable platinum trophy. So I'm going to actually rate it higher than Guerrilla because you don't have to spend weeks boosting online multiplayer. High C, I think. It is kind of a mid game. Like, it's not a game I would necessarily recommend, but I might put it like here, high C tier. Injustice. Man, this one, so this is kind of where you can kind of see I've got some hard platinums coming up. This is the point where I realized I could get some hard platinums. At the time, this was probably one of the hardest platinums I'd ever gotten. So I did all the multiplayer in this game back in 2016. I was just playing the game a lot. The online multiplayer is really not that challenging. It just takes a long time. You have to play like 200 matches, win 100 matches, but you don't have to win like 10 matches in a row or anything like that. So the online multiplayer, at least at one point, was entirely doable just playing naturally. Now, it's probably going to be impossible because this is such an old game. I don't know how many people are playing it. the thing that really makes this Platinum so difficult is the single player stuff. So you've got the Star Labs missions. I think it's like 240 missions where you got to get 3 stars. These are like situational missions. So you might be Batman and you've got to meet 3 criteria in order to get the 3 stars. And a lot of these are super easy. Like you'll get them first try and they only take, you know, a minute or two. But some of them are very tedious and difficult and take some luck. Like there are a couple where you have projectiles coming from the ceiling and you have to defeat the enemy without getting hit by a single projectile. So it takes a lot of practice, it takes a lot of, you know, luck, to be honest. There's one near the end where you're playing as Wonder Woman and you have to pull off this like 5 to 7 string combo against an enemy that's invisible. And you have to like bounce the enemy off the wall and then catch him as he comes back and juggle him for a combo. You have to basically time it perfectly. You have to know the combo, obviously, but then you have to be able to time it so you know exactly when the enemy bounces off the wall and comes back to you without actually seeing the enemy. So there are some Star Labs missions that are really tough. They're going to take a lot of practice, but really the one thing that makes this Platinum kind of very difficult is the battle mode. So this is a NetherRealms game, the same studio that makes the Mortal Kombat games. In all the Mortal Kombat games you have what are called ladders, and one ladder might be, you know, you're just facing 10 random opponents. So it just picks 10 fighters from the roster and you have to get through all of them to beat that ladder. Well, battle mode is like 20 different types of ladders. Some of them are easy, like just take out 10 random opponents on normal difficulty, but there are 2 specifically that are very challenging. One requires you to do 10 opponents on the highest difficulty. That one took me forever. I think that one's called the Max. Very tough. Like this is a game where, and if you've ever played the old school Mortal Kombat games, on the high difficulties, the enemies read your button input. So you go for a punch and they immediately duck and uppercut your ass. It's super cheap, it's unfair, but that's kind of what the difficulty is in these games. And the enemies will also hit you for like 15, 20 hit combos that take out half your health. It's insane. Like if you don't practice with the character and memorize a combo and get a little bit of luck, this is a very, very difficult Platinum. The other tough ladder that you have to complete in battle mode is called the Impossible, and you have to defeat the entire roster, which is like 24 characters, maybe 21. You have to defeat every single character in a row with 1 health bar, and they get harder as you go on. So the very first one is set to like very easy difficulty, but by the time you get to the last one, it's set to like very hard. So it increases in difficulty and you have 1 health bar. Now you can regenerate some health in between each round by doing specific things, like if you do a level transition, or if you do like an X-ray move, or if you win a clash. These are all things that will give you little chunks of health back in between fights, but it's still very difficult. It's like a 45-minute run from the first opponent to the last, and this one took me a couple days to beat, so very tough. I don't think it's a Platinum I would want to do again. Very, very challenging, especially if you don't play a lot of fighters, and I certainly don't. I would probably want to do Red Dead first before I did this one again, but I think I would do this one before I did ESO from scratch again. So I'm going to put it in high D tier. X-Men Origins Wolverine. This was a pretty fun hack and slash game. This is actually a pretty good movie tie-in game. It basically follows the movie, and Hugh Jackman actually does the voice acting for Wolverine in this game. So it's actually a really solid game. It's a good hack and slash game. Platinum is relatively straightforward. It's not like, I wouldn't say it's as good as the God of War trilogy, but it's still very good, and I feel comfortable putting this in B tier somewhere, maybe like here. It's a game you wouldn't expect to be as good as it is. Fallout 76, this is easily my least favorite Fallout game. I played this co-op with a friend, and there were times where I was having a ton of fun with it. You know, we were going out questing, crafting, upgrading our characters and stuff like that. It has moments where it's really fun. But eventually it all starts to feel like everything is a fetch quest and you're doing the same exact thing over and over and over again. It's a bit grindy, it's a bit repetitive, and it's just not my favorite Fallout game. It's not one that I plan on ever playing again unless they add more trophies. The Platinum is fairly simple, but it takes like 100 hours, so it's certainly not quick. In my opinion, it's not as enjoyable as Fallout 3 or New Vegas, even though those are on older consoles. So again, I don't know that I would want to do this one again. I probably put this one in mid C tier, maybe here. Rime. This is a decent action adventure game you play as like a little kid. It's very narrative focused. Not a game I would say I love. Fairly easy platinum. I think there were some collectibles that were missable and I had to do like a partial playthrough or something at the end. Kind of forgettable for me personally. I know it's, it's a very story focused game, but it wasn't really my thing. I might put it above some of these other games. Like I'll maybe put it here in D tier, but again, not a terrible game. It just really wasn't my thing. Shadow of the Colossus. I got the PS3 version and the PS4 version here. The PS3 version in particular is really difficult. If you're not familiar with this game, you got to basically find these giant creatures, climb up them, and kill them. Well, you have to reach their weak points, which might be on the top of their head, it might be on their wing, but you have to crawl and kind of grab onto the creature, but you have a stamina bar, and after a while, you'll run out of stamina and you'll fall off, so you kind of have to rest in between climbing. And the PS3 version in particular is a lot more janky, and the colossi kind of wiggle a lot more. There's also a time attack mode where you have to kill all the colossi in a certain amount of time, and some of the time limits on the PS3 version are just crazy tight. Like you have to be perfect, you have to climb up the colossi very quickly. It takes a little bit of luck, but again, the PS3 version is pretty challenging. It's the controls are a bit more janky. It's not one I would want to do again. I remember struggling with it quite a bit. Both of these games are also pretty grindy. You have to play through the entire game like multiple times in order to fully max out the stamina. So this PS3 version, I'm gonna probably put this in D, like high D tier, at the very top of D tier. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but again, some of those time limits on those time trials are really strict. You fall off the colossi very quickly. And in my opinion, the PS4 version is better. I mean, it's not as dark and gritty, and maybe people don't like it for that reason. It's a bit more colorful, but it also runs better. I think it was made by Bluepoint Games, and they just make incredible remasters. So this, I think, is a more fun and enjoyable version of the game. If you've never played Shadow of the Colossus, I highly recommend this one. Like I said, it is a bit grindy. You have to replay part of the game like over and over and over again to fully max out the character's stamina, so I am going to ding it a little bit for that, but in general, super fun game. I might put this like high C tier. Captain America Super Soldier, this is kind of in that same vein as the Wolverine game, although not quite as good as the Wolverine game, and I'm not sure how closely this game follows the movie, but it's like a action beat 'em up game. You play as Captain America, there's a decent story. Fairly simple and easy platinum trophy. Let's see, where do I've got that Wolverine game? I'm gonna maybe put this one in low B tier, like maybe just a bit under Maneater. No, I'm gonna put it ahead of Maneater and Chivalry. Maybe put it there. Max Payne 3. This is another game I really wish would get the remastered treatment. I absolutely love this game. I think it has some of the best gunplay in any game I've ever played. The cutscenes are really annoying when you're having to sit through them multiple times. The thing about this platinum that makes it so difficult is, first of all, you have to clear the game multiple times. There's multiple different game modes that you have to complete. There's like an old school mode, there's New York Minute mode, and then obviously there's the New York Minute Hardcore mode. New York Minute Hardcore mode is a permadeath mode with a time limit. So you start the game with 1 minute on the clock and it starts to count down to 0. Well, every time you get a kill, you add time, and depending on whether it's a normal kill or a headshot or a melee kill, you might get 5 seconds, 6 seconds, or 10 seconds. And so you have to kind of rack up a lot of early kills to build that timer up, so that way you have more time near the end of the game. The hardest parts of the game are like in the last 25% of the story, so it gets pretty tough at the end. I want to say this took me like 9 tries, and there was one attempt where I got like very close to the end and I just ran out of time. So it is definitely doable. I could actually see myself doing this one again. Again, I think Max Payne 3 is a great game. It is a little bit buggy. There were some cases where I was like clipping through environmental objects and stuff like that, but thankfully I never got hit with any crashes. I've heard horror stories of people having the game crash, especially like right at the end. This is like a 3 to 4 hour run, I think, if you're doing a New York Minute Hardcore run, so it's not as long as like Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, and it's not as difficult either. but it's definitely challenging. It's a permadeath mode. Again, you got to sit through a lot of unskippable cutscenes, especially early on, but I actually really like this game. I'd love to get a remaster, and I wouldn't mind doing this one again. So I'm going to actually put this one fairly high up in B tier, which might be another hot take for this list, but again, I really like this game. I'm going to maybe put it right here. I'm going to put it behind Defense Grid 2. Dragon Age Origins. So this is a game I played initially back in like 2010, I want to say, and I played it after playing Skyrim, and I didn't really like it for some reason. It didn't feel like Skyrim, and I was kind of comparing every RPG to Skyrim at that point, and I just like Skyrim a lot better. And so I kind of dropped it, and I came back to it like 2 years ago because I had heard after all these years that it's one of the best RPGs ever, and I'm super glad I came back to it. I absolutely love this game. Even playing it back in 2024 when it was like, 16 years old, I still think it's one of the best RPGs I've ever played. It's fantastic. It's got a great story. The squad mates are great. There's tons of side quests to explore. Your choices actually matter, so I think you have to do multiple playthroughs. Just an all-around great game. I mean, BioWare really knows how to make a solid RPG game. I would love a remaster of this game, but I played this non-stop for a few weeks. I did all the DLC. I had like the Game of the Year Awakening edition, so I did all the DLC packs as well. It is kind of old. I mean, it is an early PS3 title, but again, I love it. I would even put it above like Fallout 3 in terms of enjoyment for the platinum. Like I said, outdated a bit, but still a fantastic RPG. One of the best RPGs I've ever played. Stellatum, this is another kind of cheap indie shoot 'em up game that I got for just probably a couple dollars. Again, a lot of these I could interchange, and they're all kind of in that same category. Decent shoot 'em up, but again, not going to win like Game of the Year or anything like that. Just a personal favorite genre for me. Vanquish. So this is a really fun game. The story's really short. Like the entire story on hard only took me like 4 hours to beat. So it's very short. It's action packed. It's nice and compact. So there's not a lot of wasted time. You're like right into the action. The cutscenes aren't like crazy long or anything like that. Really fun game to play. Fairly easy too. Like even the campaign on hard is not really hard at all. The thing that makes this platinum notorious is obviously the tactical challenges. There's 6 tactical challenges, and number 4 and 6 are really the two that are crazy difficult. I thought 4 was really hard. Most people don't mention that one, but I struggle with that one a lot. But even the first tactical challenge is a significant difficulty spike over pretty much anything you're going to see in the story. So the reason these tactical challenges are so tough is the story, the campaign never really tests you at this level. Once you get to the tactical challenges, you have to be like a lot faster, a lot more responsive. You have to have better aim, and it's very demanding. All of them are very demanding. Obviously, Tactical Challenge 6 is the hardest part about the platinum, and it is like really tough. You have enemies all over the screen. There's not a lot of cover. You die very quickly, and it's 5 waves, and so if you make it to wave 5 and die, you have to restart, and it's really tough. Like this took me a couple days to clear, and I don't know if I would want to do this again, but it is a nice little challenge, but it is very rage inducing. Like this shit will have you raging hard. Like some of the later rounds in this game, in this tactical challenge, are very tough, but it is pretty short. I mean, that's like the only thing about the platinum that's difficult. The rest of the platinum is pretty easy. I'm going to put Vanquish here just a hair above Injustice. I think I'd rather do Vanquish over Injustice and ESO, but I'd almost rather do Red Dead again before Vanquish, because that last tactical challenge is just super rage-inducing. Cuphead, great game. I think this is an A tier for me. I did use the DLC items because I was going for the 100% anyways, so there's a DLC character and a DLC weapon that makes the game quite a bit easier. You can double jump, and the weapon has like a auto tracking feature, so you don't even really have to aim at all. That said, it's still a bit challenging, but it's like a 6 out of 10. Not all that difficult. I'm not going to knock it for difficulty because of the way I played it, but great game. I mean, this game is well known for its unique art style. Great game. I hear they're coming out with a second one pretty soon here. I might put this one right ahead of Skyrim VR here in mid A tier. Marvel Midnight Suns. I think this is a super underrated game. I don't play a lot of card games, but this is kind of like a card game mixed with some action. And basically you have a lot of Marvel characters that you can take into fights with you, and you have cards. So like you might have Spider-Man and you have a card for Spider-Man that does X number of damage. So you can play that card and pick which enemy on the screen you want to attack. And there's also combo mechanics, so you can like kind of pinball enemies off one another for really cool combos. The story is kind of like whatever. I could take it or leave it. It's not like the greatest superhero story ever made. In the protagonist in the game, Hunter, I think its name is. Again, not particularly memorable, but the gameplay is really fun. Graphically, it looks great. You get access to a whole host of different Marvel characters. Really fun game. I absolutely love this game. And I'm gonna probably put this one in A tier. I might put this one like here. Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. Another From Software game. Fantastic game. It's kind of unique compared to all the other From Software games because it rewards an aggressive play style. It's very heavily focused on parrying and blocking. Some very tough boss fights. There were some early roadblocks that I faced in this game that really kicked my ass over and over again. Even later on, like the Demon of Hatred really was tough. That took me a few hours to beat. So definitely challenging. There's definitely a learning curve in this game. It also doesn't have any co-op, so you can't summon, a friend to help you. So you're kind of on your own. There are a couple spots where you can summon a friendly AI to help, but otherwise you basically just got to get good to be good at this game. And it is a really good game, gameplay wise. Story, I couldn't even tell you what this game is about. It's kind of weird. It's about like mythical dragons, and a lot of From Software games are kind of abstract in that sense, but absolutely great game. If you're good enough to beat the game, the platinum's not too hard, but like a lot of From Software games, there are multiple endings. I think I had to do at least 2 full playthroughs. So I might put this one just a hair below Demon's Souls, because again, you got to do multiple playthroughs. I might put it like here, kind of mid to high A tier. Injustice 2, this is a really solid game. I think it's a lot more polished, obviously, than Injustice 1. I think it looks great. It's fun to play, but the platinum is pretty grindy. There's one trophy in particular, you got to unlock a Catwoman ability, and it's basically purely RNG. Now, there is a way to get it that's basically a guaranteed way to get it, but it takes a minimum of 50 hours. The plus side of that is that there is a way that you can use an AI computer to fight for you. So when you start a fight in Injustice 2, you can set your loadout to AI loadout. Basically what that does is the computer fights on your behalf, and you can earn trophies this way. So if there's a trophy to do a certain thing with Batman in a fight, if you set your loadout to AI loadout and your AI, loadout does that thing in the fight, you'll actually get the trophy. So you can not only get miscellaneous trophies using the AI loadout, but you can also progress towards some of these grindier trophies like the Catcall trophy. So I spent a lot of time playing AFK in this game. I did do the entire story normally. I watched all the cutscenes like I would with any other game. I enjoyed the story. I think it's great, but the trophy list is not super enjoyable to get through. It's not as bad as Injustice 1. Like I said, it's a lot easier, but it is quite a bit grindier. Now, even though it is grindy, like I said, you can have an AI loadout do it for you. So it's not really demanding on you personally. You're going to rack up a lot of playtime, but again, a lot of it's AFK. So I'm going to probably put this one like mid C tier. I wouldn't mind doing it again because again, the computer's doing a lot of that work for you. Maybe put it here, mid C. Devil May Cry 5. So I've got a video on this one. This is like easily still one of my hardest platinums ever. Now this platinum took me like 130 hours. Some of that was spent on DLC, and a lot of the reason it took me so long was because I didn't change my control layout. So when you first start, you have the gun is tied to the square button. You want to change that to L1, and the reason for that is because in order to get all the S ranks on all the difficulties, which there's a lot of them, you have to do like kind of unique combos, and a lot of that is going to require you to have that gun charged at almost all the time. And so it's very hard to do when jump is set to X and the gun is set to square. So you want to tie that to the L1 button, and that way you can basically always have that gun charged. That way you have it when you need it in a combo. Once I did that, it got quite a bit easier, but it's still a very tough platinum. You have to get S ranks on every single mission, which there's like 21 missions, on 5 separate difficulties. So that's like 100 plus S ranks. And some of these S ranks, like you have to take no damage in order to get through them. Otherwise, it's very tough to build up a style combo that's high enough, especially with like Nero. Nero's the hardest character in my opinion, and it's very tough to get some of these S ranks. Some of these took me literally weeks to get through, and I just remember raging so much. I don't know that I would want to do this again. I think, you know, for me, it's D tier. I think it's a great game. I think it's one of the best like action games I've ever played, and I'm looking forward to the next game. And I'd also like to play the other games in the series at some point. But this was a tough platinum. It made me frustrated. It made me annoyed. It made me stressed out, and I don't think I would want to do it again. So I'm gonna maybe I might put it a hair under Injustice, to be honest. High on Life, this was a fun little casual platinum. I just needed like a break after DMC5. If you like Rick and Morty or like immature humor, this one's really funny, enjoyable game. Very simple, easy platinum. It's got a lot of references to like gamer culture too, so like it references like gaming websites, other popular games. It's very jokey. Not for everybody. I've heard people call this game like annoying and stuff like that, but I might put this one in low A tier. I mean, like I said, I had a ton of fun with this one. I'm looking forward to playing High on Life 2. Armored Core 6, this was a great From Software game. I think it's on the easier side when compared to some of the other From Software titles. There is a trophy to S rank every mission, and some of them can get pretty annoying. Like there are some that are really tough to get an S rank in, but super fun game. I don't play a lot of mech combat games, but I had a blast with this one. Definitely looking forward to the next Armored Core game. I'm gonna put this one probably in A tier as well. I think I would actually rather do this platinum again over Sekiro. So again, I'm not saying it's a better game than Sekiro, but platinum-wise, I think this one's a lot more doable, a lot more accessible, so I'm going to put it there. Mirror's Edge is a great platformer, very focused on like parkour movement. This game, I want to say, came out in like 2009-ish, so it's very early PS3 era. It is a bit challenging, but I did the DLC, which is significantly harder than the platinum, so I'm not necessarily going to knock it a ton for difficulty. There are some time trials that are going to take some practice. Like you'll be restarting. Like some of these time trials you're going to have to hit perfectly. And so time trial is basically like a section of a mission, and you might have 2 minutes to reach the end point. Well, some of these time limits are so strict, you might run into a situation where you got to climb a fence, but you can't just climb over the fence because that takes too long. What you have to do is run up against the wall, jump, tuck your legs, and then barrel roll over the fence, which is a lot of button presses. Like you got to press a lot of different buttons to make that combo work, but it shaves off like half a second as opposed to climbing over the fence normally. So you have to really hit some of these time trials perfectly in order to clear some of these time trials with enough stars, and otherwise it's really not that bad. If you have the DLC, the platinum becomes a lot easier because it gives you a wider range of time trials, and you only have to get like 50 stars, and if you have all the DLCs you get like 9 additional trials, so it becomes quite a bit easier with the DLC. But even without the DLC, I don't think this platinum is as hard as it once was. I think it's very manageable, fun game. I think I'm going to put this one probably in B tier somewhere. I maybe put it here, mid B tier. The Oregon Trail, this is kind of a nostalgia game for me, so I played this a lot in school. It was like an educational game. The original game was kind of like point and click, and this one is kind of in that same vein. This is just like a modern rendition of it. So pretty simple game, easy platinum. I think at one point I had the fastest achiever on this one. Again, this is mostly a nostalgia game, very casual. I'm going to rate this one a bit high just because, again, it was like a casual, fun game that I played because I just remembered playing this a lot as a kid, and I remember when they announced this, I was like, oh, I got to get that one. But I'm going to probably put this one low B tier here, maybe here. Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate, probably my least favorite Arkham game. It's kind of like a 2.5D side scroller, almost like a Metroidvania. There's some simple puzzles, collectibles that you might need a guide to find. Again, not like the greatest game ever. I don't know that I would recommend it or that I would play it again. I'm glad I played it once, but I think you have to play through it multiple times for the platinum, so not super enjoyable in that sense. I think I would rather play it over The Hobbit or Escape Dead Island again, but I think it's still kind of in that low C tier for me. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. This one is another great action game. Really the only Metal Gear game that I've ever put serious time into. This can be challenging. You've got to not only beat every boss without taking damage, but you got to get an S rank on every mission. And it's not just that you have to get an S rank on every mission, but you have to get an S rank on every encounter. So in order to S rank the mission, you have to S rank every individual encounter, and there might be 10, 12 encounters in a mission. Well, if you don't S rank every single encounter consecutively in one run, you have to do the entire mission over again and do them all over. Now you can save scum this a bit. You can save, and you can quit the main menu and back up your save after each encounter, so after each S rank. That way you don't lose your progress and have to start over. But some of these encounters did take me a lot of practice. Like some of them are very frustrating. Some of the boss fights are also pretty tough to defeat with no damage because they have very quick attacks that they don't really telegraph, so you have to be very quick. You have to kind of know their attack patterns to some extent. So there's definitely some challenge to this, but I had a ton of fun with this game. I think it's great. I'd love to get a remaster of it. I think I am going to knock it a little bit for the S ranks. Maybe put this down here in low B tier. Again, a lot of that is because of some of the difficulty. It is pretty challenging. It's certainly not a gimme platinum. It will take some practice. Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. I'm not really a big Star Wars guy. I've seen a couple of the movies, but this is really the only game I've ever played. And the only reason I played this one is because I played it like way back in the PS3 days and earned a couple trophies. So this was part of my PS3 backlog cleanup. I think it's a fun game. It's kind of cool. You get to use, different force powers. There's also a cheat code that lets you unlock the Sith Master difficulty from the start. So I did use that. It's basically just saving an extra playthrough. So I played the game on Sith Master right from the start. And it's actually pretty challenging. Like there are some boss fights especially where you die very quickly and the bosses are very tanky, so they take a while to beat. So there's actually some surprising difficulty in this game. It's hard for me to kind of truly rate it because again, I'm not a big Star Wars guy, so I can't compare it to like the movies or other Star Wars games. But I think it's a fun PS3 era action game. I think I have, let's see, where do I have Captain America? And I mean, I would kind of put it in this same category as Captain America. I don't think it's as good as the X-Men Origins Wolverine, but still keep it in low B tier. Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. Man, I think this is a fantastic game. I think it has some of the best gunplay in any game I've ever played. The story's great. Visually, it looks great. It runs great. It's really Mein Leben. I mean, a lot of what this ranking is going to be based on is the Mein Leben trophy. Now, the Mein Leben trophy took me 23 tries. I did it all on a live stream. It's like a 5-hour run, and so it's not quick. And if you fail, you got to start over from the beginning. And there are some pretty long, unskippable cutscenes in the beginning. And so really the unskippable cutscenes and the fact that it's such a long permadeath run. I mean, it's not like Outlast 2 where it's like 2.5 hours. No, this is like 4 to 5 hours easy. And so you're going to spend a lot of time practicing this. It's very demanding. It's not like, I don't think it's like a true 10 out of 10, but I think it's easily a 9 out of 10. But I do think it is a really fun game. I think it's very skill dependent, so I don't think there's a ton of RNG. There's not a lot of cheap deaths. Like if you fail in Mein Leben, it's pretty much always your fault. Now, that's not to say there isn't some RNG involved. There are some bugs that you might run into, but it's mostly skill dependent. So it's really just a matter of how much time and energy you want to put into it. So this is a tough one to rank. I think I'm going to put it in low C tier. Again, it's kind of it's a hard one to rank because again, I think it's a great game and Mein Leben is really tough, but again, it's very skill dependent. So I think the high quality of the game combined with the difficulty, the brutal difficulty of the platinum, kind of balance it out to put it somewhere in the middle. It's a bit odd to put it here in low C tier, but I'm not sure exactly where else to put it. Deliver at all costs. So this was a fun little game. I saw this, I remember seeing the trailer for this and thinking it looked really interesting. So I bought it like shortly after release. I want to say it was only 20 or 30 bucks, so it wasn't a full price game. It was just kind of underwhelming. The story it kind of left a lot to be desired. It kind of fell apart at the end. I feel like they could have done a lot more with it, and I feel like if they made a sequel or, delivered some post-launch support for this game, it could have been better. I still had fun with it. It's a fairly easy and straightforward platinum, And I think it's, it was made by a small team of like college students, I think, something like that. So, it has some promise. It does some things well. It does have some artistic value. But I think it was, like I said, just a bit underwhelming. I'm going to maybe put it in low C tier. I think I'd rather play it over some of these other games I have here in low C tier. Battlefield 5, this isn't my favorite Battlefield game, but I actually had a lot of fun with the plane combat. There's a trophy called, I think, Death from Above, where you have to destroy 5 manned like turrets or something like that. And it really wasn't that bad. I got it naturally, didn't have to boost any of the online for this one. So I had fun with this one. The story isn't really that difficult. It's a fairly straightforward platinum. I want to say this is like a 40-hour platinum, maybe. No DLC, which is like the first Battlefield game I've ever 100%ed that I didn't have to go through like 4 to 5 DLC packs, so that I appreciated. Again, not my favorite Battlefield, but I would still put this in maybe low B tier here. Wizardom. So this is another game that I remember seeing this game on a YouTube video covering like the top 10 boomer shooters or something like that. And boomer shooters aren't really a genre that I am super familiar with, but I remember seeing this one and it kind of looked like old school Doom or old school Wolfenstein with like fantasy elements. And it just looked really intriguing, really unique. And it was only on PC at the time, so I was just patiently waiting for a PS4, PS5 port. And it finally came and I bought it like the second I saw it was available. Ton of fun. There were a ton of secrets that were just really tough to find. Like I spent like many hours like going back and forth through these different areas trying to find things. So that was a bit annoying, but it's a really fun game. If you like dungeon crawlers or boomer shooters with like a fantasy twist, this was a super fun one. I had a lot of fun with this game. I'm gonna maybe put this one in low B as well. Maybe like here. Dead Space 2, so this is the first game I covered in my most recent Hard Platinums video. I think this is a great sequel. Obviously, the original Dead Space is iconic. I have that one in high A tier here. I think Dead Space 2 is great. I think the story's great. I think the combat is great. I think the hardcore mode is a decent challenge. I don't think it's unfair. It's similar to Wolfenstein 2. It's very skill dependent. There's not a lot of RNG. All the enemies spawn in the same spot, so it's like if you remember each area and you know how to use your weapons, it's entirely doable. Challenging, yes, but doable. So I'm gonna put this one probably in A tier as well. Again, I think it's a fantastic sequel. I might even put this above. I'm gonna maybe put this like right here. Like I said, I really like this game. I think it's great. Definitely recommend it. Diablo 4, so I played this at launch a bit and then kind of fell off it for some reason. Came back to it to clean it up. It is pretty grindy. It takes a while to get through. I was able to beat Uber Lilith without any help. I had tried to beat her multiple times while I was leveling up and I was getting my ass whooped. I think I beat her at like level 198 or something like that. So it kind of depends on what build you pick and making sure you understand kind of your skill rotation, stuff like that. Really fun game. I feel like I need to play the other Diablo games, but they're such massive games. They're big time commitments, especially like the Platinum. If you want to go for the Plat in Diablo 3, it's like many hundreds of hours. So I think I'm still going to rate this one high B. I think Diablo 4 is a really fun game. Maybe put it like here by Final Fantasy 15. Deathloop, this is another game that I played kind of close to launch and I didn't love it. Came back to it and started to appreciate it a bit more. Pretty simple, pretty easy platinum. Very similar to Dishonored, which I don't have. That's on my backlog, but pretty fun game. I mean, you're basically playing the same 4 levels over and over again, just under different conditions. You're trying to find high value targets, kill them in certain ways, complete some objectives on the way. Fun, unique game. I don't think it's like one of the best PS5 games I ever played, but it's fun. And I feel comfortable probably putting it in B tier somewhere, maybe like here. The Evil Within, this is the second game I covered in my most recent Hard Platinums video. I think it's a great game, great story. I think it's a great survival horror game. It's very similar to Resident Evil, obviously. It's the same director, Shinji Mikami. I think Akumu mode is a bit ridiculous. You die in one hit, and the checkpoints are very generous, so you don't lose a ton of progress. But the enemies have guns in this game, and it's like they have aimbot, and they hit you from a mile away. And so there's a lot of points where you're dying and restarting. Like you're gonna die hundreds of times playing this, and it can get very frustrating. So it's not exactly the most enjoyable mode to play through. I think survival mode is a lot more enjoyable. It's tough but fair. That said, I think the Platinum is entirely attainable. I would probably put it higher than Wolfenstein 2. I'd definitely do The Evil Within again before I do Wolfenstein 2. Even though this one is annoying on Akumu, I still feel like I would put this one in mid B tier somewhere. Maybe like here, right behind Deathloop. Again, it's getting really tough to kind of organize these in a perfect order because I've got so many games here in B tier. Outlast 2, this is the third and final game I covered in that video that I just mentioned. This one was super frustrating. I think this is going to be D tier for me. I think it's a decent game. I don't think it's as good or scary as Outlast 1. There's some really annoying things about this game, especially, going for the Messiah trophy. It's a permadeath run. And this is a game where you don't have any offensive weapons. That basically the whole game you're running away and hiding. It's very easy to die. Most enemies will kill you in 1 hit or 2 hits at most. And I also had some runs end to bugs, which is extremely frustrating. I had one run that was like 30 minutes away from the end, and I fell through the map and had to start over. Very frustrating. There are some other parts in this game that just felt like was purely luck based, like are you going to get hit by this enemy or not? Well, it's just a matter of chance. There are some methods and some strategies that you can use that are more reliable than others, but again, there's a lot of cheap ways to fail in this game, especially in this game mode. And again, I just don't think it's as good as the first Outlast game. I don't think I would want to do this one again, and I didn't enjoy this one nearly as much as Evil Within or Dead Space 2. So for me, it's D tier. Red Dead Remastered on PS4, I was intentionally saving this for Platinum 300, so again, I absolutely love Red Dead. I think I have the first one in B tier, and that's purely because of the online trophies. Some of the online trophies were pretty grindy, reaching max rank, stuff like that. The PS4 and PS5 remaster get rid of all the online trophies. Now they do add in the Undead Nightmare trophies, but I actually really like Undead Nightmare. I think it's one of the best single player DLCs I've ever played. So for me, this is gonna be easy high A tier. I might even put it a hair above Uncharted 2. Like I said, this is one of my favorite games of all time. I think the PS4 version is great. Not having to worry about the multiplayer and just being able to focus on this great story and the great DLC and the Undead Nightmare. Okay, Control. This game, I think mid is a very good way to describe this game. I think it does some things very well. I think it's fun to play. I think the gameplay is great. I think, the combat is very fun. It's a bit unbalanced in some sections. The story is kind of weird. Like there are parts where I was just like, what the hell is going on? Who is this? What is going on here? I have no idea. And I'm not the type of person that skips cutscenes. I listen to all the dialogue, I watch all the cutscenes. So I was paying attention, but there were still parts where I was like, well, what is going on? What is this? Why is this happening? I know there's a second Control game coming out. Again, I think this is a fun game, but I'm kind of glad I played it for free while it was free on Plus. I would put it in that same category as Deathloop. It's a very straightforward Platinum. Not very difficult, not very time consuming. Fun in kind of short bursts, but does kind of get a little bit repetitive. And again, I don't think it's like the greatest game ever made, but it's a decent, fun game. Dead Island 2, I had a ton of fun with this one. I think this might be my favorite Dead Island game. This is a great co-op game. I think they polished a lot of stuff from the original Dead Island game. Again, just like the first Dead Island game, I don't think the story is really the strong suit, but it's fine. Like, it's not terrible. There are a couple spots that were pretty challenging because I was kind of mainlining the main story, and each mission has like a recommended level, and I discovered that I was actually under leveled by a level or two, and so some of these encounters were like whooping my ass. So part of that is based on, your build, the character that you pick, the skill cards that you have equipped. Depending on how you kind of build your character, you can make it harder for yourself or make it easier. I did a New Game Plus run for the DLC and still had fun with it. I kind of sprinted through it, but I think this is a great game, super fun to play co-op. For me, I would probably put this in low A tier, maybe like here, low to mid A tier. And lastly, my most recent Platinum, Trine. So this is a side-scroller puzzle game that I first played way back on the PS3. Came back to it. I tried to come back to it multiple times over the years, and I just never could commit to it. Finally sat down and said, okay, I'm gonna finish this game no matter what. It's a decent game. Like, it's you cycle between 3 characters, a wizard, a thief, and a knight. The wizard can kind of draw boxes and planks. Thief can grapple and use a bow and arrow, so you can kind of swing like a pendulum. And then the knight can pick up and throw objects and use a sword and shield. So you kind of have to do all 3 of these things in order to solve some of the puzzles to make it to the end of the level. So it's a decent game in that respect. The problem is I played the patched version, which is notoriously more difficult and buggy. There were 2 trophies that were buggy. One of them caused me to have to do an entire new playthrough, so that was pretty unfortunate. And then another trophy called Better Than the Developers. You have to do the final mission in the game. It's basically a climbing speed challenge. You have to reach the top of this tower very quickly, and you've got enemies that are trying to attack you, and then you also have lava. This took me like 2 to 3 hours to beat. Very tough. I understand that the unpatched version is quite a bit easier. I played the patched version and I suffered through it. It was pretty challenging. Finally got it done. But yeah, a couple trophies that were just unfortunately buggy or uniquely difficult that's gonna drag this one down a little bit. But I think this is a fun game. I'd like to play the others at some point. But that is the full list. So let's see. Let's review. We've got our S tier here. Just a small selection of games in S tier. Fairly big selection in A tier. B tier might be the biggest group. And then C tier, D tier, and then a few games that are just bad. Like nothing good to say about these games. And then a handful of shovelware or autopops. And again, these games are ranked based on the platinum experience, not necessarily the quality of the game. As you can see, I've got Red Dead 2 in D tier. That doesn't mean I'm saying Red Dead 2 is a D tier game. It's an S tier game. But as a platinum, it's kind of in that D tier category. So that's the ranking. Let me know down below which ones you agree with, which ones you disagree with. I know some of these are going to be hot takes. Looking forward to hearing your feedback. Until then, keep hunting, trophy hunters.